Don't look at the screen like you forgot what we were doing.
I absolutely forgot what we were doing. What does it do? Oh yeah, the Fishman Island thing.
Subplots or whatever.
Yeah. Or whatever is right.
Or absolutely whatever is right. What's up? Are you all excited for more Oda flashes? Oh yeah, I forgot he keeps flashing Oda. Hi, sup, let's pray nothing stupid happens.
Yeah, that'll happen. He changed his ways on this part.
No technical issues, please. What's up, stranger? What's up, Raul? Can't wait to get a hemorrhage. Been chilling time. Yeah, but modded you. What's up, Every? It's a first for everybody, man. You'll get it. Wow, we're already really close to the time. Dude, I don't know what it is. I'm just tired.
You woke up like 5 minutes ago, I'm sure.
30 minutes ago.
Alrighty. Did you eat?
No.
Why didn't you eat?
Well, why would I eat?
You just woke up.
And
we're going to be here.
Hey, when's the last time you ate? Right,
that's different.
All right, shut up. Can you review Young Defiant's One Piece suck? I feel like Young Defiant is a
He's more of a troll trying to get a reaction from people. I've seen a video of his, and he just goes, the character sucks, the storyline sucks. And it's just one of those things where he just says everything sucks and doesn't really give any evidence. So I don't think it would be super good, but we can add one of his to a list, and maybe if it's a bored day, or maybe we just go, hey, we're doing a bunch of short videos for us.
Yeah, maybe we'll do like a gong show thing where fans just like gong a thing we're
something
doing.
like that. Yeah,
we can move on to the next thing.
We can always do that.
Yeah, I feel like he's a LTG light where it's just like me being outrageous and loud and constantly talking is the entertainment as opposed to me evidencing the things I want to say. What's up, Triton?
I don't want to.
Yeah, who does?
This is
what the results were. Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and Sanji wake up and ride around with Kami. Sanji has a nosebleed, Luffy encounters Hammond, and Sanji gets a blood transfusion from the Okamas. Brook is separated, wakes up, and presumably goes straight to the Mermaid Bar, hangs out with Papaku, and then joins back up with the main group. Nami separates from Robin and Frankie off-screen right after being separated from the crew, and her first action and train of thought is to go shopping, even though at the entrance of the island, she was the person getting uncomfortable because of the Arlong tattoo.
How do we know that was her first action and instinct was to go shopping? What if she knew that people would know that she would be someplace that is
And did
commerce?
she go to a place where it's just like a bunch of people with an Arlong tattoo? Or did she go to a shopping mall? Like,
it's a very safe, neutral place. They wouldn't bust in and destroy a shop. She doesn't know anybody here. She doesn't... What's she supposed to do? Just walk around yelling Luffy?
like if you had something traumatic happen to you and you go to a whole different section for whatever's triggering you, are you still going to be like, is it going to happen? Maybe I'll just meet up with everybody. Or do you just go, okay, I'm away from the thing that was causing me issues. Yeah. Let me do what I set out to do.
It's not like everybody had an Arlong tattoo. It was one person.
There's only 3 mods right now, stranger. Like I said, if people want mods, just let me know. I'm not going to create too many of them because y'all will go drunk with power.
Well, I doubt they will.
We go drunk with power.
Since when?
Since us timing out and
they deserve it.
Yeah, I'm sure Stalin thought they deserved it too.
Hey, Piku.
All right. I guess that Gucci bag just took precedent.
Luffy over what?
Horrible Photoshop.
Okay, took precedence over what? Fighting against the Arlong, whatever that tattoo was?
I think he's saying finding the crew.
His group finds her and she rejoins.
No! They're taking precedence over what? Finding the crew. Okay, you found the crew, now what? Are we going against the Arlong people? Is that what we're about to do now?
Or is it just... I mean, if you walk into some place and somebody's wearing a Nazi uniform, you just go, oh, that dude's weird, and you peace out. You don't go, oh, fight against every... No, you just go, what the f is that dude doing? And you move on. And it's not even like it super duper traumatized her because she almost instantly forgave Jinbe. So it's a thing that happened and she's kind of over it now.
Zoro is separated, wakes up, I'm presuming started walking around, got invited by the guards to the royal palace, started drinking, and then was imprisoned once the Straw Hats got bad rep. The new group of Luffy, Usopp, Brook, and Nami head to the palace.
Head to the palace? They didn't head to the Arlong people? So what's the difference of her going shopping and heading with...
I forgot so much synopsis. I forgot about it. This video is horrible.
Luffy gets separated. Zoro joins the group after escaping prison. Frankie is separated, walks to the ship graveyard, meets Den, who recoats the ship, and waits there until people come to him in the Sea Forest. Chopper and Sanji stay back, fight some fodder, and wait until Luffy comes riding by with Shirahoshi later on, which ends up curing Sanji's gag. Robin is separated and goes to search for a poneglyph that she suspects is on the island. As I mentioned before, the reason why authors split groups of people up is so that they can incorporate those characters into plot lines that otherwise wouldn't be possible.
Ooh, no. There's many reasons to split a person up. One Piece splits people up all the time. Skypiea, Usopp, and Sanji were split up after they got hurt from the rest of the crew, and then they came back. That could have been any member of the crew. That could have been a non-member of the crew. That means nothing. How many times has One Piece split people up and it's not created some type of plot line or storyline?
It happens. It's a big place. People split up. They come back together. Apparently, this is a negative thing because it didn't directly lead to something.
Sitcoms split characters up all the time, but too often you can slot another sitcom character into that role because the only thing they're really doing is their quirks as opposed to something that would have only happened thanks to that character being there. Like if Charlie and Mac split off to something, it doesn't mean that Dennis wouldn't have done something. It doesn't mean Frank wouldn't have done something unless it's specific to those two characters. So splitting people off means nothing in the terms of it's to do specifically this.
But Meme is right. The 3 Ps.
Oh my God.
We always got to remember the 3 Ps.
No, we don't. I don't remember the 3 Ps. I don't. Splitting up the crew is kind of the status quo for
Absolutely.
I cannot remember a single island where there's been 3 or more people and they haven't split up. A single island. Like Chopper and Carrot get split up. What did they do specifically that somebody else couldn't have done in that instance? Like if Nami was in the mirror world with Carrot, what happened there?
Or to create character interactions. By and large, the events that we got from this separation achieved neither of those things. And the things that we did get were of questionable
subplot. Results in nothing. Okay, what was it supposed to result in? They all got split up. Are we supposed to have 9 different storylines?
I mean, Frankie accomplished something.
And got to talk to one of his
his mentor's brother.
So
I don't know what he wants.
Sanji's helped and cure his women thing.
And it's the introduction of we don't share blood with humans.
Zoro's put him in the palace. I don't know. He really wanted 9 subplots to end before they met back up, or to be the start of them doing something.
Apparently.
value and importance. Now, it's not uncommon for stories in general to waste opportunities like this because separations can sometimes be only important to 1 or 2 characters and not the whole group. But here in Fishman Island, we can say that it did more to lengthen the arc than to accomplish anything for any of the characters.
How long were they separated? And how long did we lead those in characters? What was Nami? 3 panels before she was back with everybody else?
It wasn't long at all.
What was Robin doing? Hey, I'm gonna go see the poneglyph. Alright, we're not talking about her for the next 7 chapters.
Plus, when you think about it, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, they were just like, oh, there's a wild animal in the castle. They got hockey and can detect people. Surely Nami would know about that. And thus be like, oh, they're gonna find me. Go shopping.
Characters. If Oda continues
the story
to walk...
would be absolutely cluttered if 9 subplots happened at once. Yeah, absolutely. But this is what Drizzt wants. He's like, hey, do it.
Push anything for any of the characters. If Oda continues to walk down this road of doing nothing with his subplots, it will be an issue.
Okay. What did he do?
A perfect frame to stop on. Horrible.
What did he do with the subplots of Skypiea? Like, what did Nami being separated for that subplot, what did it do for the story of Skypiea? It just allowed her to be in the place to do what she needed to do to help Luffy. There was no start or resolve of a subplot for her.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know.
Long time, at least you could say Zoro got some new swords. Alright, what happened with Nami? You can say Usopp got his goggles. What happened with Sanji? He cooked the
cooked
fish.
it up.
He cooked it up.
Cooked it up. Nami was
and
gone
this is
for 2 chapters.
What do you want?
Exactly what I'm going to point out as we continue to go further into the time skip. And
Okay, but why didn't you point it out pre-time skip when these
Yes.
exact same things were occurring?
And you've not even introduced how exactly this is a problem other than, yeah, Oda's just not doing anything with it. It's another, he's not doing what I want him to do.
Which is
When like you said, it happens, and Chad has been saying it happens so much pre-time skip, and nothing really happens.
that's what I have to say about that right now.
Yay!
The next step
Back
is
to
for
arc summary. Hooray! Triumphant music.
yes.
I don't.
To invade Ryugu Palace, where he comes face to face with the Straw Hats. Hodie makes a point of saying that the Straw Hats are his sworn enemies, which, again, at this point, Nami notices that he has an Arlong pirate tattoo. Hodie gives a speech proclaiming that Arlong was his hero, something that seems to shock and greatly disturb Nami. You'll notice that this has happened a few times in the arc already with Nami, and the reason I'm going to keep hammering it home is because of what the end result of this detail is. So just keep in mind that the arc is purposely building up a tension with Nami, the Fishman, and Arlong's influence based on her facial reactions, even if it's at odds with her initial movement after landing on the island in her quest for a bag. Additionally, Oda is building up Hodie's desire for strength and how he supposedly hates the Straw Hats. Hodie Jones begins to flood the castle and has a run-in with Zoro. Oda incorporates more Vander Decken memes with his obsession with Shirahoshi and confronts her on a piece of flying coral.
Pause. How is this a meme? The dude is a legitimate threat.
Legitimate threat and a legitimate creep.
What do you mean by, you can't just say the word Vander Decken memes and then move on like we know exactly what you're talking about. That's not how this works.
Which Luffy is able to sense from a mile away. Wow, his new observation hockey is pretty good, huh? Vander Decken goes on and on about his love for Shirahoshi. It's a fairly long, boring speech, and it just results in...
Wow, fairly long, boring speech.
Great. So why not just say that about everything? Why not just go, this is long and boring and move on?
Hey, Fishman Island is a fairly long and boring arc.
Moving on.
But I wish they would have added more with subplots so things would
be even longer.
A gag answer from Shirahoshi saying he's not her type. We'll touch on that more later. Vander Decken is then momentarily defeated by Luffy. Nami escapes with...
Why do we keep having to touch on things later? Why not now?
You know what? That's a good point. Because all he's gonna do is go, remember when I said blah blah blah, so I could.
Instead of giving the context now and just going, okay, here's the Vander Decken side of everything you need to know about Vander Decken in Fishman Island. You talk about that, and then you talk about the impact within,
but then,
and the problems.
He doesn't. I would assume it's because he wants to do the summary in order. So by the time the thing is resolved, then he could wrap it all up with all the potential evidence.
What does it do to just have this summary?
I will never understand the summary thing. Like, never.
Kami from the palace with the intention of wanting to meet Jinbe because she has an idea as to why he told Luffy to not fight Hodie and wants to piece things together for herself. Once again, this is building up Nami's involvement in the arc. She's the one taking action. She's the one noticing things. Zoro handedly defeats Hodie while underwater, but ultimately gets captured with Brook and Usopp. The rest of the Straw Hats converge in the Sea Forest and meet Jinbe, at which point Jinbe reveals that he was the person who freed Arlong, causing all of the events which lead to Kokiyashi Village's state that we found at the beginning of the story. Spicy. And thus marks the beginning.
Oh, I'm glad you had your hand.
No, I saw it.
Oh, okay. Drizzt, please stop with the comedy. This is not
What
funny.
comedy? He hasn't even started.
It's like he thinks he has a dry wit, and he doesn't. Just summarize your...
Do it.
Say your issues and move the on. No rapping, no Emperor poorly Photoshopped Gucci bags.
We needed the rap.
We did
That
not
set
need...
the tone for this whole thing. Without the rap, this video, I don't know if it goes up or down, but it goes somewhere.
Heal. Oh, you don't know? So, Drizzt like to flash that Oda picture when it's like, Oda not doing things, not setting things up and accomplishing them and forgetting things. And it's just Oda things that he sets all this up with no payoff. So anytime you see that flash, that's just him going, this is a bad thing.
Oda.
Beginning of the first flashback of the post-time skip. Fisher Tiger and Otohime are standout characters with compelling interactions. In this
compelling means explain.
Compelling. Very compelling. I agree. Compelling. Boring. Long. Meme. Not you meme.
flashback is easily the best part of the arc and the thing that people come back for time and time again. Fisher Tiger's quiet but passionate charisma is shown through his own struggles of fighting the hatred for humans that he bottles deep within himself, something that becomes beautifully incorporated with Koala's subplot, a subplot which shows the fishermen that humans can suffer just as much as them, tying in together with Otohime's own plight about how the society of fishermen need to advance and give humans a chance to understand them. It's executed very well because it focuses on these two parties and how they affect one another. One Piece is the type of series where normally every time Oda has nameless fodder talk, it actively takes away from most scenes he's trying to incorporate them into, but that is not the...
Like? When he has nameless fodder talk, it takes away from... Like what, dude?
Now, I'm sure you could pick one or two little moments. Or many moments. It's a long series. But show them at least. And I'm sure I could show just as many examples of fodder people given things that are important.
Case with this flashback, they only serve to make it better. Otohime's efforts in talking to the citizens, chasing them down, and ultimately being hurt when the parents send their children to take the ballots away, create sympathy with the readers while being an entertaining and realistic...
People are calling for the rap.
No.
No?
I don't care what they're calling for.
You're anti-content.
Look, these bastards ambushed us getting pseudo viewer request month 2. Shut up! Getting pseudo viewer request month 2, getting actual viewer request month 2, getting Demon Slayer month, getting to vote on a Moticon, and they still want more. No rap! None!
Not all of them, though. Not everybody. Stranger didn't have anything to do with that, and Stranger's calling for the rap. I think that's fine. I think it's calling for it.
Hey, there's a perfectly fine video that incorporates the rap. You can go right to it. And apparently they're saying there's a rap at the end.
No. We might have to now we're good.
Hey, now
whatever. It's gonna be another 3-4 streams before we get to it, so it don't matter.
2 maybe.
Drama. And it's a great addition to have Otohime break down after this sequence of events. She wants to hide her pain and suffering and cry alone in frustration because she doesn't want to do it in front of her children, a theme that is often relayed in the arc.
Great moment.
Don't do it in front of the children. And it makes it even better because her children are her source of relief after long days, like most parents. Otohime's drunken speech connects her character to the populace and gives more depth to her dreams. The makings of a solid story with emotional weight are...
Bro, emotional... Nope, I gotta hear this. I was gonna say, he's just showing the manga. How is he getting away with this? But now I gotta hear this emotional weight bush.
Mr. Moore's just had a video where he's just showing One Piece clips. I don't think that some people just don't care.
Okay, but then they just saw what Mark went through, and they're still just like, whatever, the whole thing. But then again, I guess if Toei just wants to do you up, there's nothing you can do about it.
More depth to her dreams.
Absolutely nothing, Hope.
The makings of a solid story with emotional weight are all present. Maybe Oda could have spared a few of the transitional scenes to make it flow better, but at the end of the day, it worked fabulously.
What transitional scenes and how could it flow better?
They don't.
Why do you explain some stuff in such great detail?
Because he can.
Because he can. And then this stuff is just brushed over and you got it.
Because he can't.
The narrative was a simple one to tell. There are less subplots to tackle, which make for easier and smarter storytelling.
Didn't he want the Straw Hats to interact more? One of the reasons Oda split them up is so they could interact more with each other. But now he doesn't want this. He wants to progress the story. It's not that he doesn't want it. He also wants that to actually be something story-wise as opposed to just interactions. What's up, Joey? So, like, he wants that Nami, when she gets split off, to, like, I guess, look at the state of Fishman Island and how many people are actually with the Arlong type of mindset or something like that. As opposed to just her shopping. You know, as is her character.
There are some nice twists, such as the arrival of the Celestial Dragon and the incorporation of Shirahoshi's abilities as Poseidon. And Oda ties in past characters like Arlong and shows a bit more of things that Kizaru did in the past before he became an admiral. These things are enjoyable to see as a fan.
No. Now we're just talking about enjoyable instead of what's good. Mm-hmm. So when
shift it.
So Nami's shopping is enjoyable to people because it's within her character, and it's funny that the first thing she thinks about is shopping. Sanji's gag is enjoyable to people, so is it now worthwhile? Are you talking about what's good, or are you talking about what's enjoyable?
Quality versus I like. Triton, it's not that they don't want the rap. I'm fighting for the rap. You just heard me.
We will not have the rap.
This man's in control of the controller. I can't do nothing about it. I can just say, hey, I'm on the side of the rap, and I'm the good guy. That's all.
Yeah, this first time ever, and I just like, guys, I've always been a man of the people. How many streams will you do to finish this video? So this stream is 6 hours. We'll probably get through an hour, which will give us an hour and a half. So maybe this one and one more. At max, this one and two more.
The only big criticisms that I have when it comes to the Fisher Tiger flashback have nothing to do with Fisher Tiger or Otohime, but with the characters that are currently present within Fishman Island. And geez, mom. Vander Decken.
Was that a Jamaican accent?
I don't know what that was.
Did he just do a Jamaican accent?
Can you go back? Let me put on my other ear cuff.
Characters that are currently present within Fishman Island. And geez, mom. Vander.
And geez, ma'am, man.
I thought he said mon.
What was that?
One more time. Just one more.
Currently present within Fishman Island. And geez, mom. Vander Decken.
I don't know.
I don't know what that was. I don't know what the context was. I don't know if that was supposed to be a joke. I don't know what that was.
Stop bringing up the rap.
Oracle, there's nothing wrong with the rap. I want the rap.
There is a lot wrong with
guy
the
here.
There's a lot wrong with the rap. It was really bad.
The problem with the rap,
Swedish,
it's too good listening to it. More than once can kill a person. I don't think that's exactly true because we're trying to listen to it again.
My brother just called you guys a list express. Oh, geez, mama. That's what you heard? I don't know what he was saying.
I know OGs, but I don't know if it's mom, man, mama, mon. I don't know.
Stop bringing up the rap.
We're going to show the rap. We're going to show the rap, y'all.
upon reconsideration, might be one of the worst villains in the story. When I was going back over Fishman Island, I was trying to rationalize in my head why Oda even created this character, and the only answer I could come to was not a good one. In chapter 625, near the end of the flashback, Shirahoshi saves Otohime when she is about to be held hostage by the celestial dragon.
So why did Oda create the character? We need a reason for Shirahoshi to be inside of her room for all that time and wanting to get out and be free. He's the cause of the arc falling down. The partnership with Hodie. There's quite a lot.
Like, is he mad that Vander Decken was created?
I think he's mad that he doesn't exactly have a purpose other than one that's a plot convenience, as I'm sure he's going to explain why exactly it is.
What was Ohm's purpose in Skypiea?
The trial of string.
Okay, that could have been anybody and anything.
We're not talking about that because Drizzt isn't talking about that because I don't know how he feels about each particular arc before the time skip and what are his problems.
What was Kaku's purpose?
I don't know how he feels about these arcs. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Hey, Rock City Boy. Let's play Rock City Boy.
No, I am against that. That is the no.
Why? The people are calling for it. Look,
No.
several people right there.
Alfonso said, which is better, the Drizzt Rap or Rock City Boys? They're not calling for it. They're simply saying that it was better.
Rock City Boys.
Hey, I want to let y'all know, if I was in control, I'd be timing people who said Rock City Boys. That's all. Not a threat, not a future threat. Just a simple thing that would be happening if I had the controls. That's all.
Calling the Sea Kings, which promptly scare everyone around her. Upon seeing this, Vander Decken states the following. There is a legend. The legend tells that long ago, an incredible power lay hidden below the waves. A mermaid princess with the ability to command even the Sea Kings. It was in pursuit of this legend that the very first Vander Decken set sail for the depths. My ancestor, I finally found it. The treasure that you sought. It is only my clan who know the full truth of this legend. I know it. This short section, when isolated from the rest of the story, has potential. The Vander Decken lineage sailed to the bottom of the sea.
Wow, he wanted them to explore the Vander Decken thing. That's his issue. He wanted Oda to flash back to what happened with in Vander Decken.
He wanted a flashback within a flashback?
Why did we not get a flashback of how Gonfall became God? Because it means nothing to the story. It adds nothing.
He has his motivation. There's
what is it? I'm my
throughout
ancestor.
His family for going for a powerful person who could control the Sea Kings. And now you see that person go, all right, that's the one that my ancestors were talking about. Not a threat, it's a fact.
Long ago in search of Poseidon, an ancient weapon, but were unable to locate it. Since that point in time, the Vander Decken clan has been searching for it. It is established that the current Vander Decken's goal is to fulfill the desires of his ancestors and that very few people are aware of what Poseidon is. Sounds good, right? Well, hold on, let me continue. Here is more of Vander Decken's quotes. First, I must make the princess my bride, but Shirahoshi is still a kid. That's a problem. Tamate Bako, and it can cause anybody to age? Could it say, turn a teensy little brat into a fully grown, sexy lady? This is it. Problem.
Did he just say?
Yes, he did.
Sexy lady?
Yes, he did.
Oh, dude.
That was a funny joke. I had to mute the mic because I was laughing at simply the words funny lady.
Sexy lady.
Sexy lady. Sorry. Terribly sorry. That's the joke.
What is he doing?
Something.
I'm solved. With that box, I can marry Princess Shirahoshi. Once I'm Shirahoshi's husband, it will finally be mine. The dream that my clan has sought after for generations. Treasure. This is confusing, inappropriate, and lame, to say the least.
It just shows treasure behind him. I will finally have achieved my dream, the dream of all Vander Deckens who came before me. There's just treasure behind it.
Yes, we don't know if that exactly. It's just like she's the princess, so I will have the money. She has the power to control the Sea Kings, and thus we can pillage anything that we want and get treasure. We don't know exactly what the reason behind that treasure is.
Appropriate and lame, to say the least. The Vander Deckens first sailed down into the sea in search for a mermaid princess that could control the Sea Kings for the purpose of getting some gold and treasure.
How do we know it's not to take over everything, and with that comes gold and treasure?
It's the power, and with the power comes all these other things, including treasure.
I don't even know how these ideas are supposed to connect to one another to make
We just explained it.
If the goal was to get treasure, wouldn't the Vander Deckens have sailed to Fishman Island in the search of, I don't know, treasure?
Is there treasure there? Was there treasure there?
Instead of Poseidon? If Vander Decken wanted into the...
Hey, we can get 100 million berries, or we can get the princess and get any berry at any time whenever we want.
It's teach a man to fish versus give a man a fish. You got a good, what do mermaids live? 80, 100 years of pure controlling of the Sea Kings.
How the Marines gonna stop you? They need to get through the sea.
They fear them up. They put the sea stone underneath their ships to block the Sea Kings. That's mad power right there with a single person.
But no, just a type of treasure, a specific treasure.
World Treasury, which seems to be a priority, shouldn't his main focus be getting into Ryugu Palace and overtake it for the treasure?
He's not strong enough!
He is one guy. They are so many people. Huge Muff and Neptune, King Neptune, who has been shown to just go, big water Kamehameha. Well, what does he have to offer anybody to go, hey, let's raid the kingdom and take it over? And even if he does convince people, now we gotta split his
Ryugu Castle is impenetrable. Impenetrable.
No, but why doesn't he just do it though? And
I can understand.
Gonna try to take out a man that has the Sea Kings. Exactly. How you gonna go against that? Them mob is feared.
I'm actually concerned about Drizzt's mental health. I feel like he's very stunted in his mental growth, where he's just like,
I want it this way. It should be this way because this is the better story.
And just doing like racist stuff. He sounds like some 22-year-old kid just doing.
And wanting to maybe marry into the royalty for a chance of getting into the treasury. But there are multiple ways of doing that. You don't have to marry Shirahoshi. And speaking of which,
there are multiple ways to get into a royal family. Not just marrying Shirahoshi.
The only daughter.
Okay, and then you just move on. How does one become a member of the royal family? If you want to be a member of the royal guards, are they going to have the access to the treasure that you can just go in, steal it, and peace out? As you're a fishman, or your name's on record, so now you just got to go somewhere else.
Only notable treasure that we know of is the Tamate Bako, which Vander Decken wanted to use because he believed that it could make Shirahoshi older so that he can marry her to get to treasure, which is not the Tamate Bako and just regular treasure.
No.
This dude is missing a huge fundamental point. He thinks simply marry treasure, that's all he wants, but we don't know what kind. This dude is completely missing it. It's the forest for the trees. He is so set in complaining about this. He's not thinking about it logically. He's not thinking about, hey, am I missing something? Why would somebody want to marry somebody that can control every single sea king in the world?
If he
for
just wants
treasure, obviously. Just the treasure in the kingdom. Why didn't he just find another way to get that treasure that he wants? That's the only reason why you would want to marry somebody who could control every single sea king in the world, just for the treasure in this kingdom. That's all. That's insanity.
A lot of people are telling him to marry one of the princes. Oh, Jay, this is done within 2 months.
Let's see what you
Oh
got.
my God,
Let's
Dad,
see.
don't do this. Not already. We've been here 35 minutes. And can you believe it gets worse? What? Far worse.
You got that little star thing. Fascist.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty dumb, right? And what part of this has anything to do with
Oh my God, I forgot about lightning fingers.
I forget it every single time.
He simplifies everything and then complains about why everything is simplified.
Oh my goodness.
What a great way to put it. Why would he want Shirahoshi for treasure if there's treasure there? Why not just get that treasure? Crocodile should have married Vivi.
Yeah, sure. Just everybody marry everybody.
Did he complain about why Crocodile wanted the kingdom? Beyond he just wanted a kingdom?
I don't know. He should have legitimately done a pre-one.
Yes.
That wasn't as long or as in detail. Just like, hey, here are my thoughts. Here are the problems that I have. Here are the things that I love.
The rise of One Piece. And that could have been the
Yes.
pre. The downfall could have been the post.
Even just have it be a stream with your friends, JD Legend or whoever that was, just talking about pre-time skip. And then go, but I don't know where he's coming from. Every time that we do a new person, we'll go, hey, do they have a My Anime list? What other stuff do they have? What other stuff do they like? Just so we can get a mindset of his things. But he's complaining constantly about things that were in pre-time skip. But we don't know how he feels about that other than he loves pre-time skip and think that that's peak One Piece. So I don't know. The Emperor.
idea that Vander Decken has to marry Shirahoshi, or the fact that she was Poseidon, outside of Oda's desire to incorporate what I would assume he thinks is a funny gag, but really isn't.
So you're just making a lot of assumptions of Oda's mindset based on what you think his goal penultimately is.
Oda still goes with the idea that Vander Decken likes Shirahoshi, and as a matter of fact, Vander Decken's quote-unquote goal is never relevant, and he actively works against his own interests, despite the fact that there is nothing here to suggest that he feels genuine about Shirahoshi.
Like what? Well, maybe he'll explain it later.
Oda uses the "you're not my type" meme after we get out of the flashback, so we're back in present day. And in a fit of rage, Vander Decken decides that he'll kill Shirahoshi because she doesn't love him. And then he throws the Noah at her with the intent of destroying the island.
He's been throwing stuff at her since she was a kid.
Yes.
So it's not just now that this is happening.
One of the first things was an axe. A huge axe.
That Luffy caught.
She's locked in her room because Muffs keep throwing stuff at her. But guys, look at it over his channel. He has done other videos about One Piece. Yep, sure has.
Private it, delete it.
And that one Mihawk video.
What? What was the purpose of teasing the Vander Decken lineage in correlation to Poseidon if this was the end result? None of it
It wasn't a tease. He was simply stating, here is my motivation for going after Shirahoshi so fervently. She has the power. The power has been said through my lineage. Vander Decken the First was after this power. Here is the power. I want the power. I don't want a Vander Decken the first flashback where he's reading the ancient in Vander Decken text, figuring out the mermaids. I don't want that. That is more than enough. Vander Decken was also a crazy person.
Nothing changed. The only thing that I can think of is that the sole purpose of Vander Decken was to have a character in the arc that had the ability to throw the Noah so that Oda could meet his quota of having an arc that has a time limit before you stop the big bad. And in this case,
no. Shirahoshi was locked away for her entire life because Vander Decken kept throwing stuff at her, thus making her so sheltered, being a crybaby, not really interacting with people, wanting desperately just to see her mom's grave.
Why is he explaining it now?
What changed that he explains it now instead of, yeah, we'll get to that later?
Yeah, why is he explaining this now?
Because it tells you why Vander Decken is there and why he acts the way he does. Exactly! But he doesn't want that. He wants the Vander Decken lineage. He wants that story. For some reason. I don't want that. I'm sorry, Drizzt. I don't want the backstory of Moon Isaac Jr.
What does it add to the story of One Piece to have that? What does it add to the Fishman Island arc to have that? It's better to know where Arlong, Jinbe, Fisher Tiger, Koala. It's better to know where they are. Shirahoshi's mom, Otahime. It's better to know where all of them come. Their mindset. Why the king still wants to do the dream. It's better to know that information. Unless he's tying the Vander Decken thing into something in present day, there is no need for us to see that.
Artificially raise the stakes. Vander Decken is a plot device.
Artificially raise the stakes as opposed to naturally raising the stakes.
And again, he just uses plot device.
So in Thriller Bark was just artificially raising the stakes with the time limit for the shadows. Skypiea artificially raising the stake with Inadu about to crash the entire island. He could have just left. He didn't need to blow everything up. This is what you're saying.
And again, he's not a plot device. He's a character with a motivation, a goal, a personality, an alliance, interactions with other people. I don't know what you want.
We don't know why Chopper's old lady doctor friend wants to be a doctor.
Plot device.
It doesn't matter.
Plot device.
More so than anything else, he's not a real character. Shirahoshi was trapped in a tower for 10 years and couldn't do anything that she wanted to do because Vander Decken's Devil Fruit made it dangerous to do otherwise. And that never comes full circle because there's nothing other than a gag going on between Shirahoshi.
It never comes full circle. She gets to go out. He throws more at her. He gets to meet her. And then he goes, I'm going to crash this whole place down because she rejected me.
Yes. We get to see Luffy's insanely trusting nature and how he deals with people. She's crying and going to leave. He goes, I don't like you. As he's actively eating her food. And then just going, oh, you want to do this thing? That's cool. I'll protect you. We get to see that. That's good stuff for Luffy. And then you get to see her going to her mom's grave for the first time ever. Big moment. It's just plot device stuff.
He just watched a masterclass video about writing and he thinks he's an expert. He watched some TED talk on how to write a story and now he's like, but Oda's not flash.
3 P's. 4 circles in a square. Hero's journey.
Yeah, we didn't even see the formation of Crocodile's organization. Why didn't we get to see that? Baroque Works. Because it does nothing for the story.
We don't need every single detail for every single person in every single event. Some things are, yes, there is this evil organization that Croc made. He got this weird dude that can transform.
We got Decken's motivation for Shirahoshi. Now, if you don't think his motivation is strong enough, that's on you. That's cool. I have no problem with that.
That's a whole nother argument. That's a whole nother section of this video.
But you're essentially going... He said what his motivation was. It was this thing with this Vander Decken clan, and now we're not getting any information on that. We don't need information on that.
Some things don't need to be explained. Sometimes a motivation is all a character needs. Exactly. But that's not what he wants.
It's like we didn't see Leorio's friend going through his disease or whatever. The reason he wanted to be a doctor. He just said, I want to be a doctor because my friend, nobody's giving the money and I need it.
We didn't see the slaughter of Kurapika's clan. His entire motivation.
We don't need to see everything. Sometimes just saying what the motivation is enough. Especially when it adds nothing to the story. Because if they did show this, you would have went, the arc is even longer. They could have cut this whole story out because it did nothing for the plot.
There's no winning.
Unless he ties it into something now or later. One Piece is too long. It takes forever. One is bad because there's not enough information on villains that are only there for one island.
World Builder's disease. Exactly. He mentioned that.
Shirahoshi and Vander Decken. It seems like a complete waste. What was the purpose of doing all of this? Vander Decken's plan sucks. All of this nonsensical...
If the Straw Hats were not there, dead. Everybody. Not everybody, but the straight line to Shirahoshi dead.
Oh, we did see his clan slaughtered in a chapter after Chimera Ants.
Okay, after Chimera Ant. Oh, I'm sorry, I ain't read the manga. It's trash. I'm not trying to see the secession arc in the Dark Kind. I ain't trying to see that. In Nin Beasts. Get that out of here. That ain't for me. Alright?
Nin Beasts sound real bad, y'all. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe I'm wrong.
And they have an ability, and then the Nin Beast has an ability. So they just got two abilities.
And it can be separate from whatever your...
Absolutely, not even connected. It's like the two Sharingans. It's like, oh, here's one that can put you in an impenetrable genjutsu forever, and here's a never extinguishing fire. How do those two connect? Well, Nux is gonna tell you.
Vander Decken's plan sucks. All of this nonsensical writing could have been easily fixed by either Oda or his editors because Vander Decken fucking sucks.
Fixed how?
Yeah,
you didn't explain how.
No, it could just be fixed. It could be fixed.
Fix
it.
He offers no fix.
Shut up, Oda, and fix it. Editors, what are you doing? Do your job. Fix it. Hey, my toilet don't flush. Fix it. No, what's exactly wrong with the toilet? Is it making any sort of noise? Is it overflowing? Is there not enough water? Fix it.
I can't connect to the computer. I can't connect to the internet.
Fix it.
Okay, I need this type of information. How many lights do you see on the modem?
Fix it.
It's your job to fix it. Why aren't you fixing it? Well, how about you tell me what...
simplistic view of the world to just go fix it.
And is a huge detriment to this arc. Oda spends so much time between Vander Decken and Hodie that could have been incorporated elsewhere.
Where else? The two main villains of the arc.
One of the main villains and one of the main side characters. Yeah. What is he talking about? We get some exploration on two characters, and you're saying it could have been spent elsewhere? Like what? Robin looking for a poneglyph?
And then he would be like, man, these villains are underdeveloped.
Underdeveloped!
There is no winning with this
unless you write it the way he wanted it
exactly the way he wants it. It needs to be short and good to his exact specifications.
I'm sure the One Piece is Moon Isaac Jr.'s backstory. Where's anime scenes when you need them?
Would you guys like to know the origins of Nojiko's headband? Drizzt would. She got a lot of tattoos. Hey, give me each one of them. It's her walking up and going, give me this tattoo, please. And we need to see them tattoos being put on her arms for this to be good. Otherwise, it's just a plot convenience that she has those tattoos.
if there was never going to be meaning here. Carrying on, though, the flashback ends the way that we all remember it, and things return to real time with Jinbe explaining that he had always intended to bring Arlong to justice, but wasn't able to find them because he had paid off officials to keep his location secret. Oda will continue to add on to scenes like these as the post-time skip continues. After the story of Otohime is told by Jinbe, Sanji has one of his lowest moments in the entire story.
Nope.
Before anything can be said by the person who the story most affects, Nami, Sanji, the kindest man in the world, butts in and tells Jinbe to kill himself.
Hey, edge yourself. It slice open your belly in retribution for causing 10 years of people dying and bleeding.
Not just Nami, but an entire town of people. You are the direct cause of so much suffering because you not only let this dude go, but you didn't walk up and check on him a single time. This is your fault. Obviously, this is going a little too far, but he needs to atone for this. It's directly his fault for not doing anything, for simply accepting the Marines' word that, Arlong is doing fine because Arlong paid them off. You don't go see your old friend who actively, as he's sailing away, going, I hate humans and I'll do anything to make them suffer. Oh, well, good luck to you, Arlong.
And yes, he's the nicest guy to girls. He don't give a shit about dudes.
Yeah.
So,
And he's also just a nice guy to regular people. At any point in time, you could be like, Usopp, you weakish, get the out of here. But in CP9, when Usopp is at one of his lowest points, he's just like, hey, yo, I can do a lot of stuff. You can do a lot of stuff. You do your thing and stop trying to do my thing. And Usopp's like, dang, you're right.
And that while it wouldn't redeem him, it'd at least make Nami feel a bit better because, that'd definitely make her feel better.
No, he didn't say redeem. He said it won't undo the crime.
It still happened.
It still happened. She's still suffering. And we know she's suffering because of all that setup with the eyes that you pointed to. He's angry because, as Ming said, he's angry that he let Arlong do that to Nami. How?
They were at the Ark. They saw the suffering that they went through. People scrounging to get the money, otherwise they'll be put in a dungeon.
Nami's mom blown up in front of her.
Thrown in a dungeon for years.
Stop saying dungeon!
That's what happened. You the finger point.
It'll spend the rest of your life in a dungeon.
Which is somehow more cruel than just blowing her away.
Absolutely.
A supreme showing of sensitivity and respect towards the man that Luffy has a connection with and who saved his life.
He don't give a about the sensitivity and connection Luffy had. You caused Nami suffering for a decade.
And hey, guess what? Luffy don't even care because he's knocked out sleep. When
Luffy didn't care in the other one because he walked away.
Jinbe goes, I caused all this Arlong stuff, and Luffy can't listen to a 10-minute story. He don't care.
Life at Marineford. Nami then tells Sanji to stop, but Sanji is just sort of sitting there, still wanting to go off on Jinbe.
He's still angry at Jinbe for causing the suffering in his eyes.
Anger should just be gone from 100 to 0. You should be like, oh, sure, I'm done now. You told me to stop, and I'll stop. And all smiles and happiness. After him sitting there going, I let 10 years of suffering. She was a slave, essentially, because of him, and I let that happen.
If you can't pay the cash, then you're out with the trash.
And feel free to quote me. Feel free to quote me, y'all. Yo, Arlong said the trash and the cash. And
why?
The threats are enough. We didn't need this nursery rhyme.
There's someone bleeding to death right over there. Trash.
Sanji fed Jin, helped Ken, wanted to give his life for Zoro, etc. He's nice to guys too. He's just overprotective of Nami here. Yeah, like I said, he's nice to other people.
You caused a lot of deaths, pain, and suffering for a decade.
Yeah.
And I'm angry about it.
I'm not sure what Oda really wanted in terms of how this comes off for Sanji to the reader.
As an angry man, angry for and Nami,
Yes.
suffering for a decade.
Now, your anger for Arlong...
Also, I feel like you're using a fan translation there.
It doesn't really matter. But your anger for Arlong, it gets pushed over to, oh, this dude allowed it to happen. So now, now I'm also angry at this guy. But he also helped Ace. Arlong. Sanji could be seen as like the audience surrogate of, hey, dude, why didn't you do anything? And Nami just like, hey, chill. It's fine. Don't be angry at Jinbe. He's the next crewmate. Wink, wink. This is what everybody wants. Wink. Ugh, I hate it.
Oh my god. I'm looking up the chapter for Sanji, Jinbe, and Nami. People ask, what chapter does Jinbe stand up to Big Mom? What episode
Yeah.
Come on, dude. I don't give a shit about this.
You could look up Odahime flashback and then look at the end, and then that'll be it.
That's probably a good idea because I tried to look for.
If you can't pay the trash, if you can't pay the trash, pay the trash. pay the trash man to take out your trash. But if you can't pay the trash with cash, then you're out with the trash as well.
On one hand, you might say that the intent was for Sanji to come off as being protective and caring. But if that were the case, then the way that Oda went about it results in the opposite being true. Because after Nami talks to Jinbe about how she's happy now with her friends, Sanji is just there in the background hovering around, trying to soak up and grab praise and attention from her. It makes Sanji look like an idiot, frankly.
Sanji is an idiot.
When it comes to women, he absolutely is. Where have you been for the last 15 years? Oh, my bad, you wasn't around. Where were you for the past 600 chapters, let's say? This is him. He'll turn on a dime for a woman.
Bro, everything is in anime. This is awful.
They don't use harakiri, which I think would be better, than slicing your belly open.
In a dungeon.
Yeah, put him in a dungeon.
It might not have been so bad, but I think this situation is compounded by Sanji's request for Jinbe to kill himself. That's really extreme.
Yeah, I found it.
But in spite of Sanji, Nami still delivers a good, wholesome speech. Which afterwards, Nami then begins to have her first interaction with Shirahoshi, almost all of which appears to be off-screen while Jinbe is giving exposition. Priorities.
Did you want him to sit there?
Yes, he does. He wants them to talk for some reason.
What is it? But you were just mad at Shirahoshi and Vander Decken having character exploration and interactions. But now you want it because it's a Straw Hat, so they need all of it.
Man, they're on point. Why this is off-screen, I'll never know. Because the potential dynamic between Shirahoshi and Nami is something that Oda definitely should have made a bigger part of the arc. Like Shirahoshi, Nami spent a lot of time locked up in a room doing things she didn't want to do until Luffy came to save her. And Nami's mom also passed away. There are things that they could bond over. But
hey, here are the things that we can bond over. It sure does suck, doesn't it? Yes, it does. I went through the same thing. A word? I'm sorry. I wouldn't. It's another thing of, yeah, the conversation, sure. If it was in there, I wouldn't complain. The fact that it's not in there, I'm not going to complain.
While Jinbe is giving exposition, a giant transponder snail randomly, and I mean just out of nowhere, walks out of the sea forest to show the Straw Hats a broadcast from Hodie Jones. Hodie goes on with yet another one of his speeches, which Oda purposely makes Jinbe and Nami highlighted figures in listening to. Earlier, I reminded you after Hodie's speech at Ryukyu Palace that Oda had gone out of his way to highlight Nami, right? Nami was even the central figure who was supposed to be listening to Jinbei's retelling of Otohime, Fisher Tiger, and what happened with Arlong. Luffy wasn't important. In any other story, you would assume that because Oda went out of his way to include Nami in all this and highlight her, that Nami would be one of the characters involved and at the forefront of the arc's resolution.
Can you give me an example of what type of show or manga you're talking about?
No. We don't do that here.
Sakura was the central in a lot of arcs, and she was not there at the forefront of those arcs.
Or the resolution. No.
Oh, okay.
Would you not?
Come on, let me hear you say it just once. Come on.
Trust Goda.
No! No, the other thing. Come on, I know it's just dangling off the tip of your tongue. Let me hear it just once, please.
Nami is...
Wrong!
Nami has the nice dialogue exchange with Jinbei, but it doesn't correlate to anything else of relevance.
It doesn't correlate to anything else of relevance.
It relieves him of his burden that he's been holding on to for all this time. And it shows that Nami is willing to forgive people, as she also did with Hachi. What else do you want?
Talks to Shirahoshi, but nothing comes of that. Nothing happens with Nami.
Nothing comes of Shirahoshi. Okay, what was supposed to come? What was supposed to come of those two talking? What was supposed to be explored? Oh, my mom also. Dang, that sucks. Agreed. What do we do now, Drizzt? What is the next thing, Drizzt? The same snail showed the princess's announcement at Otohime's funeral. This is where she was buried. It's just doing its job.
Oh, dang. Good eye, Joey. Every Straw Hat except for maybe Brook or Jinbei don't have mothers, so what? They need to gather in a circle and discuss their issues. That's what he wants. He wants a powwow of them just going, Mom? Nah. Dang. Mom? Yeah. Oh. Mom? I don't know. I was an orphan.
After she pieces together the history of the Fishmen, even though it seemed like she had a plan and wanted to learn things. Nami teams up with Robin in order to grab keys and yoink the petition, but there is nothing character-oriented for the rest of the arc, and Nami doesn't get anything else. All of this happens so fast and without meaning that it's almost negligible, and
there is meaning to it. You just wanted it to be explored more. You wanted it longer, but shorter in other parts. This month just wants the perfect manga.
Yes. He wants it to its exact specifications. And if it's not that, these things need to be longer. These things need to be shorter. This stuff just needs to be fixed.
Nature, because there is no central conflict for Nami to solve. It just happens and there you go. In my opinion, Fishman Island more than likely should have been Nami's second character arc in the story. Or at least an arc where she is the most important person in getting everything done.
In what way, Drizzt?
What agency could she have done to be the most important person?
What situation could be contrived to make her the most important person in solving an arc coming down and crushing everybody?
We've already seen her forgive somebody that literally was part of the crew that killed her mom. So what is she supposed to do in Fishman Island? Do a speech of just like, yes, I am still the person that forgives people for the bad things they've done to me.
Hey, everybody, trust humans. We will now.
What did you want? What was she meant to do in your opinion? See, this is the issue so many of these creators have. They say, it would have been better if this thing. It should have been like this thing. But they don't explain where they would have did that thing. How they would have did that thing. What would have been improved by it. So again, it's just like when people say themes and unlike other shonen. You're implanting your own story in your head when people say, Nami should have been the central character. Yes, she should have been, like if she would have, or if the story did this in your own head, as opposed to the creator telling you what they would have done. Drizzt, you're not very good at this. Please explain yourself.
Here's a situation where she could have been the focal point of this arc.
Here's what could have been changed. Now, it would be hilarious if 6 seconds later he was like,
It's gonna happen, because that's what always happens.
we've had that happen so many times. This is so boring. He's stretching this out longer than the One Piece anime.
He thinks he's making his points so point by point and minutely that it's just like, this is airtight. Nobody can touch this. But he's really not. What does Pink's backstory add to his fight with Frankie? It's not like it needed to be said out loud to Frank. Exactly. It's just a nice little moment that happened.
Oda wasn't even going to include it to the story until the editor was like, no, you do that, mother...
They don't want a new, better backstory. They want a new story.
It's going really bad, Jay.
Yeah, this is
CJ.
poor.
Really poor.
It fits best with the story here considering the antagonists are weak, and it makes the most sense given Nami's history as a character. From Arlong Park to Saba Odi to here, Nami has a history with Fishman. I don't know what went on during meetings and chapter discussions between Oda and his editors, but there is surely something wrong with how he wrote this arc. I don't get why he wrote the things he did for it to ultimately not connect to anything meaningful.
Again,
Cool.
you're not explaining, you're just
Cool.
reiterating.
Cool.
Just not even try.
He's not trying. Why should we? Why do we need to put in effort if he's not putting in effort? If this is a picture that he's showing and just like, yeah, no effort picture, why do we need to try? If this video got, let's see how many likes it got. I understand the dislikes. That's a whole nother thing. But I just want to see what the likes are. Because the likes are people agreeing with him.
Mm-hmm. Or his friend that never even saw the video, but she's like, I know Drizzt does good work, so, watch the video.
1.7K up.
Ooh, that's not good, because I'm sure he's got,
Yeah, that's not great.
16K views.
It's not great. It's 49K.
Oh, Jesus.
But that's still 1,000.
Airtight Swiss keys.
It's still 1,700 people that agree with him. Or agree enough to give him a thumbs up. Or even just like him enough to be like, I trust that I'm not going to watch this, or I haven't watched it all the way through, but I trust that you will give me more stuff that I agree with than disagree with. Mm-hmm. And that's a whole lot for this level.
He basically gets hoed this entire arc. During Hodie's speech...
Nope. No explanation of what he would have done.
No.
No pushing for what he would have done.
You can just do it. You can just make her the center of the arc. Oda can just do it.
He could have
fix it.
Another second character arc. This should have been hers.
Less time with Hodie and Vander Decken and more time with Nami.
Talking to Shirahoshi, I guess. Relating to her about being big sad about mom died.
I don't know what Oda and his editors were thinking. They weren't thinking exactly like me in the way that I would just go, hey, make this a second character arc. How? Yeah, just fix it. Do it.
He reveals that Zoro and his group got captured, which leads to an argument between Luffy and Jinbe about how they should proceed. Meanwhile, at Gyeongcourt Plaza, Oda continues to hype up Hodie by having him take out the princes and the soldiers. Jinbe and Shirahoshi are intentionally captured alongside Megalo and brought to Hodie, which brings up another topic of interest. Madame Charlie speaks up from the crowd and informs Hodie that no matter what he does, he is destined to lose because she had prophesied that Luffy would be the one to destroy Fishman Island.
Ooh, not destined to lose. Destined to destroy Fishman Island. Bring about his ruin, I think it said.
Yeah, something like that. And Hodie's like, oh, word? How about this? Wham!
Meaning that anything he does doesn't matter. Jinbe overhears this because he's in the plaza too,
But that's not... She's only being said that 100% of her prophecies come to pass.
And it doesn't even say what ruin actually is. Like, what am I looking for? The separation of people. Segregation. The segregation of the fishmen and the humans. is a ruin our way of thinking? Who knows what ruin technically is?
How would we rate Drizzt's critique of the series?
He has some points. I'll say a 3. 2? Somewhere.
I was going into 2 range.
2, somewhere around there. 2, 3, somewhere around there.
But according to the Discord, it gets bad.
Oh yeah, we're not even in the bad stuff. Just think about that.
I'm just like, oh no, Punk Hazard, word. That's where you hype
like everyone
up.
else.
You mean right after his defeat by Zoro? Were you saying Zoro easily defeated?
Piece that man up.
Because he's in the plaza too, just like everyone else. But apparently he had his ears shut, because this is never brought up in the future of the story to any other person or acknowledged by Jinbe himself as something he cares about, which seems odd. He heard her say this and I guess ignored it.
Doesn't believe it. Just be that. What is he's supposed to turn to Luffy and go, "Hey yo, you're supposed to bring about the ruin of the Fishman Island."
Could you not? I would very much
I'm
prefer
leaving, so-
if you did not do that. Whatever you're gonna do, don't do it, Luffy. We don't know how you're gonna bring about the ruins, but just don't do that, please. You got it.
Sorry, gotta.
Drizzt Oda make Nami the main character, you coward. That's what he's going. He's just like, yeah, this was clearly her arc, so just do it.
Proclamation, Hodie sends a water bullet and injures Madame Charlie. Hodie then informs the audience that Charlie is Arlong's younger sister. Similar to my statement when it comes to Den, Madame Charlie being Arlong's younger sister has no purpose in the story and is not incorporated into a relevant plotline.
Does it need to be?
Yeah, it doesn't need to.
Do the princes being Shirahoshi's brother mean anything to her being the weapon Poseidon?
And it can also just be said that, hey, yo, my brother was this, I'm this. I'm a chill person. I don't hate humans or anything. It's like, it's not all of us. Direct bloodline. I'm cool.
If Hodie didn't say it, it wouldn't have changed anything. This is yet another missed opportunity.
To do what? For her to go, yes, I am her, but I'm not like him. I like humans.
It's a missed opportunity to do it. Please explain, Drizzt. Please, I'm begging you. He's gonna. I trust you.
What are you going to put down on this? Let me hear it. I get one free revisited.
That's fine.
Because outside of her prophecies, Madame Charlie could have been a more prominent figure in the arc. You have her being Arlong's sister, we are dealing with the influence of Arlong, Nami, and the legacy all within Hodie. Why Charlie isn't involved more, I don't know, because even in the flashback panels we see that Charlie and Hodie seemingly grew up in the same environment and knew each other, but turned out differently. Seems like that could have played into something more important, doesn't it? Once again, Oda chooses to ignore depth and to stick to shallow waters. After waterboarding Charlie,
I can't believe this. You know what? It seems like Drizzt is going to be your Oceanus, where I just kept going, you know, Oceanus, maybe. And he let me down every time. I've just stopped believing in content creators. Just stopped.
I believed in people. I believe that based upon him explaining some things and not other things, he would. But I was foolish.
You can believe in people, but don't believe in this person.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, so,
Stop trusting, dear. I'm sorry, I'm a trusting person. I expected something. I should have realized after the Nami thing.
yeah, no, there's
I'm
nothing.
a fool.
There's nothing left for this dude. Just like, it's dealing with Arlong, she's his sister. Why it could have been more prevalent in the arc and did more things. Like what, sir? It just could have. My God, what is Oda doing?
Just do
Shallow waters, more depth.
Stop not doing it and do it.
Hey, Vander Decken got depth, but I guess it wasn't enough depth because we didn't get to see the past of his clan. Oh, it's wasting time with Shirahoshi, even though she's getting depth. Okay, cool. So it's depth. It needs to be depth in the way that you want it to be depth. You believe in Drizzt, the man who did a racist voice.
When you put it like that.
Early, Hodie admits to killing Otohime, has a cringy speech to Shirahoshi, where we learn that Shirahoshi knew the entire time that Hodie was the one to kill
Cringy
Otohime
speech.
because Megalo
Just
saw
say
it
it.
happen. Hodie calls
Pause.
Shirahoshi...
That's the same thing. You're going into Cosmo territory with the Spider-Man just going, it's a cringy opening. Just saying cringy means nothing. How is it cringy? What would you do to change it? How could it be better?
You believe Drizzt, the man that put in a Hitler clip?
You know what? If you were just like, is the next sentence that Drizzt says gonna be in English? I'd be like, maybe. I wouldn't trust that fully anymore because I don't know what this bastard.
This sounds like a long, unnecessary video to apply to be Oda's assistant.
an idiot for not telling anybody because it resulted in Hodie being able to do what he's doing right now. He then proceeds to hurt Shirahoshi's family as a form of taunting her. Now, Shirahoshi is an idiot for not saying anything, but that's the point, and it ties into her character archetype. She's a child in a teenager's body and is ignorant as a...
Cringy speech, the man who did a Prince rap.
Wow. He doesn't see a problem with that. A horribly offbeat Fresh Prince rap.
That's clean slander. Oh, okay, cool. Cool, Drizzt.
Result of it. In her mind, she was just trying to do right by Otohime by attempting to move on. And given that she isn't really smart, this all kind of makes sense. It's at this point that the children ask Madame Charlie when Fishman Island is going to be destroyed, to which she replies with, I don't know. In my visions, I only see the future. It might be tomorrow, it might be 1 year from now, which sets the rule that Charlie doesn't know when these things are going to occur. I'm sure Oda will stick to this rule later on.
That was 6 hours, right?
It was an hour and 15 minutes.
No.
We have another
No.
4:45.
If you look at the time that we started and then look at what time it is in England, that's 6 hours. Please let it be 6 hours.
What?
I'll change it. I'll change it to another in country or continent or whatever.
It is, wow, 6 hours.
6
exactly.
hours. We're out. We're out of here.
All right.
That's 6 hours.
Citizens
I hate it here.
The citizens start screaming for Luffy, and then Luffy shows up as designed. Nami uses her Mirage Tempo to turn herself and Robin invisible to steal the documents. Just so we're clear here, Nami has an ability that can turn herself invisible. That's, damn.
Not invisible, but more like camouflage.
Yes.
And she's done things like this before.
I mean, that's pretty useful, right? Seems like the perfect ability to use for a rescue mission. I'm sure Oda will keep with continuity and definitely utilize this. The Straw Hats show up.
We don't know how long it lasts. We don't know if you need to be close to Nami. We don't know if the weather temperature needs to be correct.
It has to be. It's a Mirage. And again, she's used Mirage Tempo in the past.
Hey, Drizzt, you idiot. People have hockey.
Observation hockey.
They can tell where you are. And people also have ears so they can hear footsteps and stuff. And Luffy is not a quiet person. It wouldn't work.
And the fight at the plaza begins. Luffy uses large-scale Conqueror's Hockey, and we see a little bit of some new stuff that the Straw Hats are capable of. Frankie unleashes his inventions. Usopp shows some effects of the pop greens. Sanji reveals that he developed Skywalk because he was running away from Okama's.
So good.
Okay. As well as Hell Memories, an ability with...
Okay! He runs and then he runs someplace that they can't get him. What's the problem with that? It makes a lot of sense, especially since he saw motherfuckers doing it. He knows that it's possible. He has the leg strength, and he does it. Okay. That's all you got to say about it. But then later, he flew away and he thought that he could get away.
We don't know if that's what he's gonna say.
No, with the whole Cake Island thing.
We don't know if that's what he's.
No, we heard the clip.
Oh, he said that.
No, when he said that in Whole Cake Island, Sanji was an idiot. You remember I played a little bit?
Oh,
he
yeah,
was like,
I forgot
Sanji
about
was
that.
an idiot
You're
thinking
right.
that he
You're
could
right.
get away. And
You're
we were
right.
just like, he didn't know that people could also do the skywalk at will like he could.
Yep, you're right.
He could face people on the ground, a bunch of people surround him, or he can go in the air where there's nobody there. And then, oh, whoops, everybody can do it. But Sanji's an idiot because of that. And again, this just okay doesn't say anything.
Nope.
We don't know if he's fine with it, if he has a problem with it, nothing. I don't like this.
As well as Hell Memories, an ability which I'm sure Oda will remember to use again. Zoro.
What is Hell Memory, sir?
What is it? How is it better than the Kosei shoot where it's just the grill marks in their stomach?
Commas. Okay. As well as Hell Memories.
What is Hell Memory?
How is it any better or worse than any of his other techniques?
An ability which I'm sure Oda will remember to use again. Zoro doesn't do anything new. Chopper reveals some cheapified new forms, and most notable of all is the fact that he can now control Monster Point for a short duration of time, but afterwards is left completely helpless. The new design for Monster Point is a significant downgrade and loses virtually everything that was cool about it in the pre-time skip. I don't know what made Oda think this was a good choice, but Chopper is down bad. But there's lots of room for improvement.
What is cool about the pre-time skip design versus the...
His horns look different.
No! Not you!
Oh.
This man introduced this and does nothing with it. Hey, your book report is on Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks was a good person.
Monster.
Or a monster. Jury's still out. And that's all you write.
So, this is his powers going out of control. So, of course, he's going to look a lot wilder and a lot more feral, as opposed to a more controlled version of it. Oh, you're looking up the difference?
I'm looking up his post-time skip to see. That's a good one. I don't exactly get the horns. Can I get the horns, please? Can I get the horns? You mother...
You know what it is.
Could you go back a little bit? He showed a full shot of them. The horns are basically the same. The nose, the snout, the chin, the face.
He holds onto his hat.
His face is still long. He still got a little bit of chin hair. His scraggles still scraggly. Could you go forward to his arm? Forward more. Arms are still the same. Chopper had them dark, evil shadow eyes. Is that just it? Is that literally just it? Because it looks the same. He even keeps his hat in Monster Chopper form here. Hey, I'm not...
I guess his horns were more feral, more out.
He got a couple more pointies. My goodness.
I think this was a good choice, but Chopper is down bad. But there's lots of room for improvement, so maybe Oda has more in store later.
So is Chopper just supposed to beat everything and anything that he comes across with that form?
And is that his purpose? Because to me, one of Chopper's best moments is in Punk Hazard when he's trying to save Mocha and all the kids.
Yeah.
Not a big punch man.
Rosa Parks is a racist, allegedly. To some people, it could be said. You got to add those things in.
Does he know what down bad means? Absolutely not, Winnie. Absolutely not.
No, he just like, no, it's a funny thing to say. I heard it once. I heard my hood friend say that.
Word up. I also the rap.
Cat's role here is to fight Hodie's gang of goons while Luffy fights Hodie himself, as is usual. Hodie, obviously, is being easily overwhelmed and outclassed by Luffy, but through the power of crack, is able to hang on past the first few blows. Hodie sees Vander Decken's insane attempt of throwing the Noah and takes the fight into the ocean, where after an exchange with Luffy while he is at a disadvantage in the water, goes and mortally wounds Vander Decken, under the idea, and Hodie states this himself, that if he were to kill Vander Decken, then his ability would cease to operate and the Noah would fall on Fishman Island. Much to my shock, upon my reread of Fishman Island, I realized that by the end of the arc, Vander Decken didn't die. He was just tossed into the same jail cell as Hodie, which makes this entire sequence kind of odd in retrospect because even Oda makes it seem like Vander Decken needed to die in order for the Noah to fall.
Doesn't need to die. We have seen many times where people's get knocked out and their ability stops working.
And we've seen people get stabbed in the stomach and them not die.
And it makes it more complicated because there is no guideline for which devil fruits stop whenever you are knocked out versus the ones that need to be manually turned off. Remember that Moria, even if you killed him, his fruit would still be active. But yeah, the Decken gets stabbed by Hodie, and that's the end of him in this arc. This was the culmination of the Vander Decken. All of his panel time led to this moment. Simply incredible. Amazing. Hodie then...
Okay. Fishman Island is not a good arc regardless, so I'm not going to defend a lot of this.
Pretty good one.
But my God, the reductive reasoning is unbelievably on display here.
Goes to terrorize Shirahoshi for the upteenth time, and she is saved by Luffy. Hodie makes yet another one of his villain speeches and says that Luffy can't protect anything.
Pause.
Luffy...
What about Crocodile's villain speeches? What about Inaru's villain speeches? Villains do speeches. It happens. Don't say it like it's a derogatory thing. And if you're not saying it as a derogatory thing simply to provide information, then why does it even need to be said if it's constantly done?
He tried to throw an axe too and he slipped. Oh yeah, that did happen. I feel like Drizzt just left some stuff out to make his point seem better.
It's fine.
He responds with, "Wrong. I'll protect everything. That's what the last 2 years were for." This dialogue from Luffy sets up his motivation and ideas around strength and what his priorities are. And I think comes off as a good line because it relates to the foundation of the time skip. Luffy trained...
Oh, wow. It ain't gotta be you, Shirahoshi. It just gotta be somebody.
Anybody.
Drizzt says there's other ways.
during this portion so that he could be strong enough to protect his...
Don't keep looking at me.
I was just like, were there flower petals? And there absolutely were flower petals.
Crew and never lose anybody ever
Okoboshi's
again.
going for it, though.
This
He's
dialogue
cool.
from Luffy brings up some questions. How would Luffy react if he failed to protect his crew? If Luffy were to be defeated, would it call into question everything he's been trying to accomplish? I can't wait to see how Oda has this come into play. Shortly...
Okay. If Luffy fails, that just means there were still more strong people.
Yes.
And he just needs to keep pushing. Now, if they would have just entered the New World 2 years ago, no matter how much he pushed, he would have gotten ran through.
Dead.
But
all
now
of them.
he at least has an opportunity.
He has the abilities at his hands.
The knowledge and all of that stuff
Yeah.
to be able to put into practice and beat these people. So even if he stumbles or falls a couple times, he will win. Because he never called into question when Crocodile pieced him up twice. He just kept going. And Usopp was like, Luffy not losing. So there are going to be times where he stumbles and he's cool with that. But at least now he knows he absolutely could. He said run and shot by Odie because he knew he couldn't. He knew if there were more people like that in the New World, which there absolutely are. There's a bunch of in Yonko.
Pumas and admirals.
We're not going to be able to do nothing.
After this encounter, Fukaboshi points out all of the hypocrisies in Hodie's plan. Hodie planned to take over and rule Fishman Island, but now wants to destroy it. He wanted the Fishman District to take over because they dislike humans, and now he plans on killing everybody. And if he accomplishes his goal, there will be nothing left for him to return to. Hodie then reveals the truth. Humans have never treated him wrong, and he's just a product of the environment because the fishmen didn't pay enough attention to each other. Hodie is the chaotic embodiment of hatred. This is the narrative that Oda crafted for Hodie, and it makes sense for the most part. I would say that there is actually a missing link here with Hodie in terms of how he got from point A to point B. I don't think you can make the argument that Hodie wasn't serious earlier in the arc about wanting to become the new ruler of Fishman Island. It wasn't a front. Hodie's plan from the beginning wasn't to pull a Joker. It wasn't all about chaos from the beginning. There was a structured idea driving his hand, misguided but still there. And somewhere
Please
in
explain
between,
exactly what you're coming to this conclusions from.
This right here.
Are those his men around him that he's hyping up?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Stranger, if you feel that,
When you could press X and do whatever you want
and come back in 2 hours and we'll still be here.
We're stuck here.
in all of this, it changed from what he originally wanted to do into being chaos and going batshit crazy.
Hyping
Perhaps you
people
can
up.
make the argument.
How many times has Joker hyped people up? Man, we're gonna take Gotham, when really he just wants to fight Batman or do this specific thing. How many times have villains hyped their men up and do something totally different from what they said? Lex Luthor does it all in time.
Maybe he was just lying to get goons to follow him. Exactly. Just another thing to just get more people on his side, to have more people to take over the kingdom. Instead of just going, hey, I'm going to crash an ark and kill everybody in the entire Fishman Island. He just goes, I'm going to rule and I'm going to make it better for everybody.
Yeah, those humans. Yeah, those humans.
Not, yay! I like that shop over there. I don't want it to get crushed. Are you going to crush that shop? Yes,
Absolutely.
I am.
Sorry.
Join me. No, I don't want to.
I don't think I will.
Dead.
No, sir. I don't think I will.
That his overdosing on pills is partly to blame because he seems to be obsessed with them after he gets his hair conikied. But I don't even know if that's good enough. Perhaps being backed into the corner makes him just go insane, and that's a good enough justification. Overall, though, what Oda is going for is mostly substantiated through the writing. Hodie ends up being what Fukaboshi said he was. The concept and evidence for a good theme are all present here. It connects back to Arlong, it makes sense with the Fisher Tiger flashback and how things shouldn't be done in front of children because it'll affect the future. Hodie is a byproduct of everything that shouldn't have happened. Yet despite this, Hodie is commonly looked at as one of the primary reasons that people do not enjoy Fishman Island. Why is that? The writing makes sense, right? So what's wrong? Let's break it down.
Ooh.
Hodie Jones.
Hodie Jones is a bit representative of Fishman Island.
Popeye biscuit that he just eats dry. It's very, very good. I enjoy that TikTok. I'm not laughing at Drizzt. Let's not confuse this here. Drizzt dumb little words, they didn't do nothing. The TikTok is funny.
Jones is a bit representative of Fishman Island in general because he dominates such a large portion of the story.
Paul,
so when you talk about
not. There are long stretches of chapters where he gets a panel or two. I remember reading it just like, where's Hodie? What's he doing? Oh, he's in an alliance with not in a relationship. Don't do it, Dad. He's in an alliance with Vander Decken.
arc, you kind of have to bring in Hodie. And Fishman Island as an arc was in quite the difficult position in terms of its placement. Fishman Island is the heir and recipient of all of the residual emotion, hype, and aftermath that came from Marineford. I'm sure there was a lot of pressure due to how the popularity of One Piece boomed during this portion of the story, for Oda to create something that would keep up and retain the series' newly acquired fame.
Pause.
No, he's not concerned with a bunch of people not buying his manga.
He just said the boom and now newly acquired fame. Please show numbers indicating that the manga sales for Marineford had an uptick in relation to Thriller Bark. Please show that, but you can't, anime44.com.
While managing to stay true to Oda's vision. Arcs like Fishman Island can be subject to overhate because of where they are placed in the story and how authors go about handling them.
That's a bad arc.
It's a bit of a tough spot to be in as a creator. I'm sure you've watched movies or other anime where you'll finish something that is basically the super climax of a portion of the story, and then the following arc feels lackluster in comparison. That's just the natural result of having to start over. People are used to things continuing to build up, so whenever you get that natural break of momentum and begin anew, it feels deflating.
I can't think of anything where I'm just like, dang, that last one was so huge, and now we're getting this small scale stuff. This is like this. I'm in love, Gentle.
Dude, that's best.
It's the best, and it's such a small scale. I just want a little notoriety. No, you can't hurt that little girl's smile. It's amazing.
And that was right after a big quirkless drug. Big mafia arc taking out Yakuza stuff.
Mirio getting
infinite in
one for all. All this stuff. And then you just get this dumb YouTuber. I don't remember any time where I'm just like, dang, this is deflating.
But I think he means that it was such a hype arc, and then whatever the next arc isn't as good, and it feels deflating. Like, say, if people really didn't like Chapter Black after the Dark Tournament, that would feel deflating. Or even Three Kings after Chapter Black.
Again, this is just nebulous people out there.
And nebulous in shows and arcs and
feelings and reasons why it's deflating. But I'm just looking at myself and my experience and what I've read, and I can't think of any real situation where I felt like that.
It feels like this is very hype beast stuff, where it's just like the big hyped arc, and we got the big hyped arc, and we're all hyped, and then
now we need to continue that.
Yeah, we need to get up more hype. But this isn't as hyped, and as such, we all feel real down and deflated because it's not as hype. I'm not a big fan of Marineford. It's okay. But everybody's just like, it's peak One Piece and all this stuff.
Mr. Moore's just put out a video that was Fishman Island. Not Fishman Island. Marineford, I think is the greatest arc of all time.
It's an okay arc. It's just got a lot of big hype stuff.
Why Marineford is the greatest manga arc of all time. Oh yeah, I see you changed that thumbnail. Piece of shit.
From he had the spoiler, the big spoiler boy,
the big punchy punch spoiler. Like that's a good idea. What the was you doing? But yeah, it's fine. But it's a big war, and now people are just like, oh, it's just the Straw Hats. I'd rather the Straw Hats than watching Whitebeard, and I like Whitebeard, but Whitebeard just doing stuff and Luffy going, dang, I just gotta run over there. I'd rather see the Straw Hats interacting, doing fun stuff. Somebody pointed out that it was Luffy, while they were sailing to Fishman Island, that Luffy was picking his nose in one panel. You see his finger with the booger going toward Usopp in the next panel. And then you see Usopp in a couple panels later with just a booger on his arm. And nothing's made of it. That's the stuff I want. All this big war stuff, that's fine if you about that stuff. But I'd rather see the Straw Hats do anything other than Whitey Bay and Big Mallet Chin guy come up and just go, we're here to stop you.
Oh yeah, I have forgotten that Drizzt is talking about Oda felt that pressure or whatever to keep it going while still crafting his narrative. But then his editor was like, hey, Oda, chapter 1,000 coming up. What we doing? He's like, yeah, okay.
A word, is it?
What am I supposed to do
I didn't
with
reach that already? Okay.
How much longer till this section is over?
That's a very good question.
We are at 357 essentially.
Why is it not in my history? Okay, I was about to go. Let's just give this a play.
Hey,
while
no,
I'm looking for that. You woof! You mother! You have to actively edit that and move that clip over because you're not standing there. You're not just going the undisputed king of slander and then waiting. You gotta edit that, and if you just move that over a little bit,
probably
what the fuck are you doing?
Second.
Oh my goodness! I'm giving the people what they want. It's the bit. It's bit. Oh my goodness! Okay, what 53, 56.
57 essentially.
So Punk Hazard starts at 4:26.
What? We got another 30 minutes.
Here they're in the Hodie Jones section, and then we get into Shirahoshi character discussion plus Shirahoshi. Okay. And then we get into Punk Hazard.
We got another 30 minutes. This is
Be the manga is where I spend most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, how cool I'm making YouTube videos while outside of school. When a couple of One Piece acts were up to no good, started making trouble in my neighborhood. I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, well, hereby dub you, Drizzt the drag down.
This is what we wanted. This is what the people wanted. This is what the clap is for.
The people are happy, and that's all that matters.
I'd rather they be unhappy, honestly, than ever hear that again. Ever.
That's just me.
Bro, I legit thought we were close to the end. I thought we had maybe 12 minutes left.
Ooh.
We got another 30?
Yeah. What's the problem?
The MCU had to deal with this to an extreme degree after Endgame. They needed to go to the next phase of movies, and it's hard to make the fans care as much as they once did with the original cast of characters and moving forward with...
Spider-Man is one of the highest grossing superhero movies of all time.
Absolutely. Hang on. Boom, boom, doom, doom.
I tried to save y'all from that. I just want it known.
Right after Endgame was Far From Home, and Far From Home got 1.32 billion. And Endgame got 2.7 billion. A lot of people still cared. Following directly after the next couple of months. Endgame was in April and Far From Home was in July. And Far From Home is okay.
Okay.
And the phase 4 is Black Widow, and that doesn't really count.
Yeah, we're in
yeah.
the
So
pandemic.
now we're in the 2020, 2022s. The numbers don't really matter. But you're wrong, Drizzt.
new people, or to feel the same excitement because all of the movies Marvel had been leading up to a definitive end. And starting again makes people feel like it'll be
No, it was not leading up to a definitive end.
It can go on forever.
There were a lot of things that just like tangentially connected through movies. No, don't even hit me with this.
What about in comics? Hey, Civil War. This is the logical end, and then it continues after that. Doesn't matter. You think it is, but it's still going, and it can go on forever. They can always introduce new characters, new plot lines, everything, anything.
Oh, No Way Home is good. We were talking about Far From Home. Far From Home is okay.
Yeah, Far From Home is fine. Tom Holland he carries it, and it's not fair because he's so good as Spider-Man.
I'm Jake Gyllenhaal, Mysterio.
Absolutely.
I'll hit me some Mysterio. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a good little dynamic. And
One
then
of the
all
most
the trippy illusion stuff. That stuff is good stuff.
One of the most creative fights is when they fight and he's just going through the graves with like Tony Stark and trying to punch Mysterio, but it's a wall. Like, it's such a good, one of the best.
Yep.
Able to make things new that don't just repeat the same formula. This wasn't really the case with One Piece. Unlike the example for Avengers Endgame, Marineford and 3D2Y naturally lend themselves to creating the feeling that you want to see more, because there isn't a definitive end to anything, just drama. So there is arguably more hype and excitement coming into Fishman Island and the New World than there is at any other point in the story, aside.
Not for me.
Yeah, no.
I guess to see what the Straw Hats could do, their
Other
growth.
than that, it's Fishman Island. You know, this is just a place we gotta go to.
From maybe Wano, which means that Hodie Jones ends up being the first villain that a fresh and fit Straw Hats encounter in the New World, and he doesn't really hold up well. Hodie Jones is a failed layered villain masquerading as a one-dimensional character. Not that there's anything wrong with one-dimensional villains, which is something that I think a lot of people tend to misconstrue
What is
since there is a bad.
What is this?
Where is this coming from?
What is this? I don't know what these bubbles are. I don't know what you're doing. What is he doing? What are the bubbles? Somebody please to be explained.
We got Adam Warlock way back in Guardians 2 and the mother ain't show up yet. Yeah, he sure hasn't. So that's the thing that can happen.
Perhaps it's because the story's not finished, just saying.
Construe, since there is a bad stigma around them. Not every villain needs to have elaborate motives, and having every.
But you were mad about Vander Decken not having his motives all explored.
Did the video get any better, Nami? Why are you asking that? You know what the answer is. We played the song, though. You missed that. That was hype.
It was not hype.
Everybody was hype.
It was so angering. I forgot how bad that shit
It was very hype. Everybody was hype. Everybody was grooving.
Yeah, dude, you're 2 seconds off. How do you have no rhythm?
Everything from then on.
Everything's off beat. Like, if he would have just slid that track over
just a little bit, it wouldn't have been good, but it would have been better.
It would have been closer, if nothing else.
Every villain be super complex can run the risk of taking.
Super complex. Super complex. You wrote and recorded this. Just say complex again.
For over 30 years, Compex has been a global leader in muscle stimulation technology. They make big boots. Look at these $400 big muscle stimulating
Wait, wireless
boots.
what? Do they connect to your watch and stuff? Wireless compression?
Yeah. Must be one of those muscle, they vibrate. And
No, thank you.
It's for athletes that need their muscles loosened up.
Really, please play it again. I missed it. I was pushing for it hard and I missed it.
You got it,
No,
Nami.
no.
You got it. Here we go.
In a manga, this switch in beliefs came about.
I am vehemently against this.
How many things have I been
Now,
against?
this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. And I'd like to take a minute, I don't mean to pander. I'll tell you how I became the undisputed king of slander.
Hey, I am under extreme duress.
A word?
In West Pennsylvania, born and raised, being a manga maru is where I spend most of my days.
What? Go back.
Did he slow down that N to make it kind of fit? Listen.
It does sound like there's a cut in, like right there.
I think he slowed it down to make it, but he didn't.
Instead of just moving the track over a little bit.
Days be the manga Maru's where I spend most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, how cool. I'm making YouTube videos while outside of school. When a couple of One Piece socks who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, well, hereby dub you, Drizzt the drag down.
He's so white. So painfully white. How hard is it to hear the beat? Hear what Will Smith... Now, my best guess is that he recorded it without the beat playing in his ear. But then move the audio track over because it does not come in at the same time.
It's the easiest thing. You have unlimited editing time. That can't take more than, 3 minutes to record properly? If you have to record one line and then the next line instead of all just in one take. Do what you gotta do to make it sound good. Don't just ramble on like it ain't nothing and go, this is fine. And then complain about other people's quality. When they have so many hands that they gotta go through. So many upper people, lower people. You gotta think about
unlimited amount of time.
All this stuff. And then you put out this? I want to hear this mother say it was purposely bad. Just to put up that shield. I want to hear this bastard say that. That's unreasonably bad. You can't be that bad on purpose. No. That has to be accidentally. I have no frame of reference in editing, nor in rapping, nor in music tracks because it just loops that part. It's not even the part that it's supposed to be at. And so you just do this. But let me do a whole big old video complaining about other people. You don't do this.
Now, here's what I assume happened. Because it's supposed to be 2 loops before Will Smith comes in. I think he heard 1 loop, and then halfway through the second loop, he was already like, let in with... He was... We don't need Triton for nothing.
Could make a whole entire hour revisited on that just this song. We can go line by line with this dude and pick it apart. He is so offbeat. You can't be purposely that offbeat.
Tion, you came in at a... There's no good time to come in, sorry. Just this image alone should make you go, what the am I watching?
Pion, you just missed the song. It's
good.
It's a darn shame. We just played it.
And having every villain be super complex can run the risk of taking away from the most important villains in the story if everyone's super special. Although, whether you have a complex or simple villain,
he wanted a backstory for Vander Decken
the
first.
Yep. He wanted a backstory for that, and as such, he would have also needed Hodie to be better.
So I don't know. Hang on real quick.
What are we doing?
You know what I'm doing.
We're not going to in Nux's rap, are we?
Yeah, we are.
Why?
Daddy, I should be better of 2 drop of this.
What's that rap? Oh my goodness.
I forgot how
bad.
this was.
Yep, there it was in the alley.
Bye-bye, just yesterday. I don't even know enough about you. It's okay.
Oh! Ooh, I don't think I could do this one.
Oh, but you can do
might be worse.
Let's hear it.
Just one
No, everybody
line.
wanted it.
Always borrow money from a pessimist. They won't expect it back. Hey, that's not nice. Well, here's my first issue. I barely even know enough about you to diss you. Do you guys honestly think that you stand a chance against me when you commoners don't even have the stature to address me? That's bananas. I'll do damage, and I won't use my katana. You'll be easier to beat than the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ojamas.
You wouldn't beat one, let alone if we're clones. For runs against a ninja, no wonder you were boned.
It's a good thing I came when I did.
So let me explain why the Boruto is worse.
Oh, let's
because
see.
he clearly tried.
Wait, oh, dude.
He absolutely tried and is not good, so that makes it worse than Drizzt, who arguably tried and is bad just through his own incompetence. the pure. It's like if you got in Denzel. I almost said Denzel Washington. Rodney. What's his name? The basketball player?
Dennis Rodman?
Dennis Rodman. Because I almost went Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, get him in there too. But it'd be like if he went into the booth and started rapping. It's like, yeah. Oh, and I'm sure he had the production value and all this stuff. And it was still horrible.
Horrible.
And he tried.
Horrible.
Instead of just this bum on the streets like, yeah, this is bad, but it's supposed to be bad because he ain't got nothing behind him. This is all these people behind him that they can make it good, but it's just not. Nux tried. That's why it's worse. And he also has a bad voice. I don't like his voice. It's decided. Nux is worse.
Are qualities that are very important to the success of a villain's implementation in any given story,
Came in
which
at the
aren't
wrong
reliant on
time.
character depth. Charisma, a commanding screen presence, character design, strength, not always physically related, and or competence. Good villain.
You can get 5 words on the screen at the same time.
Competence was not centered correctly.
Villains tend to have these qualities and then some, and having these qualities is particularly crucial for one-dimensional characters. Which makes sense if you think about it. If you don't have character depth, then obviously you need to make up for in other categories in order to stand out. Crocodile, as he's presented within Alabasta, is the perfect example of a well-executed one-dimensional villain. Crocodile, of course, gains more depth outside of Alabasta, but while he's in it, he's mostly just a Mr. McBad guy. Hodie, by any comparison, has next to nothing. His dialogue is filled with cringy, generic villain talk.
Oh my goodness.
What was Crocodile filled with?
This is the lowest level of critique to simply just go cringy and generic. It means nothing. I hate this. Use your words. Stop explaining stuff in such great detail and then just go cringy and generic. Juxtapose that against any other villain from like Fairy Tail and then like Bleach and then other stuff and go, look, this is essentially the exact same thing. Do that instead of just going cringy and generic. Rank Drizzt Rap, Nux Rap, and Rap City Boys, which is worse. Rock City Boys at top.
Yep.
Drizzt, and then Nux. That's the list.
Here's the thing with Nux. You could... It feels like he did multiple takes. I wouldn't be surprised if Drizzt did a take and just went,
Yes.
There we go. We got it.
Kind that comes out of like 80s and 90s cartoons, and he doesn't have the charisma to pull it off and make it sound impactful, which results in his speeches being off-putting and annoying. Nothing that Hodie says is memorable as a result of all.
What do you remember from Crocodile?
What makes Crocodile stuff more memorable? What makes Crocodile design better than Hodie Jones? Hodie is a guy that just inherited Arlong's hate and he has nothing of his own. I always thought that it was the point to be Hodie, that he's flat. Yeah, I think that's kind of it as well. He's just following in somebody's footsteps.
Oh, you mean the Batman song every by artist of song Tim Erskine? It would be Batman at the top. Sorry, Batman, Rock City Boys, Drizzt Rap.
I told you not to do that, Bet.
And he just did it. I don't even need to see it. I already know what you were talking about.
Hodie's not about that life. He's just like, hey, I just want to kill people. What does this have to do with our plan?
You know what? King? Because I was thinking that it sounded like an epic rap battle type of thing. So he just copied it wholesale?
Oh, I remember them talking about that in the actual thing. Because I didn't go back and listen to them.
Yep.
I always skipped when I'm listening back to that. I remember them talking about that. And that Deadpool one is one that I don't particularly like. Because I'm a fan of epic rap battle. Wow. So he just wholesale just took it and didn't even try it. I just wholesale just took it and then did it with his horrible voice.
And clearly his refrigerator-esque design isn't anything to write home about. although his drugged up state is a step up.
Pause.
But he's not...
Refrigerator-esque design. That's not how you critique somebody's design. I don't know what you mean. Yes, he's big and boxy, but what about his colors? What about the dumb fox scarf? What about that? Why does he have the thing around his waist? Does he fashion himself a pirate? Why pink? What's up with the hat? Is it just a fashion thing, or does the sun get into his eyes? Why doesn't he cut his hair shorter for combat? These are the things that you talk about instead of just going look like a box. Now, go over to, what is her name? It's a very good YouTuber who talks about design stuff, and she's into Ruby stuff. Ruby Design. I'll do that.
Nuts couldn't even write his own bars. Like, what do you do? At least Drizzt wrote his own bars. There was a playoff or something else, but he wrote the bar.
He changed a couple words. Twins Inc. Twins Inc. is the person where they talk about the designs and talk about why they're good, why they're bad, how could they be improved. That's how you talk about designs.
Not refrigerator-esque.
Yeah. Even going over Totally Not Mark, where he goes, Naruto's orange and Sasuke is blue, and those are opposite colors, and in the middle of it, it's pink, which is Sakura. That's something more than this. Don't introduce the concept of you gotta have a good design and then don't explain why his design is bad.
It's not
big
a critique,
and gray
it's
is
a rope.
somewhat akin to a refrigerator.
But he's not commanding any interest when he steps onto the court. Hodie Jones is the One Piece equivalent of Kwame Brown. He's got no game whatsoever. And
Is that not an agreeable statement?
No, it's definitely an agreeable statement. But, whatsoever?
Oh, he said whatsoever.
You didn't hear this bullshit?
No.
equivalent of Kwame Brown. He's got no game whatsoever. And
Maybe that's a little inside joke.
No, it's black dialect.
That too.
No, it is just
he's
that.
appropriating the black community. Didn't you hear the rap?
No.
Do you want me to play the rap again?
I sincerely do not.
Oh.
Here's the thing. Kwame Brown was put into a bad situation and he sucked. Hodie Jones didn't suck. He was just not as strong as very strong people.
Yes.
And part of that is,
reminds me, you guys were asking if Nuts put on a voice. If you watch his old videos, it sounds like the same, but doesn't get his cadence on, and it's weird. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's a hyped up version of his own voice.
I mean, just listen to a podcast he's on. If you can, because my God, he cannot stand 0.2 seconds of silence. It is...
Go. Noise, talk, go.
Yeah, so I was talking about this. Oh, that thing! Well, if you remember who? He's always on 11.
Drizzt balls with the boys.
because Hodie was placed into a sticky situation, the audience knows Luffy and friends aren't going to struggle too much on the first island. You can argue that Hodie's lack of strength is more of a pro than it is a con. One of the main things going on in the background of this arc is that it's supposed to hint and reflect at the growth that the Straw Hats have coming out of the time skip. It'd be underwhelming if everything was like dead even. But Oda walks a dangerous line in doing this. During the arc, he continuously hypes up Hodie for his strength, which doesn't really work.
You say that it would be underwhelming, but this is the first step into the new world. It could be said that, hey, if they struggle, it's like we're gonna be facing these level of people, so get your game up. It wouldn't just be blanket statement underwhelming if they struggled.
Especially if you could argue that it's showing that the strength of the new world is f***ing real. So even with 2 years of training, they still need to just keep improving. If you want to go that direction, you can argue either way. I've listened to him on a podcast. He is on all the time. All the
It must be.
time.
It must be.
It's such a draining listen.
It has to be just to be on all the time, it must just be so draining.
Bro, there's times on the podcast where it's just like, I'm drained. I'm not here.
We're here, but it's down, and then once we have something to really talk about, we'll get up,
and then go back down. Like,
Amongst the many epic anime that premiered in the spring of 2015, one anime stood head and shoulders above the rest in popularity. Not MasterChef Junior or Beauty and the Beast, but Twilight. Experience destruction through the eyes of the 12-year-old boy, Yu Hyakuya, as everyone above the age of 13 died.
I don't know if that's him just sort of whispering because other people were in a house or what.
Or
but
maybe even doing a movie guy type thing.
Definitely.
In a world where...
But you need to go deeper for that.
Hello and welcome, I'm your host, Nux, and today, my top 10 recommended anime, episode 1, the strategy version. To all the anime,
I think it's just
strategy will be...
it's just lighter.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be friends with somebody like that. I'd be like, yeah, chill out.
Yeah, I can't imagine going to a restaurant with Nux. Like,
what does a debate with him look like? Is he still just, hey, it's me, all just up like this? No, I disagree with your point.
Well, when I said this, and then I guess 8-year-olds laugh.
Given all that we've talked about in terms of the things that Hodie lacks as a villain.
Also, the issue in Fishman Island wasn't physical strength, but mostly the political situation on the island prevented them from just beating Hodie up.
Yeah. Because Jinbe was straight up just like, no, don't leave it to me.
Do not fight him.
It's not a human thing.
Well, Jinbe, why weren't you handling it before then? Shut up.
Jinbe away.
Oh yeah, Young Nux sounds infinitely better than whatever cadence he throws on now.
I'm never inviting Nux to a cookout.
Where's the ribs, my dog? You know it. You know.
And because Hodie lacks everything that makes villains likable, when Oda goes...
I can't explain why I like a villain. I can't. If somebody was like, "Hey, what makes a villain likable?" I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. It's not, and it's not even one single thing. It could be the cruelty of the villain. It could be their personality, their charisma. It's a whole lot of things that make
their motivation, their powers.
Yeah.
Out of his way to give Hodie screen time, it comes off as if he's forcing him on the audience, which has the complete opposite reaction that you would want as an author. If that was all there was, though, just a couple instances of Oda pretending that Hodie was strong, this would still be doable and we could live with it, but something else happens on top of this which kind of turns the tides in how Oda uses Hodie as a villain. Oda turns Fishman Island into what he turns many arcs into when they have a successfully intimidating villain. Fishman Island turns into a, we have to save the entire country from being destroyed before the timer runs out. Save us, Luffy.
Is there something wrong with that?
There are legitimately like 30 arcs in One Piece. You're gonna get some races against time.
Yes. It's gonna happen.
I'll never invite Nux to a funeral.
I'm so sad for your loss. Truly gone too soon. My condolences.
Who is that?
Crocodile, Lucci, Dofi, Katakuri, Kaido, and Nell. All of these villains have a ticking time bomb within their respective arcs.
And you realize that half of them were pre-time skip, correct?
And that's also 6 of 30-ish. That's a good ratio. That's not bad at all. I don't know. Okay, I guess.
What was
you forgot about Moria? You dumb piece of
what was Katakuri's?
I don't think there was one.
No. There wasn't a race against the clock. They were running from Big Mom.
Moria is the is the one that you need to put there. But you didn't.
And you'll notice that if you place Hodie in this group, that one of these things is not like the other. Hodie sticks out like a sore thumb, and horribly so.
Because he's not as good as some of the best villains of One Piece.
I like how he made him wider, just to...
Yeah, fridge. I also like how he made Kaido shorter. Because, you know, what now?
No, it's just a call.
Picking tie bomb method doesn't work in arcs where the main villain doesn't pose a serious or viable threat to the story.
Countdown for the boat to leave. Okay.
Oda over-dramatizes an arc that doesn't have any believable tension because Hodie himself isn't a believable threat that feels satisfying to overcome. And even though...
Over-dramatizes a arc in what way?
So what does that say about Crocodile? Why did you need the ticking time there? The time bomb there? Croc was enough of a threat. Why did he have to add it there? In a priest time skip, an arc that many people praise and that you may or may not like, because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what your preferences are.
Yeah.
Luffy is supposed to be significantly stronger than Hodie, Luffy still comes out of the arc almost dead as a result in order for Oda to create drama with the blood transfusion.
He was fighting in ocean. What is he supposed to do? He was stopping a big old ship from falling. What is he supposed to do?
Plotline, which in an arc where all of the Straw Hats outside of Luffy beat their foes relatively easily, Luffy being the only person to struggle does seem kind of odd.
He didn't struggle. He was in ocean.
Yeah, he was handicapped.
It
was him versus Hodie underwater, plus the ship, plus protecting Shirahoshi.
It would be like saying, I can't believe this rookie beat LeBron James when LeBron James had a hand behind his back and was tied to another person. Like, it makes no sense that LeBron James is struggling. No, he's handicapped.
Was there a countdown against Buggy? I don't think so.
No, he blew up the town. They was chilling, and then he said, go fight them. No, there was no countdown. There was no Buggy countdown. No Arlong countdown. There was a lot of non-countdowns.
But to add insult to injury, Oda has Hodie tag team with Vander Decken as the arc's main threats. Vander Decken, who is a gag villain with wasted potential that makes...
A gag villain with wasted potential. You are the one that ascribed him gag villain.
Yes, absolutely.
Nonsensical decisions. These two people are the vehicles used to deliver the themes of Fishman Island, and I think that is a recipe for disaster. Hodie is a symbol of generational hatred and racism, but that's all he is. A symbol.
Is he meant to be more? That's all Batman is. People clap.
Yeah. You already said that sometimes one-dimensional people can just be fine.
Stop talking about nuts, y'all.
Ain't nothing to talk about this video.
This is true. Go back to the terrible 3Ps over this synopsis bush. What makes him a gag villain? I think he's a joke.
He had a couple of dumb, funny jokes, like when he shaved his head for no reason.
Hodie has no other character in the arc to play off of in order to elevate himself beyond goon status, which is something that is sorely needed given the type of person that Hodie was supposed to be. Hodie is just living and surviving off of the attachment to other characters rather than his own merits. Nothing exists between him and Luffy, Charlie, Shirahoshi, Fukaboshi, or even Nami, the potential would-be protagonist of the...
Isn't this Crocodile? Nothing lived between them except in Vivi, and he barely talked to Vivi or Cobra. The f is you talking about?
Maybe he just doesn't like Alabaster. Alabaster?
Well, he's the one that called it Alabaster, I think.
Somebody did. Guys, I watch a stream in the morning, need at least 5 hours. Go to sleep, Every. Nobody's forcing you to be here. It's always gonna be here.
It's always gonna be right up afterwards.
Yeah. You're not missing anything by him going, Nami should have been the protagonist.
We're not doing Nuts and Swag Kage ranking Naruto arcs.
Ew.
That sounds awful. Pay off promise and poop.
Vander Decken is a Japanese bullet shark, while those are quite artistic liberties Oda's taken there. Yeah, it's fine.
The arc. So to summarize, not only does Hodie have nothing that makes villains likable in his repertoire,
Nothing.
he also has
Nothing at
no
all.
character dynamics or intrigue or really any depth outside of things that aren't really in his control to make up for it. No good character aspects and no strength. So it's kind of reasonable why people don't really like Hodie Jones. Fishman Island is a classic example of themes versus execution. The themes of Fishman Island fail to be as impactful as they otherwise could be because of the execution of its characters and subplots. And if the vehicles for delivering your theme aren't up to code...
What are the themes?
Hatred. He didn't explain how the themes aren't living up to the execution.
Okay. You would assume that Nami would harbor hatred, but she instantly forgives, as Oda Hime wants to do, as Shirahoshi wants to do in honor of Oda Hime.
Execution.
That was the execution of those themes.
Themes.
Of hatred.
All done bad.
All done bad.
and are constantly breaking down, then it's no wonder why they don't work. The cherry on top is that even though Fishman Island was the pit stop just before the New World, it ends up being a fairly long arc, coming in at a staggering 51 chapters. So this is not a short arc, and the fact that it's long is not something...
I think that's like 40, 50 chapters past whole cake? Or under whole cake?
Hang on.
Yeah, looking up the One Piece chapter arc length.
Thriller Bark was 48.
That felt very short.
No, not that. Dragula. Why are you advertising that to me? You telling me something, Wikipedia? Marineford was it really 31?
Yeah, I don't doubt it, because you're breaking it up between all that other stuff.
Skypiea was 66.
Wow, Skypiea was 66.
Yeah. Alabasta was 63. This is going to be an interesting one.
Wow, Impel Down was only 25?
A lot of stuff happened in that.
Okay. Punk Hazard was 46. Dressrosa was 102. Zoe was 23. Whole Cake was 78. Reverie 6. Yeah, I think Wano's the longest arc right now.
Yeah, 51. I wouldn't say that that's particularly long.
that works well in its favor, because the longer you stay with Hodie Jones and Vander Decken and giving all of them screen time, the worse it really is. Hodie isn't even worthy of sniffing Arlong's webbed feet when it comes to being a villain. Hodie is the stereotype of a sequel being worse than the original. If you were to try and compare these two villains, you'll see...
Okay, Hodie bad villain. Can we go to the next thing?
No! Hodie bad villain!
Is there anybody arguing against you?
This is a widely accepted thing, my dude.
that Hodie fails in every category that Arlong succeeds in. Arlong has a fairly decent design. He's intimidating.
Pause. What about his design is fairly...
intimidating or whatever.
I'm tired of him just saying stuff. But then the stuff that he explains is 4 minutes! 4 more minutes of Hodie!
How?
Yo, run that song.
He has charisma and screen presence. He's strong. His hate for humans is clearly felt, and it's...
He got pieced up by Luffy!
Fairly easily.
That wasn't even really really a fight.
The second Luffy was like, "Oh no, this room gotta go," Arlong could do. He broke his unbreakable nose,
and he was just like, "Hey, I got your teeth," and he put his teeth in his teeth. Luffy was not even really trying.
I too can do it. This is fun.
He was strong, but he wasn't like upper tier match. Luffy, if Luffy could easily handle him like that, he wasn't really all that strong. It's another Zoro big fish small pond thing.
It's even better in Fishman Island than Hodie's is, just looking at the Fisher Tiger flashback alone, because Arlong gets to play off of Jinbe and Fisher Tiger. But most importantly, Arlong's villainy resonates to the audience because of how it ties back to Nami and the crew. Because
but Arlong really just got one note: humans,
big humans,
and Hodie, at least he's just like, humans. No, everybody. Everything sucks.
Would have made that the main focus of the story on almost every level. That's why that arc succeeds and is one of the best in the entire story. The same can't be said with Hodie because
why it succeeds though. It succeeds in a lot of other realms. Like Usopp, like Sanji trying his hardest, Zoro in his mad injured fight.
This was also a race against time.
The people rise up just like, hey, if we die, we die, but we can't let this happen to you, Nami.
We always knew, but we never told you so you could run away. If you ever ran away, you wouldn't feel bad about it. So we treated you like...
It wasn't just, hey, Arlong got a pretty fly hat. That's not the only reason this arc succeeded. Luffy bullied Arlong. It wasn't even fair.
Dude, it was a piece meal. No biscuit.
Hodie is emulating Arlong's design. Is he now?
Who are you looking up?
Arlong.
All right, I'll look up Hodie.
Oh. Opened. Short sleeve shirt, pirate bandana, shorts, hat.
Yep.
Oh wow.
The little sash.
Look at that. Never realized that.
Yeah, the only thing different is the dog scarf.
And you know, the colors and stuff, but yeah, look at that. Didn't even realize it.
Well, all right then.
No, but he big and boxy like a Frigidator. So him.
Get out the Frigidaire.
It haunts me.
Doesn't resonate with any other character or the audience. So that is why the writing doesn't always make everything good just because it quote-unquote fits. But enough of that. Let's go ahead and try to wrap things up with the arc summary. As we know, Hodie ends up being defeated by Luffy, and then Luffy is stopped by the Sea Kings and Shirahoshi.
As we know?
Yeah, we all know.
We know all this stuff!
No.
Don't just throw in as we know. We know this stuff!
Nope. Here's a synopsis.
This does not need to be as long as it is.
It's a summary.
I am always a proponent of make a video as long as you need to do.
If you need to.
As long as you saying stuff. And you going as you know, it just introduces the fact that, yeah, you know that this happens, but I'm still gonna tell you to waste your time. Why would you switch to anime to manga?
Because anime pretty.
Shirahoshi, due to the Noah's descent. Everyone begins to celebrate Luffy's victory on the mainland, but disaster strikes. Shirahoshi swims down to inform everyone that Luffy has lost too much blood from his bite wound against Hodie. Without a blood transfusion, he would die. This makes it seem like injuries and the amount of blood you have in your body matter to your overall health, which, I mean, it makes sense. Injuries can be some of the most powerful aspects of storytelling because injury creates sympathy, emotion, and concern. I look forward to seeing how Oda will implement using injury as a seried method of drama in the future.
You mean like he did in the past? Oh, wait, no. What? Why are you ascribing all this to the post-time skip when it was in the pre-time skip? And then with this injury thing, where is it implanted that it would draw. He doing it to draw emotions or whatever. What are you talking about? I don't know what he's doing.
He's doing whatever he needs to in the moment to make himself the most correct.
Jinbe steps forward out of the dust at the Straw Hats' pleas, and we get that beautiful scene between Captain and future crewmate.
Blech.
This moment, and most of the epilogue for Fishman Island, is actually pretty damn good, which ends up being an Oda staple. He normally nails epilogues. The big party, the Poseidon reveal, Big Mom's character design, Tamago Peckham's. There are things at play here that are easy to digest and interesting to look at. It's a wonder why the entire arc couldn't be like this. Oda does well when the events that are happening in the arc have little to do with the central conflict or the writing of that flashback. One of the things that Fishman Island shows, outside of this, is that the Straw Hats still have more left in the tank and can take on stronger foes. They are feeling very confident in themselves for jumping this hurdle, which makes the audience and the Straw Hats feel as though they've actually advanced. One of the last events to occur within Fishman Island is the Minister of the Left gifting Nami the 3-directional log pose. This is something that may never get an answer because I don't have access to the information necessary, but I'm going to go out on a limb and make an educated guess that Oda originally planned to use this log pose more than he currently has in the story. Much earlier in the script, I mentioned that Oda confirmed to us that he's combined numerous eyeline ideas together in order to create arcs like Punk Hazard and Dressrosa, right? The fact that he did this infers the original desire to have the Straw Hats sail around more than they did. If you have to get to more islands, then that means that more sailing needs to be done, right? My suspicion is that Oda decided to combine the ideas of Punk Hazard and Dressrosa after the introduction of this log pose, because it's the only thing that makes sense to me as an answer. You may not know it, but this log pose has actually not been used yet, which makes its intro...
It was used to get to Punk Hazard. It was absolutely used already. Because they look at it, they go, wait, this one needle's going crazy. Don't show Luffy or he's going to want to go. And then he slinks around Nami and goes, what's
Let's
that?
go there.
That looks fun. We're going there. It was immediately used after this.
Nah. Hasn't been used yet.
Production questionable. The Straw Hats have been traveling almost exclusively by Viva.
That is not what happened. It was used already. And beyond that, it was mostly in Log On. We're going to Punk Hazard. I'm not Punk Hazard, but in Dressrosa after this because we're in an alliance now. So I need you to do my plan. After that, we're going to Zoe. After that, we're going to Wano. Whole cake. Well, they were going to go to Wano, and half did go to Wano, and the rest went to go get Sanji.
Did he read the manga half sleep? No, he read the manga with the brain of, what can I find that's a problem? And then the stuff that's good, why can't everything be like this? We got the Poseidon thing, that's good. No need to explain that. We got the party, also good. That no need to explain.
This log pose doesn't serve a purpose because of how the Straw Hats get from one place to another, and that happened over the course of one arc. But luckily for Oda, he can always come back to this when he needs it. Sometimes the plan changes and it's up to the author to adapt the story to compensate. The only negative aspect to this is that it does hurt navigation and it comes off as odd because Nami got roasted for not having it. Outside of that, the Straw Hats say...
How are they going to sail if she didn't have that? Where were they going to go? Were they just going to drift aimlessly until they found an island? Was there a Vivicar for Dressrosa? No. Law was just like, we're going to Dressrosa. He knew where it was.
Say goodbye to Jinbe, who was on his way to Big Mom, and they make their promise to Shirahoshi. We end up seeing that Hodie and his crew age due to the effects of the Tamate Bako box, which was then sent to Big Mom. So you see things have been set into motion for Whole Cake.
I thought they aged because of the pills.
Yes. That's 100% what happened.
Mistakes happen. He can be excused for things like that because they already introduced the aging thing with the box. So He assumed.
And he was wrong.
Mistakes happen.
Yes. But you wrote a script and you reread Fishman Island.
And as you're editing, you could be like, oh crap. The guard went and went, hey, they aged because of the drugs.
I'm having Swordsman Island flashback.
Island when we eventually get there. And this is a smart thing for Oda to do, and it's something that he normally does do. Oda is very talented at planting seeds for future plot points. Everything ends with the Straw Hats ready for their next adventure and sailing out of Fishman Island as the heroes. Having covered basically everything in the arc, there is one more character that I want to dive into and take a look at before I give
we were almost out, and then he went, no, I want to do this as well, because I need to do this as well.
my conclusion statement on the arc overall.
Okay, what could even the argument be against Shirahoshi?
Sexy Lady Auga.
Yep, got the Ooga.
One note crybaby character.
She's a lot more than one note, but okay.
I'm just going through what Drizzt could argue.
Okay. And I'm just answering already.
No agency in the story.
She does because she chooses to go with Luffy.
Plot device.
She's absolutely that, but what's the problem with having a plot device?
Boring.
Definitely not. And plus, that's up to the end user.
Uncreative.
I definitely wouldn't say that. She's in weapon.
How was she birthed?
Sure.
In the pre-time skip, One Piece had a total of 2 princess characters in its 23 arcs. Vivi and Boa Hancock.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
I think he said princesses.
In the pre-time skip, One Piece had a total of 2 princess characters in its 23 arcs. Vivi and Boa Hancock. In the 8 arcs of the post-time skip, there are 8 prominent princess characters that are connected to some type of royalty.
So?
Is this an issue?
There was a kingdom. There was an island that was home to experiments. There was a kingdom, so every child of the king would be a princess. There was a animal. There was a
cake land.
A cake land, and then there was a kingdom.
I hope he names them because 8 seems high.
You got 2 in Dressrosa. You got Shirahoshi. You've got I think 3 in Wano. Yeah, let's see the names.
Copyright zone. All right, we'll take a look. Yeah, I remember somebody saying that he does a full on clip of Alabasta here.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna go through that. Don't worry about it.
We're not playing around with that.
Rebecca, Viola, Mancherry, Pudding,
Pudding?
Pudding was not a princess.
Reiju?
Reiju is not a princess.
They're the kings of nothing. They're trying to get their kingdom back.
I don't even think Pudding's was a kingdom at all.
No. Because if you say Pudding is one, Big Mom got like 40 daughters. What the are you talking about? That's just force. Drizzt needs to fix the pacing of this video.
Drizzt needs to fix a lot. How long are we going for? We're going until 8 p.m. our time, which is another 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
Ju, Hiyori, Yamato, and of course...
Hiyori? I don't think Hiyori's a princess. She's the... Okay, Odin was not the shogun. Neither was Komurasaki's her. It's Toki. Neither was Toki. So how exactly is she a princess?
Reiju is technically one, they said. Okay. But then somebody else said he's not. So
yeah, my issue with Reiju is that they're trying to get their kingdom and their land back. They're just a floating big old ship going, we want to rule whatever blue that we wanted to rule again.
Yeah.
But this is
stretching. if Big Mom,
She's got how many daughters? You can't just be like that. It's not even like she's the Pudding is the first, the last, anything that makes her more princess than any other of them.
the only thing I can think of is that maybe her father is a king.
But that would need to be. What would she be a princess? That needs to be.
She would technically be a princess of whatever
something.
that kingdom is if her father is a king. Which would then lay credence to
Only she being.
yes.
So I'm on Komurasaki's Hiyori's spoilers.
Yeah, all spoilers, y'all.
On her Wikipedia, and I'm looking up princess. I'm searching for princess. There's nothing for princess. I'm going to search Komurasaki One Piece princess in just general Google to see if anything pops up.
Pudding's father is not known, so we can't say that she's a princess. If she's a princess based on Big Mom, she all her daughters are princesses, which means you're looking at something like 40 princesses.
Yes. So, looks like I forgot.
35th daughter Pudding is.
Odin was a daimao of a region of Wano.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if that technically makes you a princess.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Because if you're like the king of England, and if you're like the highest of London, are you the king of London? Even though England's king is overall the king.
You're part of it's a region. That means nothing.
It's like going with the mayor of Detroit if it was like the mayor of Wayne County. Like you're not the mayor. Why does it even care about that at all? Boa is very different from all those other princesses. Why does it even matter how many we got? Absolutely.
Didn't Big Mom call the Queen of Hunger or something?
If she's called the Queen of Hunger, okay, that's fine. Then all her kids are princes and princesses. Then you gotta go with like 37 princesses.
Chiffon and Lola are princesses, right?
My whole thing is, if Pudding is a princess,
they
why
all
is she
are.
a princess? If it's about her father, then that's different. But if it's about Big Mom being the queen of something, then all her kids are princesses. So you can't just say 8 princesses. You gotta go, there's like 39 princesses. And even if you go, there's only like 8 named princesses. No, because you gotta go Smoothie. You gotta go all these
Say her name. Say her name.
All these
Say it. Amande the Man. Don't you play? You put respect on Amande the Man Museo's name. 46 sons, 39 daughters.
Legit almost 40 princesses just off of Big Mom's vagina. Like, what are we doing?
Off topic, but Nugs did a Chimera Ant debate on his second channel 4 months ago.
Please link that. If you're in the Discord, please link it in the Discord. If not, please let me know.
Hang on a second.
YouTube keeps putting your lives and me recommended, so I'm here. Seriously, I'm tired of seeing your live and my recommendations. If you don't like it, you can always do a little. There's 3 dots.
There's 3
next
dots
to
and
it.
just go, don't recommend me this channel, don't recommend this thing.
Yeah. But if you're actually here to watch us talk about the One Piece, well, you came to the wrong place.
I'm digging the Enrico Pucci icon though. That man is a good man. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be watching that after the fact. I'm not. Don't play it.
I got.
Don't think that we should do that. I think that.
Because if we do that, we'll actually get somewhere because you're backtracking.
I mean, the truth is, most debates don't get anywhere because.
Oh my God! Nuts!
No.
You're backtracking. Oh, debates don't go anywhere.
Oh, I'm
Nuts,
watching
you's a
it.
bum.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Nux, you's a bum. You don't just do that. Holy crap, Nux. You suck. Stick to hey, I paid a month $1,000 to watch this hentai. Stick to that crap.
Oh, I'm ready. Oh, I can't wait.
And of course Shirahoshi. As you can see, this royalty concept is something that Oda is including in virtually every single arc, and in many cases multiple times.
Hey, look at all them queens. Surely they have daughters, so that means more princesses. Too many princesses.
Princess-like characters play an important role in the politics of the world, because they connect the pro-Straw Hat agenda into the endgame of the story with the final war. Luffy gains his allies through the rescuing of these fallen kingdoms and its various royalty. And these royalty characters are...
Somebody type in chat and let Meme know that the spoilers are done, please.
Yes.
He needs to enjoy this delectable content.
I would not name it as such, but
if that is what you choose to name it.
People we are going to analyze in depth, because there is a lot riding on how well they are written and executed in their respective arcs.
I gotta do it myself.
Yeah, it's gonna be about 40 seconds before somebody actually hears us and types it out for them.
If Oda fails in writing these critical characters, it's significantly harder to make the audience engage with and care about them and the islands they're associated with when the story goes beyond the arc. Imagine if, during the Alabasta and Summer War sagas, that Vivi and Boa were insufferable, poorly written characters with next to nothing going for them.
Pause.
Well,
you haven't introduced the fact that Shirahoshi is insufferable, poorly written.
Or nothing going on. Especially since she's the weapon Poseidon, which people are coveting and want. She was literally attacked on her way to the reverie.
The quality of those sagas, especially Alabasta, would be much worse off if that were the case. And the reverie would be a lot less interesting, because the abolishment of the warlords would be much harder to care about, since Boa's situation is quite literally half of the reason why people care.
Pause.
Her and Mihawk...
Don't say the total warlords we care about.
Why would we care about Mihawk in terms of the story right now, beyond Zoro wanting to do it?
And I love Buggy.
Buggy's the
Shut up! Don't just go say that people only care about these two. And I'm interested in what Weevil is doing, at the very least.
Are the only remaining warlords that impact the audience's investment through its abolishment. Fishman Island gives us...
Boa and Mihawk are strong enough to take care of themselves. Buggy is not. So I'm interested in how he's gonna do after being on top of the world for all this time. He loses all of that. And now he's just like, oh, I'm a pirate again. I still got all these men around me.
I still got this this pseudo delivery company thing.
Weird.
Like, is it legit now, or am I just another pirate that I can't do this anymore?
Especially since he just lost his giants. So now I want to see how he's going to deal with this. Is he going to be like, all right, man, we can take care of this? Or is he going to be the normal, man, you do it as I slink away?
Chris just straight up says, I don't care about Mihawk. Like, some people are not going to care.
Yeah, Mihawk, I'm not worried about anybody that rocks up to his house. Because they walk up and he's just like, all right, well, let's just get to it then. He just gets all dressed up and he's ready to go. Same thing with Boa, like, hey, they made us Shishibukai for a reason. Let's show them.
Not for no reason, but we're Skronk. Don't ever forget.
They think they're going to walk up here and just do some stuff. But Buggy, he's not strong. So it's sitting there just like, what now?
And I give a about that.
Yeah.
Is he going back to Impel Down? Is he going to Marijwa?
And what does the abolishment of the Shishibukai mean for Kuma? Because he's still a Shishibukai.
Oh, you know what it means for Kuma. And, oh, dude, what a heartbreaking
Get along, little doggy.
What a heartbreaking
Horrible.
Horrible.
It's like, what the is this? Why do I don't need this? Help this man. Not sure why, but if Weevil was in Elbaf, I want Usopp to take him down.
I would rock hard with that.
Just this dumb, goofy dude in Usopp. But Weevil's very strong. He was going through the Whitebeard pirates and taking out commanders and stuff. So
we'll see.
Yeah, I just want to see what's going on with Weevil and why they chose him, why he accepted what's going on with the Whitebeard son thing.
Yeah, I can see him, if they don't want to do Big Mom, I can see him being the villain of Elbaf. But I still assume it's going to be Big Mom.
Yeah.
Shirahoshi, who ranks very high among the princess characters in terms of importance. She's an ancient weapon and the most relevant living figure when it comes to people of different races. Additionally, Oda went out of his way in designing Shirahoshi to make her someone that could be comparable to Boa Hancock in his eyes in terms of beauty. And he's talked about
Boa is not any more beautiful than a Robin or a Nami.
Yes.
It's just what the story tells
It's just
us.
a narrative saying beautiful.
Like, what makes Shirahoshi on the plane of Boa outside of like a Vivi on the plane of Boa or a Rebecca? Like, I don't. Yeah, that Kumish
It's horrible.
is horrible,
I'm like,
dude.
dang, Whoopi, you helped them out and sent them where they needed to go, and now this?
Forever.
this in interviews of how stressful it is to draw those kinds of characters. So obviously, Oda has deemed that the usage of Shirahoshi in the story is critical to its future. Which makes sense because she's inherently linked to the history of Joy Boy, the Noah, and the symbology of the sun.
Pause.
Which means
Is she with Joy Boy?
I don't know. But Robin did say Joy Boy, who's Joy Boy to one
Yeah,
of the
but-
Fishman people. So maybe she does know about the prophecy, or at least parts of it.
that Fishman Island is very important.
Bro.
Was he getting copyright struck for this picture?
It
Was
can't-
Lucas coming after him, trying to get into them Drizzt pockets? Mickey Mouse just reaching in for the little shekels? What's going on here?
I don't know what the bubbles are for.
I'm so annoyed. I'm so confused because I don't know where he's going with basically any of his points. The Photoshop itself is bad, and then he
Terrible.
just covers it with bubbles.
And setting the tone and making the audience care about her as an individual. So, let's ask the question. Does Fishman Island do a good job with Shirahoshi as a character?
I like Shirahoshi.
If you recall back to my thoughts on Shirahoshi talking to Luffy inside of her tower, I have a preference for the type of character that Shirahoshi is, and enjoyed that interaction very much. But in spite of my preference for that archetype, I don't think Fishman Island does Shirahoshi justice for what she is supposed to be. When people talk about Shirahoshi post Fishman Island, it's all plot oriented and no one really cares about her feelings as a character or
I
what.
do. I love that the fact that the only things that she ever wanted to do was go out and see her mom's grave. Not like, hey, I want to go eat something. Not, hey, clothes shopping. I want to do this one thing that's important to me.
He
love.
said post though. Post Fishman Island.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
exactly.
yeah.
After Fishman Island. The things that I loved about Fishman Island were, after reading it again, because I just was just like, I remember the first time I read it, that her going, mother in Noah, I'm gonna swim away just so other people don't get hurt. That determination of her going, I'm going to potentially sacrifice myself for all of Fishman Island.
And on top of that, you say, people only bring her up as far as plot and not her feelings. How much do people account for the feelings of like Vivi at post Alabasta? How many people account for the feelings of even Boa after she's separated from Luffy? Like, what does this entail that people are discussing what she would do in the plot?
Pure feelings.
Since she's a weapon, the weapon Poseidon, as opposed to how she feels or her character. Like, who brings up the character of Vivi over could Vivi be a Straw Hat? Dude, this is not an argument.
It's really not.
They're discussing Shirahoshi, and if you want to get into the character of Shirahoshi, I greatly enjoy it. I think it's a good character. You think it's a good character. You enjoy it. But you're upset that people are discussing the character itself in Fishman Island, as opposed to whatever she's gonna do in the story. If people are discussing the story, why would they say, yeah, but Shirahoshi, how does she feel? Is she crying less?
Loved how she saw the sun when going to the reverie. Great moment. Loved her dumb little interactions with Garp.
She could accomplish. And a large portion of this separation can be seen in how Oda incorporated her into the plot of Fishman Island. Shirahoshi peaked during her conversation with Luffy and never reached that high again. The majority of her moments are underwhelming or...
What was so good about the Luffy Shirahoshi conversation that other things did not reach it? We need to know that point one before we can compare and contrast her other moments and what makes them poor. This is the problem, Drizzt. You can't just say this good, this bad, moving on.
What was the peak Boa, and did she ever reach those heights again? Shrug shoulders. What was peak Vivi, and did she reach those heights again? Shrug shoulders. I'd say maybe please stop fighting. But did she ever reach it again?
I like
Shrug
Cobra
shoulders.
being like, I'm not long for this world, I'm dying. And she's like, shut up, you fine.
just okay. Let's go over the rest of what Shirahoshi is involved with after leaving her tower so I can better frame this. Shirahoshi has a run-in with Vander Decken, the person responsible for imprisoning her for a decade, and we get the "you're not my type" gag. Shirahoshi visits Otohime's...
So, this is a dude that basically is the reason why she was locked in her room for 10 years. Tormented all this time, threat of death at every single moment. And instead of yelling at him, putting him down, trying to get him arrested, going to Luffy like, hey, kill him, she lets him down in the easiest way that she possibly can to spare his feelings. That says so much about her character. Right then and there. We got Luffy bouncing on some tig old biddies. Was it just the old Ooga that he liked?
It can't be.
Is he an Ooga man?
I do not know.
We need to figure
Dude,
that out.
I don't know what Drizzt's mindset is.
Yeah, that's a big problem. I don't know.
grave, and we get a bit of her in the flashback as a little kid. Then Shirahoshi talks to Nami and bonds with her.
Could you go back
off
to the second thing?
Otohime's grave, and we...
Let's go back a little bit more.
The person responsible for imprisoning her for a decade, and we get the "you're not my type" gag. Shirahoshi visits Otohime's grave, and we get a bit of her in the flashback as a little kid.
Pause. She visits the grave and prays with such a serene smile on her face. This is her accomplishing the thing that she always wanted to do. And then once she finishes, she immediately goes, "Thank you so much, Luffy, for bringing me here." So she goes from such a serene thing to immediately going, "Oh, I need to thank the person that allowed me to do this, even though it was against everyone's will and wishes and stuff like that." And it also speaks to the fact that she trusts Luffy so much that she's just like, yes, I know I'm under the threat of death at every single moment, but this guy that I just met could protect me.
Megalo was in hell.
he's the real fucking sufferer of this arc. And I'm like weeping for him.
Flashback as a little kid. Then Shirahoshi talks to Nami and bonds with her off screen. Shirahoshi leaves with Jinbe to go to Gyeongcourt Plaza, gets fooled by a blow-up doll of Neptune, and is captured. Hodie Jones tells her that he killed Otohime, and Shirahoshi has the "I already knew that" moment. After being freed,
And again, that just speaks to her character of, my mom wanted this. She didn't want people to hate and stuff. So I'm going to keep this a secret because everybody would persecute him for doing this bad thing? What's wrong? Where is he going with this?
She stays near Surame until Noah crests the horizon. Then she basically just swims around distracting the Noah while yelling.
Basically swims around distracting the Noah, putting her life at risk for the sake of everybody in the kingdom, many of whom she has never met in her entire life. She's gonna get ran over by a big ship for people that she don't know. Yeah, she just distracts the Noah.
What ifs? What? Shrug shoulders.
And is occasionally tormented by Hodie. After Luffy stops the Noah, she has a conversation with the Sea Kings and then takes Luffy down to the surface screaming for help.
I like how the good stuff of her, he just kind of glosses over, like the whole grave thing, conversation with the Sea King, but it's just like, she bonds with Nami off screen.
And then the final thing she does in the arc is to make her promise with the crew, which in my opinion is the second best thing involving Shirahoshi in the arc in terms of feel-good character moments.
Pause. Yes, that's a great moment because she's just like, can't you guys just stay for a day? No, a week. No, a year. It's showing her attached nature to somebody who saved not only herself, but all of Fishman Island. I'm giving you all these traits that Shirahoshi has done. Her feelings, what she's going through.
All in all, not a whole...
Yeah, it's not, her holding in with Hodie is not great because he killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's some bad But, if she... You know what? No, that doesn't work.
A lot of positives going on here to make Shirahoshi appear outstanding in any way. When Shirahoshi isn't alone in conversation with Luffy or...
That I love Luffy going, I'm not a hero. If there was a bunch of meat, I would have a hero with Sharon. I want the meat. And then Zoro going, I'm not a hero. Heroes have to share their sake. I want the sake. They're so selfish.
They're just pieces of garbage. I'll save y'all, but I'm eating. But then no matter what happens afterwards, I'm eating.
the Straw Hats, the negative aspects of her character archetype take over. Shirahoshi is true to her nickname. She is a cry baby.
Pause.
And it's a persona.
You said that she peaked in her first moment and she did a whole lot of crying in her first moments. Are you excusing that for the good stuff? Or are you just like, that was also bad or that's good because it's the introduction to her character? What are you saying about the first Luffy Shirahoshi moment if you go, the crybabiness is a negative trait? What about when she's running away from the ship and she's not crying? What's the problem there?
That fits well with the design of her character, as I've gone over before. She's a child, but she looks closer to an adult. Japan's obsession with sexualizing 16-year-olds is impressive, to say the least. You will notice that in a lot of stories, there are certain characters that tend to get on people's nerves more than others. Even if it's for the wrong reasons, there are things that make readers distance themselves from people unless that person is involved in things that keep them interested. And the number one thing that tends to push people away is when characters scream, cry, and yell incessantly. Just like how it is with Baby.
Bakugo is the most voted character every character
Number one.
vote.
Always number one.
So what are you talking about, sir?
Usopp screams and yells a lot in fear. That's not a problem. Screaming and yelling in and of itself is not a problem. Neither is crying. Crying is not a problem in and of itself. It's the stuff around it. It's not just one simple thing and thus character bad. Oh, this character cried 3 times in 5 chapters? That's bad.
Rebecca.
No, absolutely not. You need to look at the context around it. You need to have a conversation, not just point to somebody and be like, that's a trait that they have. Bad.
In real life, the first reaction to hearing this is to stem the noise. It's irritating. People want to see these characters develop and go beyond the baby status. Shirahoshi does a lot of crying, which is fine in of itself, but it becomes a negatively defining feature of hers because Oda doesn't do a whole lot with her in Fishman Island. So
How much did she cry posts. Or near the middle end parts as opposed to the beginning?
After the "you're not my type" thing, 2 or 3 times, where she cried like 5-6 times during the Luffy Shirahoshi conversation, which was two chapters maybe. It's her character trait. She's crying because she's scared. She's crying because nobody has ever spoken to me like this. They're always walking on eggshells around her. And Luffy's like, "Give me your meat. You suck."
I forgot how the
that
Asian
sounds-
lady.
Oh, wow.
I forgot the Asian lady going to women cry a lot in One Piece.
Oh,
and that
my
was her argument.
goodness. Oh, dude.
I forgot.
That was her point.
I forgot about that.
Why do they cry so much?
Sash going on.
I wish we were there. I listened to that episode so much. I'm like, what are you all talking about? You're all horrible in your own way.
What was I going with this before that? I don't even remember now. You done thrown me off.
Shirahoshi crying.
Yeah, I remember. How much did she cry in the Reverie?
Not really.
Shrug shoulders. Seems like she's moved on a lot from this trait. Where she was just crying over every little thing.
Yeah. Getting locked up for over 10 years can do that to you. Absolutely. It's a reasonable...
In constant fear.
While not being able to do the one thing that you want to do. It's very reasonable why she does that.
Piku, if there was a Naruto mark that would debate us, I would do it.
In a heartbeat.
Before, I would end this stream to start that.
No matter what I was doing, I would stop. No matter what time it was, I would do it. Because there's no argument. Zenitsu! He's the number 1 Borgo Zenitsu. Number 1 most popular character.
Crybaby and a Scream Boy. And Auga Dude.
No, but people just hate him. Even though we have factual numbers saying that people, in fact, do not hate him.
Yeah,
now
a celestial dragon after her. That's why she's crying. Cool. Yeah, call Nux. Call him up.
Yo, he don't want no part of us.
He does not want any.
We're living rent free. Oh wait, no, we're not. That tweet's gone.
Cannot believe he cowardly deleted that tweet.
We don't know his reasoning for deleting the tweet.
What could the reason be?
Not wanting to give us publicity and thus...
But you screenshotted us. You could have just deleted the screenshot and went, you know what, I'm not giving the publicity, but they... No, because even responding to it was giving us publicity.
Yes. I don't know. It's funny.
And then in the comments, you could see that there was a reply to Nuktaku before the tweets were deleted because his fan and Gavin went hard against that boy.
That was a problem. That was a big problem. Gavin destroyed them.
Tends to be what she's most remembered for, which affects her likability. There are elements...
Okay. I don't give a what those people think about Shirahoshi.
No.
What does it mean to me? I like Shirahoshi. What's the issue?
And for the most part, her crying is played off for jokes. So that's comedy right there.
Blaze, I agree. Nux is a weird...
Cux is right. You had it right. C-U-X.
You know what? That seems like the type of insult Nux would make to a dude named Nux.
Hypothetical mirror match Nux. Rap battle.
But yeah, Nux, if he's talking about there's no real moving forward in a debate and he's walking back on argument, dude, I'm listening to that the second this stream ends. Because that sounds horrific.
that I've already talked about which work against her. And to illuminate these elements, I'll begin an unfair comparison between Shirahoshi and Vivi.
Okay, again, what does it matter if people don't like the character?
Yes. And
Does it hurt your perception? It can hurt other people's perception, but I don't give a shit what those other people say.
Yeah.
The character's there. She done did what she done did. You like it or you don't.
That's all there is to it. And all he's doing is comparing two princesses and going, look, princess versus princess. Funimation.
The premier princess of...
Oh, the Nux family. No.
Cucks, nuts, and fucks.
One Piece. There are a variety of reasons as to why no one has been able to come close to Vivi among the princess characters.
Because she was there for a large portion of the story, selling with the straw hats. Several arcs, selling with the straw hats, was primed to become a straw hat, helped Luffy grow, pushed all this forward. So, of course, people are clapping more for her than Shirahoshi, who collectively had, 30 panels?
The Fishman Island was 51 chapters. Alabasta in and of itself is longer. Then we got to look at Whiskey Peak, Drum Island,
Little Garden,
and Alabasta. I think there was a filler in the middle with Ace as well. So you got to look at all of that if you're looking at the anime.
Probably 90 chapters that Vivi was in.
Yes. This is not a fair comparison. But they're both princesses. So do it. No, not Nux's sister sucks! No!
And near the top of that list is the way in which Oda went about acclimating Vivi into the Straw Hats as an individual. Vivi is with the Straw Hats for almost the entirety of her saga, so she has 3 arcs under her belt with the crew before they even step foot in Alabasta.
Oh, there you go.
This gave Vivi a lot of time for character interaction, growth, fun, and everything in between.
So it's not a fair comparison.
It's not
then.
I think he called it an unfair comparison too, though.
So why are
would
you even
do
doing it?
Why would you even
introduced this, and then you're going, yeah, this ain't fair.
Yeah, okay.
Ham sandwich versus a steak. Oh, this ain't fair, but the steak is way better because of all of this.
Which one needs ketchup?
The steak. Who would put in ketchup on a ham sandwich?
Who would put ketchup on a steak?
So many people. I'm not gonna name them. I'm not gonna show them. But so many people. This is the Drizzt stream. We don't need evidence.
Which creates a genuine human connection to the main cat.
As opposed to a fake human connection.
Yes, a fake robot connection. People don't think about the words that just think about a family, a robot family around the table. Yeah, please pass the oil.
It's just nuts on the table, nuts and
It's
balls.
a fake robot connection.
They're all wired together.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm so sick of this.
Which increases the investment into Vivi's plight. Shirahoshi and the other princesses aren't going to have the luxury of being with the Straw Hats for multiple arcs in a row, so they can't all be like Vivi, nor do they have to be.
So, nor do they have to be, so why are you comparing them? Wouldn't it be more fair to compare somebody who was only there for a certain amount of time, a princess with less screen time like Boa? Wouldn't it? Even Boa had 2 arcs, 3 arcs! 4 if you count post-war. So even that's not fair.
5 if you count Return to Shaba Odi.
That's why part of this is an unfair comparison. But when we look at these princess characters, we need to look for what Oda is trying to accomplish, what was the potential.
Are you in Oda's mind? And I don't give a what the potential was.
Everything has a potential to be everything.
Potential is just what you implanted in it and what you thought it could have been. That's just headcanon bullshit. You are writing fanfic for the future. Fanfic for what could be. Potential, I don't give a what the author's potential of the arc or the story or the character was.
Means nothing.
Now I can say, oh, it would have been better if they did this, and this. But I'm not looking for. I'm not trying to comb through for the potential.
Potential into it. Never that. Look back at anything that we talk about. Do we really ever say potential?
Potentially.
Because potential. Hey. Potential means basically nothing. It's infinite potential out there for infinite story moments and infinite ways that a story can go. Means nothing.
I don't even get why they are compared at all. They are all different. You know why? Because they're all princesses.
They're all princesses.
So
just
shoulders.
compare them.
Let's compare them. Oh, this is a princess. This is a princess. This is a princess. How do they all rank in a tier of princesses? It's the dumbest. They're all different characters.
Luffy has the potential to murder Nami. I don't think it will happen. Hey,
but he has the potential.
But he has the potential. So what is the potential of Nami being murdered by Luffy? Hey, let's ask that in our dumb video.
And at the end of the day, how good is it? And with Shirahoshi, there was a lot of potential for her to be better.
There was a lot of potential for her. That already there's an issue.
I'm talking about the filters, but go ahead.
Oh, there's a new filter?
You didn't see the old-timey movie?
What's he getting done up for copyright? You might be right.
I don't think so.
Why wouldn't he do it for the other one?
I was about exactly. It has to be just, look, it's just me in the Emperor thing just sitting here. I gotta jazz it up a little bit with bubbles. And, hey, what Vegas got? Oh, look at this old-timey movie filter. Put that in there. Time to rank all the characters with blue hair. That's basically what he's doing.
Oh, Najiko. Oh, you know, that's an A tier. Okay, thanks.
And with Shirahoshi, there was a lot of potential for her to be better than she is.
There's potential for everybody and everything to be better than it is unless it's absolutely perfect.
Which nothing is.
You mean to tell me Luffy can't be better than he is? You mean to tell me you're personally telling us that One Piece can be better than it is?
Let's go to your favorite arc or the arc that you think is best. Are you telling me that potentially couldn't be better? Potential means nothing. Shut up.
The typical reaction.
I gotta pee.
Okay. We may need to end early because it's getting cold.
I'm doing all right.
My feet are, but you know what? I need to do like you. I need to double it up like the cross legs.
We promised.
We did promise.
And we're nothing
Nick,
but...
go pee!
I suppose that's an option.
Well, wasted time. Top 5 characters with blue hair. Buggy, Frankie, Vivi, Najiko, whatever German brother has blue hair. Yeah, I don't know what Drizzt is doing with these. Cause when we were video editing, when we were doing AMVs and stuff, we went from a program called Pinnacle to Sony Vegas. And when we went to Vegas, we just were throwing effects at the wall, just like, this is so cool, all the stuff we can do. And it feels very much like that, where it's just like, I have all these effects I could use to jazz up my let's do it. It's not PB time. Yeah, I legit don't know what he's doing here. And why wasn't he doing it before? Like, if he was doing it throughout the video, I can understand it's just something he wanted to go for. But it's literally where in 2 hours within the end of the video, and he's going, up, time for some old-timey film. I don't get it.
I just did one of the 3 Ps. And by standing here, I'm doing another one.
Drizzt rap AMV win.
I can do it.
Don't do it. We're not doing it.
That'd be fun.
It would not be fun.
It'd be fun.
Dude, you would get so angry.
Dang. You know what? If I had access to his private videos where he's reading and reacting, I would.
You know what? Yeah, that could rock, actually.
But, you know, feet time's coming.
No, it's not.
It's
Never.
always coming.
Never. Bring
If
on
you
the
catch
peak.
my drift.
To be honest, I don't mind the effects, but I really could do without the Emperor Photoshop. I would be fine with the effects if it was consistent throughout.
Yes. Especially if it was just one. Or if it was a theme behind it. Like if they went back in time, if they had an arc where they went back in time and he does.
Yeah, so for the
thing.
bubbles thing, you see in
A shot by Hodie where they had the bubbles.
yeah, something like that.
Something where you could point to it and why is Paul just write P? That's not a very productive comment.
That you would expect from someone who has been locked away for a majority of their life is hesitance, having a fear of the unknown, and being rather squeamish.
She did.
Yes. As soon as Luffy walked into the room, she's like, "What are you doing here? Nobody should be in my room." But then she saw that Luffy can, for all intents and purposes at that point, predict the future and protect her from axes. So she goes, "This guy can protect me, so I can accomplish my dreams." There's all of these things.
Shirahoshi down to a T. Shirahoshi is a character that is supposed to develop past her cowardice and grow into a person that can walk on her own two fins due to Luffy's influence in her life.
She does.
But Oda's attempt to have Shirahoshi evolve into that kind of person is heavily thwarted by her lack of shining moments and the...
She said, "I will run away so the ship follows me."
Yes.
What more could you possibly want?
She said that in order to accomplish my mom's dream of ending hatred and stuff, I will keep the secret of Hodie killing my mom. The stream never had it up to go downhill. You can't go much lower than the floor. Alright? Chill out.
antagonists of her arc. This just goes to show you the extent of bad that Hodie and Vander Decken are. Vander Decken brings nothing positive to the table, and doubly so when it comes to Shirahoshi. She doesn't have to overcome anything on that front that makes her rise above Vander Decken or Hodie in a compelling way.
Why does she need to rise above Vander Decken or Hodie? I would very much just like an answer to that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get it though.
And wouldn't her taking on the ship be rising above it?
Yes.
Wouldn't
You're
her just
trying
outright
to-
saying you're not my type be rising above it?
Yes, I reject your advances, and I'm not going to let you destroy Fishman Island, which is what you want to do. No, he's looking at it as, how can I make this as bad as possible? And he's trying. Triton, why do people always ask if it's gotten better? You know the answer. It's not. It's never gonna be.
And dude, we got another 9 minutes of Shirahoshi. How?
This dude has no neck.
Her silence about the murder of Otohime is a nice thought, but doesn't combine well with Hodie's antagonist role. And because Shirahoshi herself, after this moment, is only a yelling, screaming, and crying damsel in distress,
You put up a panel of her saying you're not gonna destroy it. I'm right here.
And you can tell by the stuttering that she is still very much afraid of what's gonna happen. But it's true bravery is pushing that down and still getting it done.
Do not destroy the entire Ryugu kingdom, all for the sake of stealing my solitary life. Do not do it. I am right here.
We're never gonna get off of Shirahoshi.
Dude, how is this possible? We're still talking about Shirahoshi. When you yourself did not think this was an important enough part to put in your original thing, and you had to dedicate another 20 minutes post-scripting to do this. just to go, she not as good as Vivi, who had 90 times more time to do stuff. How many actual damsels in distresses are there in One Piece? It'd take a while to go through all of One Piece.
I still say like sub 10 maybe.
Depends on what you mean by damsel. Is it just the person of that arc is a female and they need help, or is it actually I cannot stop what's going on and I need someone to save and rescue me?
Because there are moments in certain arcs where Nami needs to be saved. So would we count Nami each time, or is it just Nami needs to be saved point one?
Like, was Robin a damsel in distress in CP9?
I wouldn't say so, because she actively put herself
That's
in
what
that
I'm saying,
situation.
though.
Yeah,
But
we would need to have that conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Screaming and crying damsel in distress, it works against the prospect of liking her. Oda doesn't give her...
She's a weak person. What do you want her to do?
Still very much afraid. Still worrying about the lives of hundreds of thousands of people down below. And she's being tormented by a guy who is insanely strong. And she is not.
True shining moments that make it feel like...
True shining moments like what? And don't just point out Vivi. What would you have liked to have seen Shirahoshi
Always,
do?
what would you have liked to see? Please present an alternate interpretation of what's going on in
Show
One
me
Piece.
the potential you think it could have been.
like she's moved past a certain point and we can be proud of her. I mentioned before how Vivi had numerous arcs prior to Alabasta where she had time to shine and interact. But even if you were to isolate Alabasta as a single arc and take away the other 3 arcs, there are still many more moments that we can go back to and point out.
She's literally traveling with the entire crew for most of it.
She has interactions with each and every one of them. Shirahoshi meets most of them near the end. So you just have the interactions with her and Luffy. This is simply not fair.
Instead of going, here's what happened with Vivi, why couldn't it happen with Shirahoshi? How about you explain within the arc itself what you would have liked to have seen from Shirahoshi?
Just always do that. And then we can have a conversation. But you just going, she's reduced to crying and screaming, and that does nothing.
Where Vivi came off well.
All right, skip time.
Whoa! Whoa! Dude, what is he doing? This is like 2.5 minutes.
It's fine.
Dude, this is legit like 3 minutes.
Y'all want to just watch One Piece? Pokemon got banned from Twitch for watching Avatar. We can replicate that on YouTube right here and now. Let's go. Oh, you was wrong when we said when you said we had like 6 minutes of Shirahoshi left. No, we got 6 minutes of Vivi left.
Holy that was legit like 3.5 minutes of clips. What is he doing?
A bunch of unedited Vivi scenes of varying quality from what I saw.
So many sources.
Shirahoshi doesn't have anything close to this happen.
Of course, it's a longer arc, Alabasta. She's there from the very beginning, and she's constantly traveling with the crew. They meet Shirahoshi a good 10-15 chapters in. Only Luffy interacts with her for a good 5-10 chapters, and then we're going towards the climax.
We get her entire motivation, her backstory, the fact that she's the princess, all this stuff, all way early. So now it's just, okay, character moments.
Yes, The Last Airbender. She was streaming it on Twitch. There's a thing on Twitch right now, which is just content creators watching old TV shows and stuff and reacting to them. And it's just rife for copyright strikes.
Yeah.
And Pokemon just got hit. That's all. You know,
I think it's just for 2 days.
Yeah, it was a 48-hour ban.
Yeah, I'm not looking too far into that because I'm not no fan of Pokemon. Let me just hide my browser history real quick.
I don't know what she does, so I wouldn't.
I don't know either.
I don't think she's one of the boob tubers.
I don't think that she's
a-
not one though.
Fair. Don't go into your private browser and
I have to.
just to know what Pokimane does.
Dang, this is gonna mess up my in YouTube.
That's why you go to a browser. Private.
That's
no.
what it's gonna be.
Yeah, no,
I'm not
sorry.
I'm not trying to get recommended this trash.
Don't care.
Yeah,
for
we're stalling. Why you think that is?
All she does is watch stuff and eat on camera. Okay, that's what people are saying. She watches stuff, she eats on camera. So I don't think she's necessarily a boob tuber. She's just a woman. She's a cute girl.
We're the top agents from around the world.
Ads. Fine. Yeah, it looks like she's wearing very just normal stuff, shirts and sweaters and stuff. She ain't got all the goods hanging out. Yeah, it looks like she's just a pretty lady.
Yeah. She gets involved in a lot of drama. Okay. So she might be those.
It's just a dress. That's fine.
Yeah, she might be one of those drama alert type people that are just like in the drama and because also pretty lady.
Ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yep.
Hey, don't just raw watch stuff on Twitch. I understand it's a community that you're building and going, hey, I want to have fun with my community. I don't know why you thought that was going to be okay.
Yep.
Simply.
And I would argue that the role of Fukaboshi, her brother, in the arc doesn't do anything to help Shirahoshi's case either, as Fukaboshi ends up being the person who has the most relevant interaction with Hodie in order to expose the type of person he is. Which, not only does that concept fall flat because Hodie sucks, there's less reason to care about Fukaboshi.
So, no matter what, Shirahoshi couldn't do anything because Hodie sucks. Mm-hmm. So, if Shirahoshi was in this exact same role, it wouldn't have mattered. She wouldn't have got that shining moment because Hodie sucks. So, point blank period, you need to look at Hodie and then go blah, blah, blah.
So, you need to look at Vander Decken, Hodie, Fukaboshi, and Shirahoshi.
Do you think relating to a character makes them a better character? Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, because everybody's going to relate to everybody. It's going to make it a better character for you. Even in some cases, maybe not. Because I love Tomoko Kuroki from Watamote. I'm a very shy person in real life. I don't like to talk a lot, but I don't think that she's a good character whatsoever. I think that I like her a lot more. But as far as a good character where it's just like, yeah, you do it, I love... No, she's a horrible character. She's a monster. She's a gremlin.
Yeah, if you can relate to a character, I feel like it can enhance your enjoyability of said character. But as far as, whatever you look for in a good character, writing, character moments, traits, those types of things, I don't think you being able to relate to that person enhances those types of things. It doesn't enhance her traits because you are also seeing yourself
You're
in
implanting something that you went through and onto them.
Fukaboshi, then there is Shirahoshi. But Fukaboshi gets the scene of talking to the country about their future when it probably should have went to Shirahoshi because,
But she did something else. She called the Sea King.
Yes. She led away the arc.
And
she did plenty.
And we know Shirahoshi wants to do these things, but now we also get to see that her family wants to do these things.
But then also, here it comes. If Fukaboshi didn't do that, you'd be like, the brothers were worthless and they didn't do anything.
But Oda might have had Fukaboshi come in to fill the spot because Shirahoshi isn't really smart enough to put the concepts together. And maybe Oda needed someone from the Fishman who was connected to Otohime to recognize what was happening. Wah, wah. Everything ends up being surface level.
Yeah, Oda just didn't put the pieces together. What pieces?
No,
what do you mean?
Oda didn't. Oda
wasn't smart enough.
Oda knew that Shirahoshi wasn't smart enough to do this, so he didn't write her doing it. Oda knew the character he created was not smart enough to do the things he wanted to say. So he just had somebody else do them. Do you honestly think that's what happened, Drizzt? Do you think Oda wrote out Shirahoshi when, oh my god, I made her tooth and stupid, so I need somebody else to say this, otherwise it's not going to be believable? Do you honestly believe that's what happened, Drizzt?
Lightning fingers.
Old-timey.
And the character interactions aren't fully explored. I really, really wish Oda would have focused more on giving Shirahoshi better moments, as well as the...
What does
better
it do?
moments?
What does it do if she has quote unquote better moments?
What do you want? What better moments do you want? What could she do more than risking her life for the sake of her people?
While still being a crybaby coward.
That womp brought me off guard.
helping
It's Drizzt. Nothing's catching me off guard other than Hitler.
relationship she had with Luffy and Nami, especially Nami, because there's more things that Oda can do with Nami and Shirahoshi that he can't do necessarily with Luffy.
Like what? Oh, I also faced the tragedy of a fishman killing my mother. Word? Where do we go from here?
No, because that leads into Nami also being the protagonist of this arc. He wants these things, so he just goes, Shirahoshi Nami, it's so easy. It's right there. It's writing itself, Oda. What are you doing?
Add more, but only if it's better. That's essentially what he wants. He doesn't trust in Oda's writing, but he wants him to do more because it would be better. Dead Mom Club, rise up.
Yep.
We're there. We're in there.
Oh, yeah. We in there.
And he could have given them a subplot post-bonding so that they could have come together to do something that matters.
Like, give them a bonding, like taking the thing petition, like steering a ship away from the people.
This is like Phil just going, just make more.
Just make more.
Just make more chips. There's no plan in place. There's nothing that you can do. There's nothing that you're offering other than just do it. He is a simp to Pokemon bum chose incognito mode for a reason. I most certainly am not. I am a simp for others, but not for Pokemon, sir. I am not a IRL, ooh, look at waifu. I am a VTube simp, sir.
That's better?
In a way,
What way?
it's not because of looks auga. It's purely personality.
Are you turned off by a poorly designed VTube? Or a poorly rigged one?
Poorly rigged, yes. Poorly designed, no.
Okay.
Or at the very least, give her another subplot with Luffy that isn't just running, crying, and screaming through the water, because is that really satisfying to read?
Yes.
Yes. I was satisfied.
She's risking her life, and now Luffy also has another element to the fight that he has to take care of. What other what other Shirahoshi Luffy?
Confirmed. This is purely Isomnium, folks.
I'm
Rise
about
up.
to say Ota. I
Yeah.
was thinking like,
Oh.
what does that possibly stand for? OTA?
He was a f***ing simp,
I am not a simp.
dude.
I am a member to.
Simp.
I'm a member of I think 7 VTubers on YouTube. So that's not mad simp, and I do a super chat every now and again, but it's whatever. It's my money. I do what I want. I'm an
need it
adult.
now. But
I'm an adult.
But people threw money at us. You went, no, don't do
Yeah,
that.
I don't want it. That's weird. Huh. I just have a big problem with money.
I think it's the adulation because it's just like a monetary compensation in the form of
especially
adulation.
since I don't think that we're doing anything worthy of it.
We are doing minimum work.
One day I'm gonna have to see a therapist about my money issues because I have a lot of problems.
It's not a lot of problems. You're cheap, but
Yes.
you don't want. I think it's not even the money. I think it's the attention and the praise. We're not good with praise.
No, because I don't like spending money. I don't like people spending money on me.
Mm-hmm.
If it's something that I really, really want, I need to try to justify it to myself in any way possible.
Oh, yeah, no, that's weird.
I'll sit there and be like, all right, I'll buy this thing, but I won't buy these things. And then if I don't buy these things, it'll add up to this thing. So I basically...
I bought an essential oil diffuser because I want my room to smell good. There was no justification.
Yeah, I saw that. You probably would have went better with a wax melt because
I was thinking that too.
My oil diffuser, that boy broke in like 2 weeks.
Somebody said 8 months. If so, I'll send it back. I don't give a shit.
Oh, I should have sent it back. What was I thinking? That's stupid.
Yeah,
Nah, but that boy Briznoke, I'm like,
Broke
what's
like
going
how?
on? It just wouldn't spurt out the oils anymore. They were just like, all right, fill it with water, do about 1 to 3 drops, and let it rock. I went, all right, cool. And that boy just stopped poofing. And I'm like, what's going on?
Yep, we'll see.
I think that was also the exact same one that I bought. Weird how that works.
Isn't it just?
We may age, but do we really grow up? Yeah, some people just don't grow up sometimes.
Phil.
Not just Phil. There are people that are stuck in their ways. There are people who are 18 and just like, yeah, every woman, I don't care who I get pregnant. And then they're 40 and they're still doing that.
Yeah. Like I said, there was never a time I cringed harder than I heard some 42-year-old dude say fleek. And it wasn't even like what the are these fleek? What are they talking about? It was straight up just like, yo, that party was on fleek. And I'm like, dude, you are not this. You just are not.
Oda had fixed this at the end of the arc when she makes her promise with Luffy and the crew. It would have come off as much more satisfying, and Shirahoshi herself.
You just keep saying satisfying. You just keep saying satisfying. You just keep saying satisfying. You personally were not satisfied, so you're ascribing it to us, the audience at large, that it would have been more satisfying if X and Y happened, so when Z happened, X, Y mean more.
He's not a very good analyst, critique, reviewer, whatever he's trying to do here. If he's just using these base words like boring and satisfying and meme, like they mean something.
Yeah, when he sees it in VTuber.
I don't see that as a problem.
The Five Nights just exoskeleton with the eye.
I don't see that as a problem personally.
Would have felt like someone we would have wanted to see again and think about when it came to the Reverie, because we could see a good continuation of Otohime's will present in one of the most important characters in the series. Unfortunate, I suppose, but maybe the next princess will be better. So,
did he really use the Mass Effect Reaper sound effect?
Wah. He could have been referencing the trailer Bouin as well.
Yeah. Rebecca gets a lot of hate because people think she should have been fighting and all this stuff. Rebecca was not strong, y'all. Yeah. She was good at defense. I mean, she did not swing swords.
Asian girl. Look at her. She was the big proponent of Rebecca. Boo.
She is a weak, like 16-year-old girl that can do defense that everybody in Kingdom has hated for like 5 years. And she's crying a lot. Oh my God.
You want to die, Blaze? Please. Come on now.
Take it. You can bring it to us too. That death.
Blaze can sit there, play a game, play some solitary, whatever. You clean your house, whatever. We stuck here looking at this emperor again and again and again.
This time, no filter.
No, thankfully.
It could have been Inception. Who knows what the plot was.
In conclusion, the first entry into the New World is a long one that struggles to...
It's not long. If anything,
chapters, no.
it might be like the 7th longest One Piece arc, if even that.
It's not short, but it's not long.
Deliver uniform quality. The bad antagonists, underutilized characters, and...
Underutilized characters according to what I wanted and what I thought should have been in here.
And Sanji, just the end of Sanji.
Underutilized characters and side quests help detract from what could have been. As I said before, Fishman Island is an arc...
What could have been. Again, the potential. You keep looking at the potential. Why was it not the 4 Ps? Was potential one of them?
No.
Okay. Why was it just the 4 Ps? Who's going to check the 3 Ps? Just make the 4th P potential. And just slide that in there and just constantly be like, yo, Oda's not living up to the P potential.
I looked up 3 P's and it says 3 P's of diabetes.
What?
I don't know. I'm gonna look at it right afterwards. Preparation, purpose, and proficiency. That's not what he said.
Yeah, no. Promise was one of them.
Yeah, no. Oh, that's from a child's perspective. 3 C's. That's
3 P's of diabetes are 3 medical terms. These terms correspond to increase in thirst, urination, and appetite, respectively. So, if you got them 3 P's, you might have diabetes. If you drink a lot, pee a lot, and eat a lot, I guess. I'm hungry and I'm thirsty and I can't stop peeing. Diabetes. Or I'm just hungry and thirsty. Don't just put this on me.
Maybe I got a
Not
bladder
everything
disease.
is diabetes.
Dude, I don't.
Somebody put the 3 P's in there
No,
earlier.
but I'm trying to find out where he found them. Because I'm looking up
where it originated
Yeah,
from.
I'm looking up the 3 P's of storytelling. I'm looking up the 3 P's of writing. This mother really watched some TED Talk on this shit.
Okay, maybe if we knew what the 3 P's were, and then we could put them in not parentheses, put them in quotations, and then it comes up a lot quicker that way. So if somebody in the chat would be so kind as to inform us as to what the 3 P's were.
Because I don't remember.
Because I ain't watched that.
Pretending to be something that it's not. It's hard to say.
He's taking them from Brandon Sando and is not understanding them. He says everything he teaches is merely a tool for authors to experiment with, and that they won't always work. So he's ascribing a overall type of thing that doesn't work by the author's own admission for everybody. Yeah, I'm just playing Octopath Traveler. I'm not just going to sit here and just listen to this bum. Absolutely.
Yo, I'm playing Octopath Traveler right now.
Dude, it's real good.
Well, not right now, obviously. But, before this stream I was. And after this stream I will be while listening to Nux. That game real good, y'all. Oh, that little robot there.
Did he do it? Did he do it?
Dude, batteries on the plate.
This mother really did it. And I like how you can tell the little kid's personality by shrinking.
Yeah. And the dad got like a robot mustache.
And a little cup of oil. Oh, this is...
In all fairness, that Fishman Island doesn't deserve its reputation as being one of the weaker arcs in the series, given the circumstances. But everything's not doom and gloom. Fishman Island is carried by its epilogue and flashback, and these end up being the diamonds in the rough that you go back to and find within the arc upon analysis. And like with many things, it is not one instance of failure that determines the future permanently, but many. Fishman Island by itself doesn't make the post-time skip what I say it is, but it does certainly contribute.
Wow, this is what we're doing. I don't know what he's doing.
I didn't like the Sonic music. I'll say that.
But he's doing it in a Sonic layout. Oh, yeah, so that was Brandon Sanderson's.
Yeah.
Okay. Failure based off what?
Could you go back a little bit? Citizens cheering. Citizens cheering so many arcs.
Yeah, if it's a arc-wide... Don't just say cringe. If it's an arc-wide thing, yeah.
Yeah, when they're saved, absolutely.
What was that meant to entail?
Punk Hazard fell off a cliff.
Okay, it jumped off a cliff. But why did he keep showing it going to the cliff and to the waters?
Because it's one of those things that is funny, and then it's not funny, and then it becomes funny again.
When was it funny the first time and second time?
Well, that's not what you asked.
Then it's not one of those things.
I didn't say that it...
You did.
I did not... you did not allow me to give my refutation.
Okay, refute.
In a similar fashion to the Straw Hats' journey to Fishman Island, the voyage up carries similar features in that there is some more messing around on board the ship. No conversation this time to make use of the alone time, but everything ends with a nice spread of the Straw Hats breaking the surface alongside the pod of whales they hitched a ride from. It's a romantic scene in the sense that it is very adventurous, but as luck would have it, the Straw Hats emerged right next to Punk Hazard. They overhear screaming on the ship's Dendemushi about people being attacked by a samurai, a buzzword which prompts Brook to explain to the crew that samurai are a group of warriors specifically from Wano, and that, quote, Wano's samurai are so strong that not even the Marines go there, end quote. Oda starts doing some groundwork for Wano right away as soon as we get out of the waters, and this sets up expectations for the future from what we expect from the samurai. Luffy wants to explore...
What? The samurai didn't do strong things in Wano. Is what he's essentially saying. Kinemon is not a strong person in this arc. Is essentially what he's saying.
Old blue-haired dude, he knows the secret of tearing you up from the inside out so you can't block it even with art.
No.
I almost just started blabbing spoilers.
No.
He knows a lot of stuff that could destroy you very easily.
For the island, but a wall of fire prevents the crew from doing so. Nami is able to circumvent this issue by using Milky Road, an ability from her climate attack that creates a road of clouds that they can get across and up over the flames using the Mini Mary. This is a neat ability which, like a few abilities in this arc, is used solely within Punk Hazard and is never seen again. As is the norm, afterward...
What's the context that this could be used again?
When could they ever use Milky Road again?
Why are you not complaining about them splitting up? Well, maybe he will. But
For
again,
instance,
when could they possibly use this? Let's go.
When's the last time Luffy used Gum Gum Storm? Crocodile and that was it?
I think it was the only time.
Huh.
But Dressrosa wouldn't work. Zoe wouldn't work. Whole Cake wouldn't work. Zoe wouldn't work.
You said so already. You need Wano.
Wano, sorry.
Yes, we paused the Wano spoilers.
Yeah, I stopped myself. I went a little long, but then I went, oh, no. I pulled it back. I 40%. 40. Hagoromo, I think that was his name. Not Hagoromo. Doesn't matter what his name was.
separate into groups in order to explore the island. Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Usopp head out to the island while Chopper, Sanji, Nami, Frankie, and Brook defend the Sunny. Once again, the exploration of the island in the beginning portion of the arc is great. This is something Oda almost always nails. Luffy's group encounters a dragon made by Vegapunk and team up to behead it. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats, all back at the Sunny, are captured, which will be the first of 3 times that this happens within the arc. After killing the beast, Luffy pulls Kinemon's legs out from its body, where Kinemon proceeds to communicate via his farts, something he never does again. At first, I thought there was an extremely minor...
Whoops, he does. And he's never separated from his top half, so why would he need to fart in order to communicate? For what purpose would it serve Drizzt?
What were we supposed to look at with Robin? Dude, of course Robin was awesome feeding Luffy and all that.
Great.
We're not. What is to do? clap every time some awesome shit in One Piece happens. We're gonna be here all day. I'm tired of this video.
We're talking about this video. I don't want to be happy while watching this video. I'd rather just read One Piece. Muff is just giving it all away for free.
Nudity break here between Punk Hazard and Wano. Kinemon and later on Momonosuke are both introduced saying traditional samurai things like Deigozaru at the end of their sentences to further emphasize their culture. These sayings stop somewhere between Punk Hazard and Wano, and I assumed that it was due to a translation choice rather than something that changed within the story. So I asked around, and from what I could find, the translators for Viz and English scans stopped using these phrases, but they still exist in the Japanese RAWs. So that's a nice little detail in case anybody else realized this when they were rereading. This change makes a lot of sense because it's going to be a lot easier for English audiences to read stuff and have it flow better in their mind. The kidnapped Straw Hats have been placed in a holding cell by the guards, where Frankie wakes up to see that Sanji isn't strong enough to break down the cell door. Brook wasn't captured alongside this group because he's Brook, and this group.
Why is it Cap when he couldn't do it? Because he might break down other steel doors, but not this particular steel door.
Yes.
Because he's Brook, and the Straw Hats find Kinemon's puzzle piece-like head within the same holding cell as them. In this manner, Kinemon is introduced to both groups of the Straw Hats, but only interacts with Nami's group. In Kinemon's interactions, he spouts numerous sexist sayings towards Nami, such as, "How dare you speak to a warrior with that tone, woman? Women are to be graceful, mind their tongues, and speak when they are spoken to." Unlike the information that I just gave you concerning the speaking patterns of the samurai, there is a true continuity break here, because the way that Kinemon acts superimposes the idea that Wano and he himself as a character are home to very specific sexist ideologies.
Not necessarily Wano, but he himself. You can't just be like, hey, that black guy over there is racist, so all black people are racist. All people in Detroit are racist. That's not how that works.
Did Momonosuke have these same types of ideologies? That women should only be speak when spoken to? Because if not, and we've already met somebody from Wano. In, I think, Whitebeard's crew?
Yeah, the one with the guns. Izo.
Yeah, Izo. Izo did not have this ideology. So is it a Kinemon only thing? Especially since we've seen in Wano more scantily clad people, and it's not like, how dare you, woman, dress like that?
Sanji,
which would
immediately doorbuster level. Oda failed once again. Shows picture of Oda.
They explain why Sanji couldn't break it in the same chapter.
Drizzt didn't read it.
No, he just didn't. He just wanted to lie about it.
Historically accurate to Japan's past and present history, which could have been a fantastic idea, but in retrospect is confusing because Kinemon's own relationship with women doesn't reflect what he says to Nami. Suru ends up being someone that has a dominant personality when it comes to her relationship with Kinemon, and Kinemon is also friends with Kiku, who, well, yeah, if Kinemon has stereotypical views on sex, that would not be the case. And Wano doesn't give anything to...
But it could just be said that he's trying to bolster himself, and even though I'm just ahead, I'm still a samurai of Wano, so don't talk to me like that. As she's pinching his cheek. It's like, hey, shouldn't you be in more demure?
I am very worried about the things he may say about the people of Wano and the trans.
I think that he will be very respectful and hold his tongue.
He used Hitler for a speech.
Absolutely.
He used black dialect consistently.
Absolutely.
He used
sexy Rady. Yes, I know.
No,
I was there.
There was before that. Remember, there was a whole 2-3 lines of.
Oh yeah, yep, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
But those are groups of people instead of I ain't got nothing. It's inaccessible.
I don't get this whole character says sexist, racist things as if shitty traits can never exist within fictional characters. Yeah, like it has to be ascribed to their entire region as opposed to the... Like, it makes no sense.
Fuel this belief system or explore it in any depth when the Straw Hats do land there. This would be the case of a future arc creating errors in a past arc due to one reason or another. It could be that Oda changed his mind at some point in time, but there are numerous sections of Punk Hazard that allude to this idea, as you'll see.
But again, this is really just this one instance. Because he goes, women shouldn't be all this shameful, but then when it comes time to make clothes for Nami, he makes this dumb and mad skimpy ninja outfit.
This is what all women of Wano wear.
Yeah, I just feel like he was just trying to bolster himself. Just, hey, I am a samurai, don't treat me like this. And he just went, you in woman. If it was Chopper, it'd be like, hey, get your hands off of me, you raccoon. If it was Frankie, he'd be like, I don't want no robot touching me. Whatever he had to say to get them off, he would have said. That's just how
The Straw
I feel.
Hats reveal that they are pirates, which produces a heated response from Kinemon. If you are indeed pirates, then it would explain your barbarity. I hate pirates with a passion so strong, I could vomit. Nami is shown to react to the statement in surprise and confusion. You'll notice from the track record in Fishman Island that Oda is beginning a trend here. Characters' curiosities never carry over into anything relevant. Nami, as we know, has a past history with believing the exact same thing that Kinemon just said. That pirates are evil.
What is she supposed to do? I felt the same way as you, but
Yeah.
these are good pirates. How is he supposed to trust her, a pirate?
And even if it's just, hey, it's a surprise thing. He's coming out of nowhere like, I hate pirates. Of course you'd be like, I wonder why he hates pirates. Someone busts into the room like, I hate people over 6'2". I'd be like, what?
And there's no such thing as a good pirate. So there was an opportunity here and in the future for some character interaction between Nami
For
and
Nami
Kinemon.
to go, there is good pirates out there like us, or can they just show that they're good pirates by doing good things?
Potential.
Oh no. He did not say-
Potential.
Which might have been very good to do.
Oda could have used this to create a relevant plot line that technically encompasses multiple characters. In what way?
Nah, he could just do it. Just do it with multiple characters. Which characters? Who knows? But he could have done it and it'd be a relevant plot line with multiple characters. Do it.
So you're supposed to have a subplot and Kinemon hating in pirates and Nami going, I hated them too, and let's talk about it, but we'll show you how we're actually good? Or can they just show them that they're good by saving children and helping him?
Like Leo said, pirates are bad people though. Luffy and Fishman Island was just like, are you guys good or bad? It's like, that's up to y'all to decide. Not sitting there with a monologue going, the concept of good and bad. Such words are beneath the... No, nothing like that. It's like, you decide. We're just going to get stuff done.
So we're just going to handle whatever's on Punk Hazard. You can feel however you want to feel about it.
Yeah. No examples. Exactly, Chris. It's no surprise. It's zero surprise. And it's going to be double no examples because this is put in after the fact. So it wasn't even in the script. He was just like, crap, let me just edit this in real quick.
Oh, also, we can change emotes. So
how easy is it? Is it a day, a couple hours, instantaneously?
It's not instantaneous. It's a couple hours.
Okay, I figured that'd be it. Because Phil was talking about that. And
I mean, even if it's a day, if we have a emote that's like specific to this, like somebody brought up a potential emote for Drizzt streams. If we did that, we could take that out for by the time the next one comes along. So
and then just like, hey, Drizzt stream, so let's add it back.
Yeah.
This character had a one-panel reaction shot, therefore must give them a subplot devoted to him. My goodness, the way that this dude thinks is incomprehensible. Hey, look at this. Oda chose to focus on this, so now it must be something. But it never does happen. It never becomes anything so bad. Oda bad.
which might have been very good to do because of
Which might have been very good to do.
No definite.
Cool.
Because there's obviously, beginning in Punk Hazard, a sexist divide between Nami and Kinemon, but
Which he tears down immediately, which he later on says, no, it's not actually that. I just like skimpy women.
I think in this very interaction, Nami, where Kinemon was like, you shouldn't be dressed like that. And Nami's like, you don't like it? He's like, no, I didn't say that.
wah, wah. Frankie radical beams the vault door, which allows the Straw Hats to leave their room. Sanji has a nice moment with Kinemon that convinces him to follow the Straw Hats, and Sanji takes responsibility for what will happen to Kinemon from this point in time. This will be the first of a few side conversations that Sanji has with Kinemon, which gives the impression that this character dynamic and relationship is going somewhere.
It gives the indication that it's going somewhere, like where?
Any characters that has any interactions, it must lead
Where
somewhere.
Where did Paglia and Konis go in Skypiea when they fed and housed the Straw Hats? Where did that interaction go, Drizzt? This is unbelievable. Where did other big strong shipyard dude go? The one with the hair that he kept pushing down.
The one that looked like Freddie Mercury.
Where did that interaction go, Drizzt?
Things always need to go somewhere. Oda made a 1,000-piece puzzle and Drizzt added a different 500 pieces. He's like, well, what's going on? I don't see a giraffe here. This is a cola bottle. Why is this here? This puzzle sucks. Womp Womp looks like it's going to be a thing.
Which has yet to be explained in the story is the fact that Sanji has information concerning the culture of Wano. When the Straw Hats are about to leave their cell, Sanji reveals that Kinemon's top knot hairstyle is a standard hairstyle that is indigenous to Wano. I don't know how Sanji knows this or why it's even brought up. When we eventually get to Wano, Sanji has no other information.
He read a lot of books when he was a kid in Kingdom. That's how he knew about what happened in Jaya.
Why didn't he ask why Brook knows about Wano?
Since he's the one that talked about the samurai and the Marines not wanting to go against
And
him.
that was 50 years ago.
Whole lot could have happened since then.
He was in there for 50 years. He doesn't even know
The unlimited destructive power of giraffes.
Or history to provide about the country, which makes his knowledge here a bit odd. I think Oda just wanted to give this info to the audience and decided to use Sanji as an outlet. After Sanji grabs Kinemon's head, the scene transitions to the Straw Hats running away from the guards that are chasing them when they stumble into the biscuit room and find the enlarged kids. The Straw Hats start running through the biscuit room when Kinemon introduces his second sexist remark. Quote, "Struck by a woman, my honor is in tatters. I must slice my belly open to regain it." End quote. Nami even calls him a chauvinist pig in response to this, which reiterates that sexist theme within Kinemon's character.
Within Kinemon. Dude, this Oda image is really pissing me off.
Annoying me.
We got another 2 hours of this bullshit. There will be no questions after.
Of course
Make no
not.
mind.
Of course not.
As the Straw Hats are running, Lind asks for the Straw Hats' help in saving them, and Mocha specifically asks Nami for help, which gives Nami pause. In this scenario, the kids really do come off well. Their cries for help feel genuine and provoke empathy from the reader and myself.
Feel genuine. The reader and myself? So you're ascribing the entirety of readers what they felt, and also me as a critic, so you know it was real.
Not just the readers, but me too.
Genuine. Again with the genuine too. Their reaction feels genuine as opposed to the false reactions of what? Who?
Cool.
Empathy from the reader and myself. And then Sanji happens. Sanji, for some reason, insists that Nami should just ignore the plights of the crying children. He adopts a Michael Jordan-esque attitude of saying,
Could you go back?
just acknowledge and then Sanji happens.
Do you realize what you're saying? There's no reason to do this. They said they were sick. Maybe this is a hospital. We just met them seconds ago. We don't know their story, and we're not running a rescue charity.
That seems pretty reasonable.
They said they were sick. Maybe this is a hospital. Let's get some information before we run around with a bunch of sick kids.
Huge sick children that we need to protect. We don't know if they can run. We don't know if air could damage them. We don't know how they deal in the cold. This seems pretty reasonable. And I know he's going to go back to the raid you're kinder than everyone thing. Because that's all he can do.
Reason insists that Nami should just ignore the...
Even though they were captured by thugs and thrown into a room. They don't know that! No, they were captured by thugs and thrown into a room. If it's a sick, contagious disease that these kids have, you saw how they were dressed, so we don't know.
These kids are in a big open room instead of a literal cell like you guys were in. So then you have to ask yourself, why are they out in the open, allowed to just basically free roam, not allowed to go everywhere, but you guys were in a cell. Why are the people not targeting these children? Maybe they're here for a purpose. Sanji has always been shown to be the logical, think a couple steps ahead person.
But no, let's just take a bunch of giant kids while we're running away from guards.
We should not have massive targets running around while mother are shooting at us. Exactly.
Hospitals have guards.
plights of the crying children. He adopts a Michael Jordan-esque attitude of saying, fuck them kids, despite the fact that Sanji himself just went out of his way to help Kinemon, a person he doesn't even know. We just met them seconds ago.
And of course you cut out the other part. The part about the children and all that stuff. So, it'd be more advantageous to help somebody who's from the country of Wano, and since Sanji knows about it, he knows that they are very strong, so you go, oh, this strong dude could help us in some kind of way. No matter what the way is, he could help us. Instead of these walking giant targets that we know nothing about other than they're asking for help. If a kid is in the hospital for Christmas and you walk into the room, you're going to hear them be like, I want to go home. I don't want to be here. I want to be with my parents.
We don't know their story, and we're not running a rescue charity. Everything that says to Nami here could easily apply to himself in what he did with Kinemon.
No, you can carry Kinemon on your arms, which you do not even use to fight, as opposed to giant children that are sick, that they themselves said are sick.
And literally need to be protected.
They only knew Kinemon was here, needed help, and was looking for his son. The children wanted to escape, see their parents, and needed help.
But they were sick!
And where are their parents? Are they going to go outside? Are they going to go back to the Grand Line to help these children? Sanji is being very pragmatic here.
Let's say the Marines weren't on here, and they did everything, they rescued the kids. What is the next step for the Straw Hats? Contact the Marines and just wait for them to show up? And he knows Kinemon is a prisoner as opposed to these kids in this room with toys and stuff crying that they want to go home, but they're sick kids. What kid wants to be in the hospital?
Exactly.
Nobody. I remember waking up Christmas Day crying when I was in the hospital.
Ugh.
What?
Act like you wouldn't go back in time and smack that little you.
Yeah, no.
Like, this don't matter. Nothing matters.
No, it doesn't matter, but it was super sad as me at 11 or 10. I think I was like 10. I did at 10 years old,
Yeah, oh no, you missed out on the socks that Nana gave you.
No, it was more about being alone on Christmas. I didn't care about the gifts. Because the day before, Mama and Bruce came and gave me my gifts.
Who cares?
I did. I was a 10-year-old kid.
I'd go back in time and slap that kid.
Oh my God! Listen to this.
I'm glad I
monster.
don't look like me, because he's like, "Are you Bean from when you get no bald guy?" I'm just
Slap.
So it's kind of weird that Oda even did this. This is a confusing look from the man who is later going to be wanked for how kind he is. Nami refuses Sanji and then makes a stand, which forces the Straw Hats into action and prompts a cheesy line of dialogue from Sanji, which once again reinforces his simp-like attitude. Sanji and Frankie stay back to deal with...
Cheesy, whatever. Shut up with this crap. Simp-like attitude. Are you saying that this hasn't been throughout the entirety of One Piece?
He beats up the crocodile. He gets the key. Nami, do you love me? He saves Usopp from dying. Nami, do you love me? He's going up on the ship with Eneru, and he said Nami Swan and Robin Swan. He's picturing Robin as a princess and him being the prince, and he's coughing up the smoke, love smoke, while he's thinking about that.
In Long Ring, the Foxy arc, he's like, I don't want to be in Ball Man, and Nami's like, it looked great on you. He was like, Ball Man it up. Here we go. This has always been a thing. Eating pizza.
That sounds great.
I'll say.
with the guards, and this group further splits so that Nami and Chopper can lead the children away. Luffy's group has been contacted by Brook, who informs them of what is going on while taking a walk around on the cold side of Punk Hazard. Luffy and the gang beat out some centaurs, and Smoker reveals that Punk Hazard is the location for the off-screen fight between Aokiji and Akainu. A fight so great that it permanently changed the island's weather, which is a great idea in terms of creativity from Oda. Luffy's group decides to cross the river to go save the crew and are attacked by a group of centaurs, so they are...
But you complain so much about the arcs being combined.
Yep.
But this is a great idea?
Yep.
Both can exist.
Yep. Can't they though?
I didn't think about it like that.
Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha.
distracted for a bit. Brook ends up having a quick engagement with Kinemon's torso, but ends up running away from it. The big attention grabber for this portion of the arc is Law being reintroduced through his meeting with Smoker. We get to see his new design and impressive status as a warlord. The most interesting players in this arc, the people that everyone comes back for when discussing it, are Law, Smoker, Virgo, and then in the last few chapters, Dofi and Aokiji.
Did not care about Law. It's whatever. I cared much more about Chopper and the kids. That was awesome.
I like Tashigi.
Tashigi was rocking. Smoker was cool. Yeah.
I like Monet's design a whole lot.
Oh yeah, Monet was great. Virgo was... I like Virgo too.
Yeah.
Especially
The dumb food on the cheek stuff.
Yeah, big old meat slab on his cheek.
They really give the arc a much needed seasoning. Anytime these characters are at the forefront, it's a good time.
No! See, this is the problem. These characters are hype. Yes. And that's what it is.
And he goes, no matter what, anytime these characters on the screen. So it doesn't matter what they're doing, you're automatically going to be like, yo, this is good.
Hey, it's Law, so this is good times. Oh, next panel, not Law, not good times.
What if somebody says that about
Is
Shirahoshi, where they go, anytime Shirahoshi's on screen, it's a good time. Especially since you're not offering any sort of reason why it's a good time.
I can't say the same thing about anything else, though.
Cool.
Wow.
Anything else.
Wow. Chopper and Mocha alone was killing it.
Hey, guess what? 3 sentences ago, you said it was a good idea for Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice Island is a thing that you praised. See, that's the problem with totalities. And this fool did not realize that in his script.
Including the main characters. Not a good look. After Law...
What was the clip? What was the clip? What was the purpose of the clip?
Funny.
It didn't even relate to what he was saying.
It was funny, though. It's all about that comedy.
It was not funny. There is nothing wrong with being informative if your comedy chops are not there.
Yes.
Just being edgy is not funny. Just doing references is not funny.
Just having bubbles on the screen is not anything. I would love to see some of his old react videos just to see, because people will react and then they'll talk about it after they see it and for 10 minutes or so. I'd love to see that.
As introduction, Nami and company are still running around. They get some background information on the children's circumstances, and then they end up in the freezer room, which is a room that depicts convicts and other giants being frozen in ice. This is the only thing that happens as a result of their separation from Frankie and Sanji.
Sorry, a helicopter flew by during the audio recording, and I simply did not want to re-record. It only lasts for 45 seconds.
45 seconds you didn't want to re-record. It's fine.
What Caesar thing? I mean, Caesar was awesome, but what Caesar thing? Did Drizzt miss it Caesar yet?
I don't think he mentioned Caesar.
Yeah, so...
Let's give it a second.
This is the only thing that happens as a result of their separation from Frankie and Sanji, which seems a bit of a waste because this didn't change how anything plays out in the arc, so I'm not sure why Oda decided to do this. Sanji has a...
To show a little bit more of the island. Now you see Oda brought a bunch of ideas and they failed, thus Avengers clip.
Easy 1 to 2 right is right there.
It practically writes itself.
Another conversation with Kinemon in which he is trying to make Kinemon drop his pride so that he can ask for help, but Kinemon is too stubborn to do so. So for the second time, Sanji...
So isn't this interaction thing you were hoping for Sanji and Kinemon?
I don't know exactly where he thought it was going to go or even where he wanted it to go. But it's going here.
Has a relatively nice conversation with Kinemon, which brings them a bit closer in theory.
In theory, isn't it also in practice since we see it? And again, a little bit closer, or they're doing what they need to do. Like what? I don't know what he means by closer. In theory.
Law and Smoker are talking. Nami's group, now completely back together because Sanji and Frankie met up with them, crash the conversation, make a scene, and then run back inside. This comedy scene works because it contrasts very well when paired up with Law and Smoker's serious attitude.
It doesn't matter what the contrast is. Did you find it funny? Was it logical for these people to be doing this thing? Is it a running joke that got tiresome after a while? It's not just the contrasting.
This dude sucks.
That's fine.
And we've got another hour 45 of this.
We're gonna do it.
Bush.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna make it.
For our stream, not for his video. We only got an hour and a half left.
Yeah.
So we might get it done in the next stream.
Yeah, look at that. It's provided it's one of the longer ones.
You know what helped? The synopsis.
The synopsis definitely helped, and the fact that this is a longer one. Not a good take. What are you talking about? Where is not a good take? You can put that at any point in this video. Just type that at random and you right. Type that at any point in time in this video and you right.
Yeah, I love that they all did Frankie thing. It's Sanji is just as goofy as everybody else, but he's a bit more serious.
Yeah.
Equally as confused as Smoker is the cherry on top. The appearance of the Straw Hats makes Tashigi want to give chase, but just as she is about to engage, Law is forced into action and uses his room. This is the beginning phase of Law versus Smoker. The story then goes back to Luffy's group, who is still fighting the centaurs. Brownbeard is introduced, Zoro is attacked by a shark and is seemingly bitten while underwater, but there's no injury to show from it. Okay. Brook randomly stops by and
He's been shown to armament his weapons, and I think he did his arm.
Yeah, he does, because he puts it into Wano things. So yes, he can.
Yeah. Oh, also, yeah, the skipping over 3 to 4 minutes of Vivi also helped.
Oh, big helped. Oh my god.
More of that, please.
Show from it. Okay. Brooke randomly stops by and distracts the centaurs long enough to introduce the clothing gag. This sequence is 9 pages in length, which is probably a bit much, but the story transitions back to the topic of interest, which...
It was funny. It contrasts with the serious stuff.
Yep. But he wanted to get to the serious stuff sooner, so no. Also, Zoro is mad durable.
Yes.
Imagine Zoro losing his leg to a shark.
It's Law versus Smoker, so it's not a big deal. As the Straw Hats are in the process of running back inside the lab away from Smoker and Law, Oda introduces Law's personality transplant. Having reread the arc and gone through the details, I still don't know why Law did this. Law states that he can't let the
Because they can't, oh wait, hold on.
Straw Hats get away.
He can't let the Straw Hats leave the island. The only person that can switch them back to normal is him. So they cannot leave even if he takes his eyes off of them. How hard can it be?
That's very hard to think of. I didn't think of that. I was wondering why he did that too. It's impossible to know.
But the personality transplant doesn't do anything to stop them from getting away.
They can't leave the island now. I can't let them leave the island. Not this one little area of where I'm fighting in. The island itself, I cannot allow you to leave.
They run off regardless, and Law ignores them despite having pretended to care about stopping them.
Wow, he does not understand.
Yeah, he didn't get it. He didn't understand it. That's all.
Why pretend to care if it doesn't affect your actions?
Wow, yeah, he 1,000,000,000,000%
100%.
did not get
He
it. He
interpreted it one way and just went, this is the way, and now I gotta figure out a way to complain about it.
But, you know, the transplant is introduced as an excuse for Oda to do the body swapping gags he does with the Straw Hats. A sequence which lasts 27 chapters.
And it's great.
In hindsight, there are a whole lot of negatives associated with Oda's decision to do this.
Let's see it.
2 of which are that it affects character logic and it becomes a power scaling issue.
Let's hear it.
I would stop the stream right now if this was a regular stream. I would stop it.
I am reveling in the fact that we get to hear Drizzt talk about power scaling. This is all I've ever wanted. There's no place that I would rather be than here right now.
6 o'clock on a Saturday.
Listening to this Mensa member talk about power scaling. This is all there is in my life. I can just quit. I can tap out after this. I just lay down and let the woods take me.
Law's personality transplant, in the way that the audience sees him use it, is a ridiculously overpowered move that could leave a very strong fighter stranded and helpless. It seems almost instantaneous, which isn't to say that you can't guard against it, but in principle, it's a guaranteed win if you can pull it off. If Law were an arc-specific character where his importance doesn't go past where he's introduced, then this wouldn't be as much of an issue because there are plenty of characters like that within the story. But Law is a reoccurring character that is at the forefront of the narrative from Punk Hazard to the current moment that I'm saying this line. Law plays a role in Dovi's downfall and in the Yonko situation for Wano. Introducing this ability to Law's repertoire of ridiculously overpowered abilities creates unrealistic strategies in the future for defeating opponents. What you introduce in a character when it...
You mean like the room ability to cut people in half that he can use at any time?
But he also said that his ability doesn't work with people whose hockey is greater than his. So that's why he can't just cut off Big Mom's head and like, I win. That's why he can't just switch Big Mom's heart with in Cloud and just go, I win. That's it. It was established.
Let's see if that's where he's going though.
When it comes to their capabilities should be important and carefully considered. If you ignore a character's capabilities, then when something does happen with that character that doesn't take into account what they can do, the end result can be unsatisfying.
Pause.
He thinks Katakuri.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there in part 3, maybe? But hey, Drizzt, in part 1, it said that Moria went up against Kaido. Why didn't Moria take Kaido's shadow and chuck him into the sun? That's an ability that he has that's an instant death. Why didn't he do that, Drizzt, in part 1 that you think is so much superior to this? Maybe because instant wind attacks don't always just work like that.
Maybe there's something that's preventing it from working. Hockey really is the balance to Devil Fruits. Absolutely, because Devil Fruits would be running stupid. If Logias could just be Logias, they'd be running stupid. How you gonna stop light?
Dead.
Death!
What if Law snuck in a personality transplant on Dofi or Kaido while
He
Yep,
can't!
see, there it is right there. He did not understand it.
He literally cannot.
Literally.
Now, he could have done it to one of his goons, one of the 4 guard people, but what is it gonna do for Dofi?
their back was turned, just like the Straw Hats here? Well, that would end the arcs immediately.
Holy! A new particle effect!
Yeah, boy.
Clap, clap! I was missing it so much. I'm so glad he brought this back. Yep, it crashed.
Oh, boy.
No, just our live chat viewer crashed.
Okay. I was about to tap. You're like, yep, that's it.
So I just need to remove it and bring it back. Cause mine got yeah, live chat just went away for a second. We're back.
Weird how that works.
I just gotta adjust all the stuff again.
Wasting time. I love it.
Alright, there we go. We're good.
I hate it.
Well, what are you looking up?
I was trying to find exactly when he said he can't do the thing with the hockey.
Hard to figure it out.
Because the villains would lose right away, right? All authors like to have fun whenever they are drawing. Oda isn't the first, and he won't be the last person to introduce something like this. But that doesn't mean it should continue to happen. Ideally, you want to create things that work within the logic of your own world, and don't break it. Simple.
Again, he said, I cannot use it against someone with hockey, with stronger hockey.
Yep, there it is right there. It was in Wano.
I figured as much. And what were the words?
If their hockey is too strong, I can't move them directly. I would have done it if I could.
Oh, yeah, because he was just like, why don't you just send Big Mom to the ocean?
Yep. And he was able to switch with Doflamingo because he was distracted. He was just like, yo, that's all that was. But, you know, it's reasons. They said it. Sorry.
Sorry you didn't recognize it. And that's the thing. This whole section is simply, or you know what? It may not have even been there yet in terms of Wano.
That could have been it.
And if that's the case, sure. But you're calling it the downfall without having the entire story when Oda starts explaining things like this.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I think Virgo did say something like that too. Because he couldn't do it against Virgo. I think you're right, Raul. Which is like, what are you doing?
Enough. And we'll see later in Wano that Oda tries to introduce
His
some
hockey will completely block even your chopping ability. And you have no hope in matching him in power either. This was against Virgo.
And he's also about to explain it in Wano. Let's see.
It was there!
Let's see. Nope.
that work within the logic of your own world and don't break it. Simple enough. And we'll see later in Wano that Oda tries to introduce something that fails to take this into account. Back to the story at hand, though.
Nope.
Nope. He just said it.
Nope.
He said it's stupid that he can't just swap in Doflamingo heart. Oda explains it away, but nah. I'll get to it in 4 years. He did split Virgo in half, but again, I think that was just because he was off guard. Virgo was like, you don't even have a room, so you can't cut me. So he was off guard. Bing, bang, boom, cut. Big room that you couldn't even see. Hey, I win.
Smoker engages Law, and Oda treats us to a fun battle between two very well-liked characters. Tashigi, who is observing the fight, challenges Law and just W keys right at him, despite Smoker's warning to stay away because she's too weak. Law proceeds to one-shot Tashigi, cutting her sword and body in half with his Devil Fruit ability. Tashigi is humiliated in front of Law. Law exposes her for being weak and tells her, "The weak do not have the right to choose how they die."
Pause. What a corny line.
What a cornball line.
And that's all I need to say. That's my whole critique. Press play.
A badass line.
I tried to do the Drizzt thing, but Drizzt wouldn't even let me do it.
So, if Hodie had said this, would you have called it corny or badass?
Or generic.
Or generic.
As he constantly did.
How they die. A badass line. This line is shown to create a severe response in Tashigi. I wonder how this will impact her throughout the arc. Tashigi...
What is she supposed to do? She can't instantly get stronger.
Yeah, I just want to... Here comes a power-up. Oh, man, this moment unlocked my Conqueror's Haki.
It's not that I don't like Law. It's just that Law is nothing to me.
Yeah.
Like I can take or I can get or take Law. Like I don't really care.
Yeah. And that was also a joke, Heel. It was a joke. It was a joke in reference to the Drizzt stuff of just going, nah, it's corny without explaining why or anything.
Can we get an ALX says something and then the YouTuber says something right after the pause? I mean, it's happened twice with Phil.
It happens. It happens a lot.
He is saved by Smoker, and the fight between them carries on until Law defeats Smoker and takes his heart, just in time for Luffy to show up. Smoker versus Law is a short but great fight that highlights what someone like Law is capable of doing, putting Smoker in one of the only disadvantageous situations we've ever seen in the series when it comes to combat. I personally enjoyed the short talk afterward.
But that doesn't matter because Law is busted.
Big busted.
He's
big
not
broke.
besting him in combat. He's just like, well, I can cut you in half at any time. I can rip out your heart, whatever. I also have this weird wavy curtain thing that can block your attacks that I'm going to use later. Spoilers.
It's between Luffy and Law. Seeing things from the perspective and mindset of Law allows for a fun time and creates a game of trying to figure out what Law is really thinking and what his motives are.
And see how he's talking about Law? Because he likes Law.
He likes Law.
During this talk, Tashigi crawls over to check on Smoker, gets enraged, and once again tries to attack Law. Oda, for the second time, has Law use the personality transplant on Tashigi and Smoker, swapping them up. Law tells Luffy where to find his crew and leaves. Then the scene switches over to Nami's group, where Sanji is perving on Nami's body because he got swapped into it. Kinemon uses his ability to make clothes for everyone in the cold. And afterwards, Sanji continues to perv on Nami's body, opening the coat to stare at her boobs, which is immediately followed by Sanji going for a smoke, which is then followed by Sanji molesting Nami's body against her will and groping her boobs. So yeah, at this point we gotta have a talk about Sanji.
Alright. Oh, not alright.
I'll be up front.
Why are you in the galaxy?
Because he's the Emperor, you fool. Space. Death Star. You get it? I'm dying.
People who know me know this well. My least favorite character in the entire series of One Piece is by far Sanji. So when I talk about things that I consider problems, I'm trying to draw the line between what I think are issues within the story and my own preferences and what I enjoy in characters. In other words, when I'm talking about Sanji...
No, you didn't. Because with Law, you went, people like Law, and he's cool, and that was a badass line, and it gives so much character. You're not drawing the line. You didn't like Shirahoshi, so you said all this bullshit.
Here, I am trying to be unbiased.
That is not possible. I don't know why people think unbiased or biased is a negative when all people come into something with a bias. When we saw the title, The Downfall of One Piece, that instantly put something into our head, and we are now
Going
biased.
into this video with a bias. Triton, we can't stop. Literally, sorry, no, it's not possible, but we can. But yeah, this whole thing with unbiased, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
And you going into this unbiased. Are you going into this in particular, the Sanji thing, unbiasedly, or was this all just unbiasedly? Because you didn't give your framework by which that law line was awesome. You just said that it was.
It's so badass,
and that's not anything.
And yes, Drizzt is unbelievably biased to the later half of One Piece with so many of the problems, quote unquote, he thinks he has, could be ascribed to the beginning of One Piece.
And
we're not here for fun, Triton.
One of his issues is too many princesses in the post time skip, and that's just a problem for some reason.
I love Sanji.
Yeah, Sanji's number 3 for me.
I could definitely take away things like this with him groping Nami.
Yes.
Sure, 1,000,000,000%. Those are terrible character traits, and I would much rather prefer he wasn't just grabbing Nami.
Yes.
Outside of that type of stuff, I love Sanji.
Great. Especially with these last couple chapters.
And that stuff is so minor that I could just go, ugh. And just move on from it.
One Piece is a manga written by Oda. It's about pirates. An unbiased review of One Piece.
That's 1
There's
trillion.
a character named Sanji in it. He smokes.
He's a chef. He has blonde hair. He stands at, according to Oda, this height. He mostly uses feet in his fighting technique. His dream is to go to the all blue. He likes women.
Afraid to see how much worse this video gets? Hey, me too. Especially as much as Meme been hyping it up about, oh, y'all ain't there yet. Oh, that's what's getting me.
Yeah, I feel like most people could do without Sanji's gags. But it's not so much of a problem for the character where it's just like, every time I see Sanji doing an awesome thing, I'm just thinking about him grabbing Nami.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it's an aspect of his personality.
Unfortunate. Much rather prefer it wasn't there.
I'd prefer that it just simply not be there.
But it is there, and yes. I just have to accept it. I can talk about it. I can talk about how I don't like it, but it is in there, and I just have to move past it.
I know that when Oda was creating this scene, his intent was to make a funny gag. And I'm sure that many people found this scene to be funny and are going to think that any commentary on this is purely subjective, which is very, very ironic and wrong.
If you found it funny, you are objectively wrong.
Yes.
It is, to some people, just a comedy scene. They're not thinking about Sanji being a terrible person grabbing Nami against her will. They're just thinking, oh, he's got a chance to do this, and he's looking at her boobs.
And he's got such a happy look on his face. And now what's Nami going to do in retaliation for this?
Because if I were someone thinking of what was in the best interest for Sanji's character, this is not a scene I would ever hope to see. This scene is distasteful in the sense that it paints Sanji as a sexual predator who doesn't care or respect women. Someone that is no better than Absalom. Absalom
went into a shower to grab Nami. He licked and
forced an unconscious lady into marriage. Did you just shut down?
Even worse. Absalom at least didn't pretend to be a white knight whose primary concern is the safety and respect of women.
Pause. But Sanji's is. Because he immediately goes, ah, crap. I can't be diving too far deep because this is Nami's body. He starts to smoke. He's like, oh, and Nami's like, nah, it's fine. I understand you gotta smoke. It is.
I would find it more odd for Sanji not to be checking out his body.
Yes, it's within his character to do that.
Yeah, Absalom basically did that to Nami.
He would have.
He would have. He didn't care.
I don't see a situation where Sanji would ever do that. And Absalom knows absolutely nothing about Nami. At least Sanji knows about Nami, her personality and all that stuff, and wants to protect. The protect thing is also a big thing. Because he does want to protect her quite a lot. And basically all women. Absalom was just like, ooh, pretty Auga.
Sanji does. Sanji has a long-running gag that goes back to his first introduction of Baratier for being a womanizer.
That right there is harassment.
Yep.
But nothing like this has ever happened before.
That right there is harassment!
You're touching a woman without her consent while she's actively on a date with another guy. While
Holding
you're
the
at
hand.
work. This is unprofessional also in your place of business.
First time.
And pre-time skip, he kept saying all the people I can help with the invisible fruit, and I can peep on girls. No, wait, that's not what I mean. So this absolutely did happen before, Drizzt.
Sanji was given full control
Could
of a
you go
woman
back a little bit?
being a womanizer.
A little bit more.
But nothing like Sanji does. Sanji has a long...
What's that? The Ultima?
Why are you doing this?
I need to know how many different sorts. It's
running
gotta
gag
be a
that goes
joke at
back to
this
his
point.
first introduction of Baratier for being a womanizer. But nothing like this has ever happened before. For the first time, Sanji was given full control of a woman's body, leaving it up to him how he would act. And the result is that Sanji uses Nami to satisfy his own lust with no regard for human life.
Now they switch, and here's Pierce again. A Smith screen. Posey will defend. Oh! LeBron James with no regard for human life.
Pause. We gotta pause for this.
Dude,
He's just
copyright
straight
is
showing
not
in
gonna.
there.
It's not gonna be 9 seconds.
You don't know that. We just gotta be sure.
Sanji ends up sexually assaulting Nami. Oda tries to fool the audience into believing that Sanji cares about Nami's body, but Oda completely...
He does. He's doing both. He
Gotta
absolutely
be careful. This is not fooling. Gotta be careful. Fragile. Don't want to bruise. Sorry about your lungs. 3 sentences.
He absolutely cares, and he absolutely assaulted her.
Yes. Both can be true.
Terrible that he did.
Yes. Nobody's arguing with that. But you can't take away him caring about Nami and her body and her well-being just because he's doing this.
misses the issue of character morality. Sanji only cares about Nami's body when it's going to be in physical danger, not when it's at the danger of his own desires.
Danger like what?
Dangers of
Did he
his
start
own
fingering
desires?
himself?
Yeah.
Did he? I don't know what he means by that.
I do not either.
This doesn't do Sanji's character any good.
No, absolutely not. Detracts from it heavily. Not arguing against that.
Some may like to use the defense of it's just a gag, but within every gag is intent.
What? Phil got an hour video.
Oh,
DSP on Pokemon, DMCA,
Phil?
React Video Rant.
How could you?
Oh my goodness, what are these pre-streams? He's going off.
But within every gag is intent. and that intent reflects upon the character.
Okay, intent of what? Was the intent of the author to just do a gag and to not think heavily on it, but people did think heavily on it? Or, I don't know what you mean intent. You say intent of the character. Okay, I guess you mean what Sanji intended by having the body.
Whether it's intentionally or unintentionally done by the author. I think
We are 2 minutes into this 8-minute about his pervertedness.
Oh my god!
We got it already. And then we somehow, for some reason, go into Bon Clay and the consequences of playing God from 49 to 518.
Dude.
That's almost 30 minutes.
Yeah, Drizzt, are you a racist and a Nazi because you use those types of things?
Yeah.
Because if you're just saying Sanji did this so he is 100% a predator, which you could say, then I have to assume that you, Drizzt, are a racist based on the things I've said.
And that you've done.
Something that occurs far too often in the Western audience is that whenever they see an out-of-touch Eastern gag, they try to justify it by any means possible.
Not justifying it here, but you're saying that Sanji 100% does not care about Nami's body because of the things he did to it, which is false. That's the only thing I'm arguing against. He absolutely did these things, and it is absolutely not okay.
But don't minimize his other stuff.
Even if they have to bend backwards until their back breaks. Culture isn't an excuse. And what's more, Sanji's real ideology is linked to his character gag, which is why it's something that makes Sanji a hypocrite. Sanji
is a hypocrite!
Behind the ruse of a gag doesn't mean that an author shouldn't make sure that their writing doesn't come at the cost of what the characters are supposed to think is important. He
does think it's important. Can't smoke because Nami's lungs. I'm sorry. Can't kick as hard. I'm sorry I'm hurting your body, Nami. He does show that.
He shows it. You say that Sanji is a problem for Nami's physical well-being, but the lungs aren't really... There's nothing that Sanji can see. There's nothing attractive about Nami's lungs. I can see Drizzt saying the hard R to me in a debate. Now listen here, you Nick. Click!
No,
what?
Uncle, he's saying that other people, like when they try to argue for Sanji or other anime, those types of things, where it's just like, it's just a gag, it's okay because it's other people's culture, when it's not okay.
Not an example of Mr. Prince. This is Mr. Cosby. This pervy situation isn't exclusive to...
Did you really ascribe Sanji, who touched up Nami while in her body, which, again, not a good thing, to Bill Cosby pilling women and having his way with them?
For quite some time.
For decades? Where Sanji felt up Nami for the first 3 minutes he had her body and then was done with it?
This is Mr. Cosby dabs.
People often are conflicted, and so is Sanji. His actions are contradictory, but that is true for many real people. The only issue is his contradictory actions are horrendous.
Sanji and Nami, though. It also occurs with Smoker and Tashigi. Law, as we know, switched up their bodies, and when we get back to them, Smoker has opened up Tashigi's shirt, which reveals part of her body. There is an enormous difference between the Sanji and Nami situation compared to the Smoker and Tashigi one. And the difference is in the fact that Smoker isn't acting out of lust or disrespect. Smoker is just being himself and trying to get comfortable in the way that he normally does, which involves wearing shirts and jackets opened from the front. He's inconsiderate because Tashigi rightfully gets embarrassed, but it's done with a lot more tact and a lot more taste than Sanji is. Sure. This is better written fan service than the poor excuse for what Oda's doing. In Punk Hazard, Sanji
But that's not Smoker's character, so why would he do that? Mm-hmm. Why would he go, oh, you're bigger than I thought?
Absalom is more of a Mr. Cosby than Sanji. Absolutely.
1,000,000,000,000%.
Turn it off. See you next stream. You guys are free. You guys are free to do whatever. We got another hour 13. It can't come soon enough. I don't see how we did the 12 hours. This is miserable.
Horrid, such as with his gags and Nami's body and his Michael Jordan cosplay, yet while at the same time giving a sort of intrigue due to his conversations with Kinemon. I feel like Oda really could have salvaged something with these subplots, but he didn't, and the end result isn't pretty for Sanji. Your characters shouldn't be getting absolutely lambasted because of your desires for fan service. Part of me can't help but think something changed in the way that Oda sees Sanji as a character between the pre and post time skip.
Sanji was saying these types of things in the pre-time skip. And if he had swapped his body with Nami in the pre-time skip, he would have been doing very much the same types of things. Yes. Are you telling me that he wouldn't have?
He was climbing over the wall for the happiness punch. This is just what happened.
Starting from Fishman Island and moving...
When he bought everybody's outfit, he bought Dancer Girl stuff for Vivi and Nami. This is Sanji. When they covered up, he started crying. You had a lot more tangents and breaks for that 12 hours. You know what? That's fair.
True that.
So it felt a lot shorter because this is just straight 6 hours of sitting.
Forward, there are incredibly mixed signals that come from Oda's writing and his own mouth in regards to Sanji. Over the course of this series, you'll see that Sanji slowly changes into a punching bag. The positive between the Smoker and Toshigi section, though, is that they have an interesting conversation about the kidnapping of children and the possibility that there may be a traitor in G5, which, as we know, obviously ends up being Virgo later. Kinemon, who has now combined his head with his legs, has run off in the blizzard in search of his torso. Sanji once again feels responsible and asks Luffy for permission to leave, so here we go. Oda is trying to tie together Sanji and Kinemon as characters. Let's see how it works. Oda incorporates some great humor with Frankie being inside Chopper's body, and the children start to go through withdrawal. Chopper, shockingly, has a good scene here with Brownbeard.
Shockingly? Chopper's had many good scenes. He's had good scenes in Thriller Park. He's had good things in Shirahoshi. He had good scenes in New
Fishman Island, where he's just like, if Luffy needs me to be a monster, I don't give a that's what I'm gonna be. What does he mean? What does he mean by that?
You don't have to rewatch Triton. Nothing.
Doesn't usually pay much attention in paneling to faces changing over time, but there is a nice sequence of Chopper becoming more enraged as he pieces together exactly what's happening with the children. After this, Sind, Chris Brown's Luffy, and Usopp uses a sleeping...
Woo! That's not just something that you just say. That's not funny at all. There's nothing funny about that at all. Say what you want if it's funny, but you just... It's like we always say, you can't just walk into the room, say the N-word, and then walk out like, yeah, that was my joke. Just saying Chris Brown while showing a punch is not a joke. It is just edge for the sake of edge.
This dude
and
is
that's nothing.
Repugnant. I cannot believe he legit just did this. This is unbelievable. It's not even like a back and forth type thing where you're coming up with the jokes and going further and further.
Yeah, no.
It's just, he just straight Chris Browned him. You use Bill Cosby as such a serious accusation against Sanji, and then went, he Chris Browned him. Are you taking this seriously or not? You can't. You're doing exactly what you're saying Sanji did.
By the way, not sexist. By the way,
you're doing the exact same thing you said Sanji's doing. You're saying one thing, doing one thing, and then doing the exact opposite. I'm taking this so seriously, like with him smoking and trying to take care of Nami's body, but he's actually lying and in contradiction and a hypocrite with himself because he's also filling it up, just like you're using Chris Brown as a joke.
it's bad that Sanji doesn't respect women, and then you actively bring up a woman getting beaten for a joke. There's no problem with Drizzt is just like, this is fine because it's a joke and I can just say whatever I want.
Do you respect women? Because based on your information about Sanji, I would assume that you're mad about him disrespecting women and you want respect for women, but then you bring up a famous woman being beat as a joke.
And the joke is simply that somebody got punched. Not the situation, not being in a car, nothing like that. It's just that somebody got punched, and you just go, Bill Cosby. Not Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby as well. I'm sure he whammed somebody.
But guys, remember what he said. Every joke has an intent. Absolutely. So it hurts your argument against Sanji if you're doing the exact same thing Sanji's doing. Are we supposed to take you seriously and poo-poo Sanji, or do we poo-poo everybody? That Hitler picture slowly gaining weight.
Is this video a 12? Now hold on, we got an hour and 16 minutes. He could tie this all together and blow us away.
This
and again,
is 1 trillion% an anomaly.
We can't even rate it because this is only part 1. We gotta wait for all of it, and that might not even be done until One Piece is done. So this will forever be unrated.
Until that final video comes out, but we'll be done with revisiting.
Oh, absolutely. We'll be long dead.
To make the kids fall asleep. That is a pretty useful ability. I wonder if it'd be any help in the future. Chopper
I'm sorry, what?
And Usopp uses a sleeping star.
What is he supposed to use sleeping star?
Go to sleep, Doflamingo.
Here we go, Dofi.
It's me and you. Hiya!
He can't even disperse it correctly, so he couldn't have used it against Sugar because it would have knocked out Luffy too. So when was he supposed to use this? And that's the thing. He keeps saying it would have been real useful in the future. What future when?
Yeah, there's no real situation that he could have used it.
Potentially the raid.
Dressrosa. Potentially the raid. He was not there for Whole Cake. Zoe, the situation was basically done when they rocked up. Except for Jack.
No, again, he couldn't use Sleeping Star on Sugar because Luffy was in the room, and I think Dofi and some other people were in the room as well. It's a big old cloud.
The first time against Sugar, when he came back for the Tontatas. Because Treble did catch the little thing.
Yep. I can see that.
So, that situation.
That way,
that one, yes.
To make the kids fall asleep.
He used it on the guards when they enter Onigashima. No!
Oh, no. So he did use it again. Whoops.
I gotta assume that he's simply talking about that Sugar Treble moment.
I wonder if it'd be any help in the future.
It was help in the future.
Chopper expresses the desire to personally defeat Caesar, which sets up a realistic character motivation. Chopper has involved himself in a plotline where his morals as a doctor and his skills are needed in order to resolve the situation. Very similar to Hodback back in Thriller Bark. Children are being experimented on. Weapons of mass destruction are being made. As someone who wants to save lives, Caesar represents the exact opposite of Chopper while posing a significant threat against him. Caesar is, after all, a Logia. I wonder what kind of story could have been crafted if Chopper was more involved in this arc. Well, unfortunately for Chopper, this is...
Potentially. So what he wants is other people resolving the final conflict as opposed to Luffy. Because if Nami would have beaten Hodie, it would have been way different because she would have got that cathartic end. Yeah. If Chopper was out here out doctoring Caesar, then it would have been...
It's the cyborg moment where they're standing feet away from each other and they're just mixing drugs.
And then the beakers just break at the same time.
The Luffy show. And this motivation...
Pause. It's the Goku complex again. It's Hat-Man all over again.
Chopper cannot beat Caesar. He's a Logia. The best he can do is do some type of mixture with his gas, but Caesar can do all types of gas, not just a gas, flammable gas. He can take away your oxygen. What can Chopper do?
Y'all still here? Oh my, we never finishing this. We're only here for 1 more hour, Jet. Just 1 more.
And Jay, we've got an hour and 15 left of this Drizzt thing. It's probably done next stream.
Hopefully.
that he has
Chopper
slowly
has no
becomes
chance against Caesar, but Chopper hate him to the core. Yeah, you could just hate somebody and be like, I'm glad that this month is defeated. People sure love potential. Drizzt love potential.
By Luffy later on in the arc. After this section from Chopper, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook are shown having been defeated by the Yeti Cool Brothers, and Oda creates some fake tension by alluding to the Yeti Cool Brothers quote-unquote killing them. Authors and Oda need to stop doing this. It doesn't work and it never will. In chapter 666,
Ironic.
with the cover story series From the Decks of the New World, Bon Clay is revealed to be alive and is the new queen of level 5.5 in Impel Down.
Wow. This is the laziest. All he did was speed up the clip. He couldn't even match the mouth flaps. What is he doing? You can do a still image. You can do the frames of a mouth flap. Mask it over.
No. He couldn't even do the helicopter thing. That tells you everything that you need to know. He's just like, y'all got to deal with it. We sitting here freezing because we're not like, hey, turn on our heat and let the noise come through. We just cold. And we're going to be cold. And that's what it's going to be. The best one I saw of these, Bart, I don't mean to alarm you, but Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Yeah!
This
Nami, you look at what just happened and you ask yourself that question.
has nothing
It's
to
time. King, what's going on? What's the time for?
Oh no.
plot of Punk Hazard, but it's something that I want to take the time to talk about for a second.
Pause.
Because there is
Is this just him going, I don't like death and I had no place to really put this.
I don't like
talk
fake
about
out death.
Fake out deaths. So I'm just going to do this right here and now
sir.
for 30
Yes.
minutes.
Yes. Yes, sir.
conversation to be had when it comes to death in One Piece and the consequences of toying with its writing. Bon Clay had one of the most memorable moments and emotional sacrifices in the story.
Pause.
His presence within...
I don't think so. One of the most memorable moments? I don't think so.
Emotional sacrifices, sure.
Sure. But one of the most memorable moments, don't just ascribe that to everybody. That was just personally to you. This is not one of the most memorable moments. I like Bon Clay. I like this moment, but this would not even make top 20 moments. Not even top 30 maybe.
We don't even see that he is dead or anything. We just see of him there, and then we see Magellan.
This could have been somebody going, I'm going to take up his mantle just to honor his legacy. And it's very telling that we don't see his face. That's the thing. We don't know if it's all kinds of jacked up. Anything.
Impel Down is so strong that it caused many fans to fall in love with his character, myself included. In every sense of the word, Bon Clay feels like a Straw Hat. I have a closer connection...
Bon Clay feels like a Straw Hat. In what way? He interacted with the Straw Hats on one occasion. Sanji on one occasion.
He's real cool with Luffy, and he sacrificed himself a couple times for Luffy. That's why he feels like a Straw Hat. Same reason for Jinbe. What do you mean?
So he can't just be a comrade that's just cool
No,
with him.
Straw Hat.
It's gotta feel like a straw. What does it mean to feel like a Straw Hat? We need to establish that first and foremost.
Because does Brook feel like a Straw Hat?
Does Brook feel more like a Straw Hat than somebody like Usopp? Is it levels or is it just everybody? What?
To Bon Clay and his dynamic with Luffy than I do several of the Straw Hats. Bon Clay...
Which Straw Hats and why do you not feel... What makes this dynamic better than the Straw Hats that you did not name and their interactions, which you also did not name?
Behind so that Luffy and company could carry on towards Marineford, all for a chance at rescuing Ace, which makes it bittersweet because, as we know, at the end of the day, Luffy fails and Ace dies anyway. Marineford is the arc that made One Piece. A vast majority of the current...
My goodness. Again with this!
I don't care about them. Marineford is okay to me.
Stop bringing other people into this just to bolster your argument. Stop acting like this is the magnum opus of just, this is One Piece. So many people. These people love it. Ask anybody. I don't care.
If Marineford is One Piece for people, they're going to get very little out of One Piece. Because Marineford is just a showcase of a bunch of powers and a bunch of strong people doing strong things. How often do you see that in One Piece? They're going to be hurt for a long time.
And I don't see muffs just going, man, One Piece is okay. Until you get to Marineford, it's like, yeah, here it is. This is what I've been waiting for.
Think CP9 is One Piece. Arlong Park is One Piece.
Alabasta. Drum Island. Everything is One Piece.
Not Marineford with a bunch of fighting.
With one Straw Hat who's not even rocking for a lot of it.
Fanbase didn't catch up to One Piece until long after the time skip. And most people, when they are in the process of catching up, watch the anime first and then switch over to the manga for the weekly format. The story is now in Wano. If you caught up to the story recently and didn't go back to reread the manga and check out all of the cover stories, you would never even know that Bon Clay is alive.
Again, we don't know his Bon Clay and we don't know what his problems are, if he has any.
Such that we did not see his face. That is very purposeful.
Anime onlys are completely ignorant to this, and for good reason. Most people would assume that Bon Clay was killed by Magellan.
Assumed, but it was never shown. It wasn't like he was melting and then later on he's in a cover story just thumbsing up everybody. We assumed this is what happened. It did not happen, and now you're crying about it.
And we're also assuming that's even Bon Clay.
and we're also assuming that's Bon Clay.
Shibuya arc is Jujutsu Kaisen. That's
absolutely.
The one that people go to.
Absolutely.
That's the one that people... That is what is Jujutsu Kaisen. Unfortunately. Because it is Yawnsville.
It is a terrible arc, yo.
It is Yawnsville on Dry and Sleep Avenue. That is nothing for me.
Because the circumstances that he was left in weren't pretty. Let's go back in time to recap and you'll understand.
Hey, Drizzt! I read this. I know what happens. I don't need 50 seconds of you recapping. Hey, yo, Magellan's in the room with him. He got a poison. Or what's Bon Clay gonna do? Oh, he's gonna show up in a cover arc. I know that. That was 13 seconds. I don't need this. Chill out.
Yep, not shown. Plus, Magellan just wants fools back in their cells, not necessarily dead.
He'll kill him if he has to.
Like Luffy.
But first and foremost, he got a job to do. And his job is, hey, these people need to do their time. They need to be tortured. If you want to leave, I mean, if you want to get out your cell and make a ruckus, hey, I got to melt you. But...
Bon Clay impersonates Magellan with his Devil Fruit ability in order to open the gates so that Luffy can escape. Because he was an authority figure, people didn't question his confusing and contradicting orders in the situation that they were in. Once the real Magellan realized that something went wrong, he charged back into the communications room and encountered Bon Clay. Throughout Impel Down, Magellan shows that he doesn't care about the well-being of the prisoners who are there. He has poisoned numerous
If they somehow escape the Minotaur and descend to Infernal Hell, I'll execute them myself. That'll teach them to underestimate Impel Down. Most of the time, he just lets go of poison gas until they like pass out.
And foes
And
alike.
again, these are people breaking the rules.
But then Bon Clay did. So.
Yes, he did.
Leaving them there to suffer the fate of his poison. He poisoned Luffy and then threw him into the cold to die.
Hey, why didn't he poison Bon Clay? Why didn't he poison anybody else that was around? You see, why? Why didn't he just immediately just start throwing it?
In love, Bon Clay. Not Bon Clay, Magellan. I want him to come back so
Magellan
bad.
is not coming back.
I love him. He's so good. His dumb fight with Eva come, where Eva's just like, my face, oh, I'm melting. No, I'm not. And he pulls off his mat. I want him back. He could have been an arc villain, but there's not too much you can do against him.
And Luffy only survived because of Ivankov and a miracle. Magellan is the judge, jury, and executioner. That's the kind of power he has as the head warden. Magellan, enraged at Bon Clay for letting the prisoners go and ruining the reputation of Impel Down, asks if Bon Clay has any last words. There is no reason for Magellan to spare Bon Clay's life.
Nope, but who's to say Bon Clay can't escape?
Yep.
Who's to say he doesn't duck behind something and come out as somebody else and just run with everybody else?
Who's to say he's not just poisoned? Somebody picks him up, takes him back. Eva left some antidote. He heals.
There's much more reason to assume that Bon Clay lives, but there is no evidence that he died. So how can you be mad that he didn't?
It's ambiguous about what happened here, and it's ambiguous about who is that person in the cover arc. It's all just questions, and you're stating it as though it's fact. It's leading us to believe that it's fact, but there's no evidence for that. And again, we don't know what happened here. I don't think that he would just go, all right, room full of my own guards and stuff. Let me just unleash all my poison. Poison dragon, here we come. Split dead. I don't think he would do that.
Yet, here he is in the cover story.
Don't know if that's
somehow surviving the situation without the help of Ivankov, which Luffy was fortunate enough to have. And not only did Bon Clay survive, he managed to escape to the safest area in Impel Down, an area which the guards don't know exists and is basically a paradise. Magellan was literally right in front of him. Surely would have poisoned him, and at the very least left him for dead with no hope of survival.
Left him for dead, as we've seen him do. Poison Luffy and then just walk away. Poison Blackbeard and then just walk away. He walks away. Something happens. Eva gets back. Bon Clay gets back. Again, I don't think that this is particularly good that it happened.
If it happened.
If it in fact happens.
Now, it could be good if, again, he was given antidote by one of the various guards. If he stole antidote and then let Magellan hit him and then got the antidote.
Yeah.
Who knows what happened? But you can't just say, this is what happened. It's framed that way, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it's going to happen. Now, if you want to talk about stuff like Paglia getting hit by Enedu's lightning, 100%. Yep. You want to talk about Pale? 100%.
But this
is too ambiguous for you to be mad about.
Leo said that they have anti-venom for Magellan's poison.
Yeah, all the guards, because they gotta, in case they get accidentally poisoned.
Like when he just burps.
Magellan's mercy, and since Ivankov wasn't there, basically means death. This spits in the face of Bon Clay's sacrifice in more ways than one.
If it's Bon Clay.
It's one thing for Bon Clay to have survived the situation because there is probably some way that can be written into the story. But it's a completely different matter to reveal him being alive in a fucking cover story. That is
give him more time
get more subplots. I want more. Give me more.
And again, don't know if that's him. Don't know how he survived. If it is him.
It's a little teaser. If Oda ever decides to go back there, hey, here it is.
Incredibly insensitive. Bon Clay should, at the very least, be involved in a future plot point that reveals his fate in a
How? He's in prison.
One, how? Two, how do you know Oda won't?
He's in prison on the Grand Line. And let's still not forget, Impel Down this is the second time, perhaps the first, because, canon with Shiki, that anybody ever broke out. So now he has to do this by himself, essentially, because most of the Okamas done left. So he got to do this by himself, essentially, find a ship, leave. All of this stuff. Now, it's a little bit easier with the transformation stuff, but he still got to do all that. And then somehow make it to the New World, and then somehow meet up with the Straw Hats, in order for him to be like, yeah, I got away in this way.
I'm sure if it's Bond and he actually comes back, we will be told, just like Sabo, what's wrong with it being revealed in the cover story, and the story is finished until he shows up. The issue is that it's not real. Like, anime-only viewers, they don't know if Bon Clay is alive or not, because they don't get to see it in the actual type of thing.
I don't know if he's alive or not.
So, that's Drizzt's problem. Vivicar's cover stories, no, it needs to be in the story itself.
Satisfying way. This is the opposite of satisfying. It's jarring. It's due to things like this that have...
It's not jarring because some people clapped and were happy that he survived. Now, how he survived, if that's him, we don't know. And maybe that stuff will be unsatisfying. Yes.
There's always that opportunity.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking to see if there was any reaction to him being alive that I can find. I was never under the impression that Bon Clay died, to be honest.
Well, that's one.
Magellan threw Shiryu into level 6 at Impel Down for killing prisoners. It would be hypocritical for him to turn around and do the exact same thing. Magellan is a jailer, not an executioner. Magellan's main job is to avoid people getting away from Impel Down.
Which he failed, which is why he was demoted.
Aside from the obvious LOL, Oda doesn't kill, this is one of the few times it makes sense. Magellan isn't an executioner.
He has executed. That's
unless a super giga mass breakout forces his hand to become a walking wasteland. I'm just going through sentences from various people. Mm-hmm. Because his name is Bon P. Clay. That's very funny.
Ace was captured and sent to Impel Down to be executed. If Sabo gets captured, sent to Impel Down to be executed, then we can see Bon Clay again, because clap for parallels.
Yeah, it doesn't look like people were too upset. There's another thread. Power of friendship.
Of course, that's dismissive.
Not all the Okamas went with Ivankov. Their base is in between floors and still a secret. I imagine Magellan simply did what he always did, leave his opponents bathed in poisons. Since we later found out that Magellan was beaten by Blackbeard and his crew, it gives the Okamas a chance to go save Mr. 2. Oda likes happy endings.
So, assumptions from all areas.
Yes.
And now, but you're going to dedicate in 10, 15 minutes to this. Because you were upset about a cover story.
And he said that people were upset about this and people may not... Whatever, dude. If they wiki the info, absolutely. That's also something that they would know.
Yeah, what happens if Bon Clay is just like, I give up, I surrender. Magellan's in a room full of guards and he's just like, well, you're still dead. Would they turn on him?
Because he actively surrenders.
Who knows what happened, but you're mad about it.
Yes.
Well, your assumption of what happened.
If we saw him sitting there like Luffy just covered in poison goo, then we'd be like, oh,
yeah, then I would have a lot of problems.
But we don't know exactly what happens. And again, we don't see his face. And that's a big, big thing.
Made many people criticize Oda for not being able to stick to the stakes in any of his arcs,
and
resulting in the questioning of every single character death that seemingly happens. Pell surviving the nuke that wiped Megaton off the map in Fallout 3
At
was
Curious little dad at something P.
Yeah, you caught me. You beat me to it, but that's fine.
Everyone knows this, and it's one of the biggest faults in Alabasta.
Yep.
There is no defending it. But at least that narrative was written into the story. Pell was shown on...
Wow, so we're happy that we're more satisfied that happened because we at least got to see it in the story. The story's not over yet. We don't know if he's gonna come back. We don't even know if it's him.
This is way worse.
This is so much worse
Was
because
there even
we
an
see,
excuse?
We see the explosion. We see him in the middle of it.
Hell, you exploded. I got better.
Whereas it's so ambiguous for in Bond Clay. So how is this better because they at least show him alive in the actual story? When it was a markedly worse, he should have died. The Wano quote-unquote death that I'm pissed about.
Spoilers.
There's a lot of stuff going on in Wano. So who knows what I'm talking about?
But it's fine. No spoilers. No need to click away.
Screen to have survived and then come back. Bon Clay, a way more relevant character than Pell could ever be, didn't even get the same luxury as a bird.
So far. And don't say bird in a dismissive way like that.
That's a meme from the end of Attack on Titan.
I don't care.
It's bad.
Oh no.
It's real bad.
Oh no.
It's real
Hey, that looks like a human as a bird.
Spoilers for Attack on Titan
let's
real
not
quick.
spoil it. No,
Spoilers
no.
for Attack on Titan real quick. You gotta hear this. Spoilers
I'm
for Attack
gonna read it eventually.
Yeah, I don't care. You're gonna read it eventually. Hopefully you forget about this.
How can the audience believe in consequences and the
No
importance
spoilers for
of
Attack on
character
Titans.
relationships when things like this and then Pound exist? It's because
Pound
of stuff
thing was
like
bad
this
as
that
well.
people still think Monet, Virgo, and Pedro are still alive.
Not it is.
If you are an aspiring author, take note to never craft an element like this within your story. Even if you hate killing people, it's better to write it out in a different way than to gloss over it like this. This is horrible. Oda himself or his editors should have easily spotted the issue with doing this, yet that did not happen.
What did it hurt?
Back to current time, Brownbeard is giving Nami...
Could you type in the chat that no spoilers anymore for me?
You could have just told them.
Oh, they wouldn't have got it in enough time. The meme needs to hear this juicy goodness.
No, he doesn't.
Juicy. Wet, creamy. Pell definitely, yeah, absolutely.
Usopp a long speech about how effective the Yeti Cool brothers are as assassins, when Scotch shows up out of the blue to kill Brownbeard at the orders of Caesar Clown. Oda does this thing within Punk Hazard where he has Brownbeard and Caesar's subordinates act extraordinarily stupid in refusing to believe that Caesar is a bad guy.
Because he quote-unquote saved them.
Yes.
So why would he do these things? It's just like with Crocodile. Crocodile's not doing the bad things. It's the king.
And he gave them awesome legs under the orders of law. So it's just like, hey, I want to be a centaur. Here you go. Thanks for saving me. Caesar has been nothing but gracious to them. He has no reason to believe that Caesar harbors any sort of ill will.
Save them. And now they're super grateful and they believe in him because he's only ever done, in their eyes, good things for them.
10 stops away. Hey.
For what?
My headphones.
I think my thing is going to come with yours, though.
Could be.
Even when they are presented with irrefutable
He has a bounty. I was about to play, but I was thinking, like, does he even have a bounty?
refusing to believe that Caesar is a bad guy, even when they are presented with irrefutable evidence, and they just sit there and pretend like what they're hearing is wrong and just ugly cry the entire time. I'm going to assume
I would too.
Imagine your parent.
I was just about to go there.
And it's just like they've taken care of you their whole life. It's been all love. And then it's just like, Nah, your parents were real bad. They ordered you to die. It's like, I don't believe that.
What the f are you talking about?
Would you instantly believe that? And then you go, oh no, that's doctored. I'm not believing that.
You could go, maybe this is a test of loyalty. Or you could
You
just
would
go to your
rationalize-
brain going, hey man, I'm still not gonna believe this until that pierces your heart.
You can rationalize however much you can in your mind to not go, my parents always hated me.
Yeah.
They always wanted me dead. They were just using me. And it's the same. How can he not understand? It's so funny he talks about all these character interactions and human resonance and all this stuff, but he can't understand why a bunch of people would go, I don't believe you.
This
when
person that saved me.
your parents had you for food stamps, I would be pissed. That's the only reason they got you. They
That
got
government
Section
check.
8.
Caesar is good at gaslighting. Time Hope. Don't time Hope.
You got it, sir.
Don't time Hope. Don't time Hope. That's fine.
You get
You
one.
get one. You get one single one.
Dude, I was just listening to that Fire Force. I was just like, I don't even care about this. And then he did it again. I was like, no, you only get one.
Was Oda's way of trying to humanize and make the audience care about Brownbeard and the guards, but
Try and succeeded for people.
Yes.
Because I felt bad for them.
about Brownbeard and the guards, but I don't think it works at all.
You don't think.
You don't think it worked. But you just have empirical evidence somehow that people were pissed about the Bon Clay thing.
No evidence shown.
But you don't think that this worked for people.
Brownbeard as a character comes off as more of a waste of space than he does a neat addition to the arc. Every single time that the arc transitions from interesting characters like Law, Virgo, and Smoker to hear some fodder or Brownbeard talk and
I liked Brownbeard.
Yes, I did. And he just goes, Law, Smoker, and Virgo are interesting, and has not explained why they're interesting.
Because they're cool.
Nor why Brownbeard is not interesting.
Because he's not cool.
If
Brownbeard
But
was
what about the
strong-
Yeti brothers? They're cool.
The Yeti cool brothers.
Time, DA.
cry about Caesar, it's just a low point, dude. Oda would have had
It's just a low point, dude.
He's at a low point.
Everything that he believes, you faithfully served this dude. You went up against a dude with 500 million berry bounty for this guy, and he's just gonna shoot you after saving your life?
I'm sorry, you're real sad about it.
The Master is a kind and merciful God of salvation. Saved through Master's kindness. Your life was saved by this guy.
No, he actually f***ed you over and then acted like he saved you for experiments. That's not true. Oh, yes, it was. No! Oh, my God. Why are they crying? Why can't I watch Law do cool?
Big Slice. Smoke Man.
Virgo meat face.
shot at trying to incorporate Brownbeard into a character dynamic with one of the Straw Hats. Think back to how Toto, the old man in Alabasta, was used in conjunction with Luffy. That is a great moment in Alabasta when he helps Luffy and Luffy helps him and then gives Luffy water, which ends up saving Luffy's life against Crocodile. That is infinitely more satisfying, and we care way more about Toto.
So,
Who is we? You do. Without Brownbeard, they would not be able to outrun the gas. They were all on his back. He knew where things were. Goofy Law is fun.
yeah, but we got so little of it, unfortunately.
How come there ain't a fight every 3 chapters? How come Law not...
Big
ship.
Slice.
Big ship.
Law, Smoker, and Virgo are the only good things about this arc.
Than the stupid fodder. As it stands, when Oda
Stupid fodder. You think Brownbeard is stupid fodder because you don't personally enjoy
He's
him.
already put him into that camp of stupid fodder, and thus I don't need to care about him. That's what he's done. And that's crappy as...
Are you going to talk about Mocha? Is she stupid fodder too?
forcibly separates screen time away from people that matter to give lackluster experiences with unimportant people.
People that matter. Unimportant people. Brownbeard got them on his back and ran them through the entire place.
Unimportant fodder.
This is unbelievable. He explains a lot of the stuff that's going on in the island.
Fodder, man.
It can make the arc go down in quality. Scotch ends up shooting Brown.
It can make the arc go down in quality because a little bit of time is focused on one character instead of what you want, which is the cool guy.
Why isn't there more Virgo? Where's Smoker? Brownbeard?
Brownbeard point blank in the face with his large rifle, and then Brownbeard goes down. The Yeti Cool Brothers capture Nami and run off. This is the second time that she's been captured this arc. Man, the post-time skip is definitely changing the formula up with the weaklings on the crew, man.
Why would it? They're still gonna be the weaklings of the crew.
She got captured by a huge giant in somebody else's body.
This sets up the eventual meeting between Luffy and Law. Overall, I don't think the Yeti Cool Brothers are even a bad addition to Punk Hazard. Within the community, they are often memed, usually as material to slander Zoro, but I can't say they didn't have potential. They
didn't have potential.
If I never hear the word potential again, I'll be a happy man. He has ruined the word potential for me. Potential is gonna become iconic. And you've ruined iconic for me.
How did I ruin iconic?
I can't hear it anymore.
Because you're cognizant of how much you actually hear it.
Absolutely.
And dude, it's unbelievable the amount of times people will say iconic like it means something. Oh yeah, Spy Family is anime is a thing. You best believe I'm in there.
No, it's go time.
Where are you in Spy Family? You read more of it?
I am. Oh boy, where am I? That happened. It was a couple chapters. Okay, she just got the dog.
Oh yeah, I love the dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, I died laughing during the dodgeball game where she just does that big attack, David. It just bounce, grab, throw. I died laughing.
Dude.
I'm like, this ain't fair.
And it's so much more stuff like that. Spy Family is the best. It potentially will be a worse word. You guys ruin themes.
No, people ruin themes. They ruin themes.
The potential for iconic moments from ALX during Part 6 wins is incredible. Time roll.
Designs than Brownbeard and fare well for themselves. They really only come off as a bit weird because they are hyped up by Brownbeard as being a threat, and then Oda tries to trick the audience into believing that they actually defeated Zoro and Sanji. But the big blech is that Brownbeard is the one who hyped these guys up, right? As hitmen. Yet Brownbeard later on is revealed to have survived a point-blank assassination shot from their rifles. After this, Law shows up, defeats the last Yeti Cool Brother, and has an iconic conversation with Luffy, where in a
Jesus. Was he listening?
Then you rewrite his script
on the fly.
Y'all, what do y'all want to do for 30 minutes? Because we're done. Let's get some
time, Drizzt.
alliance is created between the supernova to take down an emperor. If you go back to the character dream portion of this video, you'll notice that I inserted a character motivation criticism of this moment, so I'm not going to go over it again here. Luffy and Law walk back and meet up with the rest of the crew. Law switches the Straw Hats' bodies back into their normal selves, except for Nami and Sanji, because Sanji isn't there. Obviously, Oda hasn't had enough of the pervy gags. Awesome.
Woo! Did he do any more of
What
them?
other pervy gags did
he do any more of them?
I don't remember any more.
You say iconic and it appeared. Weight is ruined for me. Dude, emotional weight.
Oh, yeah.
Resonance is getting close, y'all. Resonance is getting real.
I hate that we ruin words for people where they could just went about their lives and just
Never
like,
even thinking
iconic,
about it.
Whatever. That was just like, oh man, this person isn't explaining themselves. They're using these buzzwords. Oh man.
Themes, really? All right, are they going to explain? No, just names. Oh, okay, cool. Not like other shonen. What? Typical shonen. What's that?
Oh my goodness.
Dude, we're ruining our things for ourselves. Because there's so many things I didn't even think about, like people not saying typical shonen and that type of thing, where I'm like, what the is a typical shonen?
Awesome. Woo! There is some genuinely funny stuff going on with the game.
Genuinely funny as opposed to that fake funny.
That darn fake funny
that
stuff.
Faux funny.
Memeing.
Oh, dude.
Is it objectively funny or is it funny to you, Drizzt?
Bricky says season 5 of JoJo objectively the best season is iconic moment. No, I would say if as far as ALX iconic stuff, DA and screaming during that one with the time hope out. That was way more. We were just kind of stuck when he said that. It broke us.
Oh yeah, that was just a complete mind break.
Oh, Subversive? Yeah, Subversive is getting up there. How much of the dictionary will you ban by the end of the year? I don't even have a problem with words like subversive if you explain why it's good.
But just saying it and leaving it there like, yeah, subversive. Moving on.
Law. Informing him of how Luffy sees stuff and tying Chopper to his head. Once again, this comedy comes off really well because it contrasts with Law, who was the real focal.
It would have been funny regardless.
Yeah. If you say Drizzt in the mirror 3 times, the rap will appear. Well, we can test that out right now, you guys.
I will take my Candyman poster down right now.
Point of the comedy. Law
paneling has been ruined for me. Understandable, dude.
That's a big one. That is a big one where it's just like, what?
Who was the real focal point of the comedy. Law and Chopper then team up to find a way to save the kids, which is cool because Law and Chopper are doctors. That had potential. This scene then...
Hey, what do y'all want to do for 26 minutes? Dude, we can't keep doing this!
Dark and mature. Oh, yeah, those are 2.
They're getting up there. They're getting up there. Realistic themes is starting to really grate on me. Like real life dreams.
Yeah. Transitions and surprise, surprise, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook are revealed to still be alive and didn't die from the Yeti Cool Brothers. They are able to find Kinemon buried in the snow, learning that the rest of his body is trapped in the lake. Sanji, once again, takes responsibility for this. This is like the 3rd or 4th time that Oda's done this. Luffy launches the Straw Hats over to Tashigi.
So isn't this what you wanted? They get multiple interactions. And Brook isn't really interacting with all of Kinemon because it's basically just the chest part. But Brook isn't having these interactions. Nami isn't having these interactions. Sanji is. So why are you complaining about people having them when Sanji's having them?
Someone said feet is ruined for him.
That's your own problem.
Relatable ruined.
That's another one. Stop delaying. What do you mean by stop delaying? You mean stop delaying this video or stop delaying getting to people's comments? I don't know what you mean by stop delaying.
I think
Could you explain what you mean? Could you explain what you mean? We'll wait for what you mean so that we can continue with the video after you explain exactly what you mean so I know what to stop delaying. Yeah. Here we go.
I think we've honestly
time Leo so he can't respond.
I think we've honestly ruined themes for people. Period.
and Smoker are. Tashigi, in Smoker's body, tries to fight and apprehend Luffy because she actually thinks this would work. Incredibly smart woman here, fellas. She is...
She used his powers. She said, "Oh, it worked."
And also, swords work against rubber people. She doesn't know the level of armament haki that Luffy can use, but she knows that swords can work. Not only against rubber people, but just people.
Is barely able to throw out a punch in Smoker's Logia body, and as you would imagine, ends up being easily subdued by Luffy. Luffy refers to Tashigi as weak, which goes along with Smoker's earlier comment on the limitations and regret of not
Oh no! My goodness! Oh no! This is what Drizzt wanted. Oh, that's amazing. Oh no! Oh, that's amazing.
having his own body. This is all a dig at Tashigi. Smoker inside of Tashigi's body is so weak and so slow that he can't even keep up with Luffy in Gear Second.
What do you mean can't even keep up? Luffy's stupid fast in that.
Yes.
The are you talking about? Yes, you did ruin things for me, and I never even thought about themes in media before your videos. Whoops.
I apologize. Because now, unfortunately, it's going to be all that you can see. Because you're like, another person bringing up another person. It's like, that's all Muff can say.
Being called weak is once again shown to bother Tashigi. So if you are keeping track, Tashigi has been called out numerous times for how much she sucks.
Twice.
Makes you wonder what the point is, right? Keep this in mind, it's building up to more. Caesar makes his appearance in front of Luffy and Smoker and begins to offer one of his many generic, over-the-top villain speeches.
Generic, because I don't like him, but I like Smoker, so I'm just going to say that he's cool, but I'm just going to say Caesar is generic. This dude's bias is outrageous.
Thankfully, Luffy interrupts him and shows his ability to grab a Logia, which Robin specifically comments on due to the power of armament haki, which demonstrates that Robin is aware of what haki can do, but doesn't possess it herself.
You gotta be scroll for haki. You gotta unlock it in some way. You gotta train it in some way. Not everybody is gonna be able to use haki.
Even though she was with the revolutionaries, who's to say that she's just like, yes, I want to learn this. Instead of just, I want to research more stuff, or I want to just get better at my own devil fruit.
I wonder what she was doing during her 2 years in the Revolutionary Army.
A lot of
Luffy begins to have a short scuffle with Caesar, and Oda reiterates that poison doesn't really work on Luffy. Good to know. Caesar from the
beginning. Oh, he showed the face again. Probably because of the Reiju
thing. Yes. But even Chopper was just like, this is so advanced. This is outrageous. So if you can't just go, there is 0 drugs, poison that will work on Luffy in the entire world. You can be like, yeah, I'm immune to most basics, but this mad advanced stuff, that's a whole different thing.
The beginning of this encounter was a bit on the back foot, but Luffy makes a rookie mistake and underestimates Caesar, causing him to be knocked unconscious. And because Luffy is down, Caesar goes to attack everyone else, and he just decimates them. He fodderizes Smoker.
And you want Chopper to fight him.
To defeat him.
In the Drizzt drug battle.
That is so eloquently drawn.
Just drug it up, standing 2 feet from each other going, ah, yes, monosorbic acinate.
This will counter your fork of Blake. Will it?
Tashigi, Frankie, and Robin off screen. And so for the 3rd time, Straw Hats get captured in the arc. prior to this event, there was a conversation between
Pause.
Luffy and Law.
Is there an issue with the Straw Hats getting captured? Because you're making it sound like there is. And if there is, could you please explain what exactly is the issue with them being captured
They got
by
their-
a guy that can instantly knock them out by taking out their oxygen or with knockout gas?
I don't know what they're meant to do.
What? What can they do?
Because a vice admiral got knocked out too, instantly. Yeah, Caesar got a busted ability.
Yeah.
And you're mad that he's using his busted ability to take out Frankie.
About capturing Caesar, and Luffy comments on the fact that only himself, Zoro, and Sanji have Haki in the crew, meaning that no one else has it, except for Usopp, who unlocks it later in Dressrosa. When you first get to this point in Punk Hazard, it's normal to accept this and look no further. The best fighters in the crew have Haki? Yeah, that makes sense, sure. However, as you get deeper into the New World, the fact that the rest of the Straw Hats don't have Haki becomes more questionable in nature. And the reason that's the case...
Why would Chopper have Haki?
What situation was Chopper put in that would unlock something like armament or observation Haki?
is because it's revealed that virtually everyone and their mama has Haki.
They were born and bred in the New World. Why wouldn't they be able to do Haki?
They're fighting in a coliseum. These are Big Mom's children. Little blue guy with the he was a daimao. He was the Wano stuff. He was the leader of a big group. I think it was a Yakuza. Doesn't matter, but he was. He the land of the samurai.
It's some of the strongest people out there. Again, with the Coliseum, it's a bunch of people from all over the world coming in. Of course, a lot of them are going to have Haki. You think the Straw Hats should get it in 2 years?
Especially when Nami is up in the sky with a bunch of people?
Especially when Frankie's learning all the robotic stuff and rebuilding his body and coming up with new inventions? Not everyone has Haki. Not everyone is going to get Haki.
Pudding does not have Haki.
Pudding does not have Haki. Drizzt.
So this stands to reason that not everybody just gets Haki. Some people just ain't got it.
Alfonso, if we push through, we could, but we're not pushing through. Y'all
Absolutely
got 15
not.
minutes.
If we push through, it might be another 3-4 hours. And that.
It is a basic power system that everyone is keeping.
It's not basic.
Amande, the Mad Mademoiselle, no Haki.
It seems basic because Chris, get our packages for us. Get our packages for us out front. Amazon, thank you. Thank you.
I gotta go downstairs.
It seems basic because so many people have it, but you gotta look at where they were with Dressrosa, so a bunch of people have it. You gotta look at Punk Hazard. You're talking about a Marine Vice Admiral who has it, and Shichibukai who has it. I don't know if Caesar has it. And you're talking about Virgo, another Vice Admiral that has it.
Carrot and Wanda, no Haki.
No Haki.
The King's Guards.
What are we talking about, Drizzt? Pedro has it? Been a Musketeer for 1,000 years!
Germa, according to Silver, no Haki.
Thank you.
Oh, I wonder which one is mine.
Oh, new One Piece opening.
Is it out already?
Yes.
Oh,
How is
word.
it?
Oh no! I heard the song and I'm like, this is a good song. It's not exactly as hyped as it needs to be.
I think that's the problem. Not hype.
But
the last two Wano songs been like, yeah. So it's like the second one. Second one out here. Yeah, that was.
I think my least favorite.
Mm.
But the animation is like
Okay.
Excellent.
Of course, animation, whatever.
But I'm getting tired. They're actually using episode clips in those.
Dude, they've been doing that
again.
They've been doing that forever, and it's the worst thing. It's from the Detective Conan school of thought, where it's just like, oh, we don't have to animate as much opening if you just see what happens.
It got a good scene, and then like the anime
and then
episode,
it just
I'm
switch
like, oh,
into it.
Goodness. It's just like so annoying.
Yeah, it's trash.
Yeah.
All right, we're almost done.
We're on a time crunch.
I put it on the Discord too.
Yeah, I saw that. I'll be watching that. Once we're done with this. Oh, great. Of course it's on YouTube. Great.
Of unlocking. When you see fodder and random people possessing numerous
Why do you
Fodder
keep
and
calling
random people,
fodder?
the 9 scabbards are random and fodder.
This dude is unbelievable.
Seriously. From Wano. This is
variants
going
of
now.
hockey. And then
Mother... You can just go show all... Yeah, of course you just gonna show all the 9 scabbards. This bastard was on Whitebeard's crew. How high was Izo? I think Izo was like 6 or 7 in the commanders. Hey, DA, why do you know Izo's name? Hey, shut up.
Hey, Izo's fire.
Yeah, Izo's fire. 16th.
Chris face reveal.
look back at the Straw Hats not even knowing the basics over the course of...
Judge literally complimented Sanji for having hockey, which means that it's not just a thing that everybody just raw has.
I don't know what he was thinking.
Oven, the second or third son of Big Mom, he's in his 50s. Come on now. Don't just go random and fodder.
2 years of training and several...
The Dukes, the next head of the Navy of
Something Kingdom.
I can't remember his name. Whatever. You know what this is. But he's the next in line. His dad was rivaling Garp, the hero. This man gonna call Shanks fodder. He's just gonna flash Mihawk real quick.
arcs of screen time.
Cavendish! Pika! One of the 4 generals for Doflamingo. Random and fodder.
I cannot believe this. Do you think Nami is on the level of a Pika to where she should have observation hockey or something? This is incredible.
It makes you wonder why that's the case.
Why are a bunch of Big Mom pirates having hockey?
The people who go out and collect stuff for Big Mom. The people with, I think,
Chris, can you please change your face from anime wins, dude?
It's fine. Chris is fine. But I think he has a bounty of like 300 mil. Pika shaped like an action figure.
Hockey is something that you may argue isn't necessary if you have the right skills to work around, and I agree with that mindset. But then you see stuff like Caesar easily defeating all of the main characters without...
He defeated Luffy, who has hockey! He defeated Smoker and Tashigi, who has hockey!
Throughout the time skip, hockey is made out to be the only skill that matters in One Piece.
Oh, you are a lie.
In what way did hockey play out in the Bartolomeo and the Big Poppy Man fight? 0%, you say? What about Diamante and Kiros? Oh, 0%, you say?
them even using their smarts to try and work around the fact that they don't have hockey. Furthermore, during this engagement with Caesar, Sanji is shown successfully jumping into the cold water, locating Kinnemon's body with observation hockey that he's unlocked in Nami's body, as well as using Skywalk to get out in time.
No, it could just be said that it's the mind that is the observation thing. Because Smoker and him still smoke, even though they don't have the urge from the body, but from the mind. And it's not about what is it? Unlocking. Like, is there any evidence that Usopp can do it on command now that he's unlocked it? Other than that, in that one little, I think it was in the beginning of a movie, one of those episode zeros for the movie, where Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, they have the red eyes, and Usopp also have the red eyes, and I'm like, oh my god.
Before the gas corners him.
I see it as a soul thing, which I would agree with.
This is basically the last thing that happens while Sanji is inside Nami's body. Nothing useful or interesting comes as a result of this personality transplant.
What is it supposed to do? He's kidnapped so he's not there. Oh, it's useless.
The biggest utility that you could probably argue is that it's a plot device in order to slightly nerf Sanji for his upcoming battle against Virgo, even though Usopp tanked the same damage and seemed absolutely fine. There is a...
Usopp wasn't fighting nobody! Especially not a vice admiral! Who's said to have some of the strongest hockey on the sea?
Oh my goodness.
Hockey is literally translated as will power, so it is probably a mind thing.
Yeah. Not just a body, boom, unlock, you got it forever.
Hodie hurt Luffy without hockey.
Yep. Caesar can rob the surroundings of oxygen. You gotta breathe to beat the man when he gets serious. Yep. And that's a big problem that Drizzt just, I guess, don't care about.
Leo, yes, Skywalk is a technique. If you know how to do it, you can probably do it. And Sanji even says that Nami's body is not built for it, so it's not as effective.
But this is also Blue Walk, which is in the water.
An oddity here that perhaps is something that Oda dropped heading further into the story, and
perhaps it's something that Oda dropped. So again, you're just ascribing what you potentially think happened to this thing. If there's a will, there's a way. Like, you do not even understand what you're saying. You're just going, maybe this is what happened because I don't like it.
Potential.
Maybe this is something that potentially this happened because I'm not a fan of it. Potentially something. Oh my god, 7 more minutes.
Come on now.
it is a damn shame. As I just said, Sanji uses observation hockey and skywalk in Nami's body, showing that her body is capable of performing those tasks.
Everybody's body is capable,
yes,
but you gotta have the right...
It's just that simple.
I think even Rayleigh said that anybody can use hockey.
Which may lead some people to believe that she's capable of much more. Seems realistic, but it doesn't go anywhere.
Pause. With proper training. With the will to learn these things. Nami is not a traditional fighter. So what does coating her arm in hockey do really? Especially since she's a beginner, so other people are going to have stronger hockey and thus break right through it. So it's better to just strengthen what you got than just going, all right, now I just got to spec into something else.
And this relates back to why I question the trajectory of Oda's thought process and not having the Straw Hats get hockey. Why show what Nami's body is capable of doing?
Everybody's body is capable, but Sanji has the knowledge to do this. Sanji trained it, Nami didn't. So Sanji can employ the techniques, but it's not as effective. And his mind is observation.
With the right knowledge and technique.
With the right knowledge and technique, she does not have the knowledge. She does not know the technique. Her body is not trained for it. Yes, if you were to take time, Nami specifically, to learn Skywalk, she probably could in a few months. But that's not what her thing. That's not what she was sent.
Yes, no. Everyone has the ability to swim. But there's people that exist that can't swim.
Right here.
I can swim. We got taught to swim.
You keep saying this like it doesn't mean I can't swim.
I'm just saying.
Hockey is a power that all living beings can unlock. It's just that few have unlocked the power.
Yeah.
It would be incredibly boring if every single Straw Hat had hockey. Drizzt just doesn't understand.
if you're not
And
going
then
to
you say that hockey is the only power that matters in One Piece. Well, what about the people that don't have that hockey and gotta figure out a way around their fights? What now? So now it doesn't matter that they don't have hockey.
And again, just having stronger hockey doesn't mean you can win or anything, because Luffy is beating people with stronger hockey than himself. I don't know what his argument is. What's our next stream? Fan stream?
Fan stream.
I'm saving all these pictures for the call us out stream.
I mean, we can pop them up for like 2 or 3 minutes before we head out because they're relevant to this stream.
Sure.
We can go overtime. 40 minutes? Oh, I don't know who you think you are, Silver.
40 minutes to go.
do anything with it. I don't know. After Sanji gets
Like the
Kinemon's
inner
body
gates in
back, we see
Naruto.
Kinemon's first usage of fire cutting. And Law by this point has snuck into a lab with Chopper and has been confronted by
Why does he not have a problem with that?
What?
Fire cutting.
Why would
It doesn't
that be
make sense for his abilities. He doesn't really explain how he got it. He's not a devil fruit, but
Shut
he's
up.
okay with that.
Shut up. What I just gotta add a random ad in the middle of the stream? That shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe it was some type of reload on the page.
Or maybe we got claimed and YouTube is just popping up ads.
Yeah, you know what? That could be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ads aren't supposed to run in the middle of the stream like that.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, there's nothing here, so it might have just been you dead. Yeah, that's weird.
Virgo, who just happens to have his heart. Virgo commands an interesting screen presence and is engaging throughout all of his screen time.
Pause. Interesting, engaging.
Screen presence. And it's engaging throughout. You know why? Because he was strong.
And cool.
If he was weak and not cool and goofy, because is it gonna be the same for Treble? Because you can say the same thing for Treble.
This is a good use of an obstacle-like one-dimensional character. Virgo ticks off much of what we talked about in Fishman Island. There is a transition.
Okay design. What about his design is okay and not good and not bad? Screen presence.
What does that even mean?
Who doesn't have screen presence?
Strength. There you go. That's what you wanted. Competence. Okay, cool. Is Virgo gay? He may be.
I never heard anything for getting it. Seems
I'm
more
not
like a
for it.
job,
I'm
man.
again it.
There is a transition after this to a
About
different.
to go phone, about to die. Go ahead,
Hey,
Alfonso.
so
We only got
guess
1
what?
minute anyway.
So are we. Jet got 2 ads. Really?
Got an ad too.
Oh.
Got an ad as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so odd. We'll have to look into that.
Island in the new.
Maybe it's the longer stream.
Could be. I just don't know what that is.
Same.
World to show Commodore Yarisugi from G5 being a dick to the parents of the kidnapped children, and then he says some generic evil guy stuff. The purpose of this inclusion is to make Virgo out to be the criminal and to show the parents suffering at the hands of the corrupt Marines, but I would say that this section could have been left out entirely and it wouldn't have changed anything. It's made quite obvious.
What did not showcasing Vander Decken's past and his ancestors do? It wouldn't have changed anything. But you still wanted it.
That's Fishman Island Drizzt. This is Punk Hazard Drizzt. Whole new argument time, baby.
5:04:35, future me.
And we are Izzy outie. Throw up them debt pictures and let's hit the road. 6 hours, man. Next time is going to be 3 hours, then an hour and a half, and then we're just not even going to stream ever again. Each time it's just going to get cut in half until it's just nothing, no more.
Hey, we're
Pop on the stream. Hey, what up, y'all? Questions? No questions? Out. Debt pictures somehow.
It's just a question mark. 4 picks, I believe he did. Yep. 5.
We got these pictures. Next week is going to be the call-out stream. We're going to do did we agree on one quick serial tier list just so people get riled up?
I mean, if anything, we could do a long stream for the cereal one and then push the fan one back.
I don't want to do that.
Then we don't need to do the cereal one because the cereal one's going to take some time. It's not going to be a quick one. Unless we want to do it on a separate day from Saturday.
I mean, realistically, how long could it take?
Hour and a half.
Let me see. Because how long was the conversation about just the food? Not the food, the
Restaurants?
restaurant.
No, that's not what you're looking for. We had a dedicated stream for it. That's not the fan stream.
Did we?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't remember that.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I got... Okay, sure, whatever. If you say so. Call me out. And keep adding the stuff.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing? Why'd you stop? What are you looking over here for?
I was trying to see how long it took so we
I can tell you.
I don't know. You can't tell time very well. Sometimes.
Hour and a half. Yep, about that. Plus the people yelling at us near the end. We were about done at 1:20.
And I feel like cereal is going to be way more contentious.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, at worst, we just don't do the cereal, and they could just yell at us for the other stuff.
But yeah, whatever the case may be, next week we will definitely be doing the call in and yell at us stream. If you got anything to talk about with our tier list, our choice of Aqua versus some other character.
As well as, anything during the Revisited you might have disagreed with. It's just a straight up call out stream. Just let us know. In fact, we should put it like in. Maybe I'll make a post and ask people what if they want to join the Discord and what their problems were with some of the things we said.
Funny or otherwise, 1 point or not.
So that way we could dedicate some time. Like, all right, we're going to get this person in at this time. They can talk about it. We can go back and forth. Liar Sasuke can't see death is the...
Keep adding stuff.
It's so much better than Miracle-chan.
Adding stuff.
It's so much better. Liar Sasuke
You're keeping us
can't
here
see.
longer.
I'm just saying, Liar Sasuke is the
It's not that we're saving the worst for last. We simply ran out of time. It's clock out time, baby.
And when that time comes, it is what it is.
It's like in Fred Flintstones. We skating out of here. That Chopper Caesar is too good.
It's really good, dude. Let's bring that boy down.
I'm surprised that didn't do the Nux family.
Yeah, that would have been. But what can you do for his sister sucks? All right.
But the robot one is very, very good.
Yep. We're completely out of here, y'all.
Yeah, that's it. Join us next. I almost say next year. Yeah, next year. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, y'all didn't earn it.